York. Day 9. By the time Natasha led Smokey back out of the rubble-strewn park, Tanya, Maria, and Andy were waiting for her with their horses saddled and ready to ride. Dawn wasn't far off, and the streets were dark and silent. The people who still went out searching for food or water were hidden away behind reinforced doors. The gangs that roamed the darkness had exhausted themselves from a night of debauchery and were returning to their own beds to sleep the day away. "We've been going over the tourist maps we got from the gardens," Tanya said, as Natasha swung into the saddle. "I think we got a good route picked out. Pelham Bay Park is only about 15 miles away. If we can make it there today, I think we're home free. We'll be out of the worst parts of the city and start to get into the subdivisions. I don't want to push the horses too hard on all this asphalt." Natasha pulled the pistol from her waistband that she'd taken from one of the men she'd killed. "This is .45 caliber. Will bullets fit your guns?" she asked, and handed it to Tanya. Tanya took it, but shook her head. "No, they're different. They might work in an emergency, but I don't want to be the one trying to fire that first round in case the gun blows up." "Either of you ever shot a pistol?" she asked Maria and Andy. Maria nodded, but Andy shook his head. "I've never even held one," he said, "unless you count Call of Duty or Gears of War." "I used to plink around with my brothers," Maria said. "They were more into guns than me, but I wasn't bad. I could knock a can off a fence post most of the time." Tanya eased hot sauce over and handed it to her, as Natasha passed the spare magazine across. She looked it over, familiarized herself with the safety, and checked to see if a round was in the chamber. Old habits ingrained from her father when he first started letting her shoot with the boys when she was 9. "Do we want to know how you got those guns?" Andy asked. "Only if you have strong stomach," Natasha said. "It involved much blood." As usual, they couldn't really tell if she was joking or serious. Tanya set a brisk pace and led the group toward the first of the 4 bridges they had to cross to get out of the city. These were the choke points, the most dangerous areas with no escape and nowhere to run if organized groups were set up to block off both ends once they committed to crossing. The city was falling apart fast. The random screams and gunshots they'd heard throughout the night were testaments to that, and every day it would get worse. They moved quickly down the rubble-strewn streets and caught glimpses of fires burning in high-rises across the river in Manhattan. Some of them might burn for weeks. They could smell the smoke, but it wasn't thick, and it helped hide the stench of the river that was still filled with rotting corpses. It was a graveyard, a burial at sea, that had become the only way to get rid of a body, whether it was a loved one or a stranger dead in the street. The sun was up, and people were moving about when they came to the ramp to get on the first bridge. It angled up until it joined the 8-lane elevated highway. They rested the horses and gave them a handful of grain as they watched men and women with carts making their way up to the freeway. "If we go that route, it's about 3 miles before we can get off again," Tanya said. "The only other way is to swim the horses across the river." Nobody wanted to do that. The water was freezing cold, and they'd have to shove bodies aside to get through. Natasha had had enough of dealing with bloated corpses and didn't hesitate. "Bridge," she said. "If ambush is up there, plenty of cover behind cars." She was right. The freeway was choked with dead vehicles. When the geostorm hit and fried all the electronics, there were still millions trying to flee the city. Every lane was gridlock. The cars had died, and the people had gathered what they could carry and started walking. The local residents were taking what they left, going through the cars one at a time, looking for anything that might help and loading it into their carts. They gave the kids with the guns and horses a wide berth as they hurried past them to get on the ramp. The cars had already been picked over at least once or twice, and any food was long gone. But now they were gathering other things they'd passed on before, blankets or cooking pots, maybe a few kids' toys to keep the young ones entertained while trapped indoors. The teens adjusted saddles, checked the ankle wraps for tightness, hooves for any debris or loose shoe nails, and led the horses up the ramp, falling into line behind a man pushing a small wheelbarrow. There was a defined path to follow between the cars and trucks that were stuck on the ramp. It was a zigzagging passage to get to the top and on the main road, but Once there, the cars had simply died where they sat in their lane. It had been gridlock, and the narrow path between them was open for the most part. There was a lot of glittering glass on the road from windows broken out. Old habits die hard, and people had locked their cars, knowing full well they'd probably never see them again. They continued to walk the horses. It was easier, and they could shove the discarded clothes, toys, and other things out of the way. They had to travel nearly a mile before they got to the Triborough Bridge, and it had been hit hard. The suspension cables were dangling over the sides, gently swaying back and forth over the water. The two support towers had been struck so many times they had superheated, melted, and partially slumped over, crushing cars and trucks, knocking away a long section of the concrete barriers that kept vehicles from driving off into the river. There was a definite lean to the bridge about halfway across, and some of the vehicles had slid off, others crunched up against each other. One of the support legs had weakened enough to crumple. Only 3 legs held the bridge up, and a good storm would probably topple it the rest of the way. "Look on the bright side," Andy said as they scanned the distant shoreline. "At least there's a clear path along the center divider." They stopped behind an oversized work van and watched for a few minutes as pickers tossed boxes out of a semi-truck and down to the men waiting with their carts. They didn't seem too concerned about the dangerous angle the road had taken. A man came hurrying by, his shopping cart overloaded with cookies from the truck. He was surprised to see them and eyed them warily as he hurried past. A package of Oreos fell off near Maria, and she stooped to get it to give back to him. He hunched his shoulders and ignored her, pushing his cart a little faster. "Keep an eye on them," Andy said, as he watched the half-dozen men standing around the trailer and waiting to load their buggies. "If anybody wants to shoot one of the horses, this is a perfect place. They could gut and butcher it right here, have horse steaks for dinner tonight." "I haven't seen any guns yet," Maria said, but pulled her .45. Tanya handed Andy one of her Colt pistols, and they each held them loosely, ready to aim at the men if necessary. Natasha put the AK to her shoulder, but kept the barrel pointed down, ready, willing, and able to shoot, but not aggressively aiming it at anyone. She could have it up and spitting lead in an instant. They started forward, moved past the plumber's van, and when men heard the clomping of the horses' hooves, they stopped tossing boxes and stared. Natasha held back, stayed hidden, and watched as the other 3 moved out into the open. More men poked their heads out of the trailer, and one of them smiled, a big grin spreading across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Hold it right there!" he yelled, and grabbed for a gun tucked into his pants. Natasha swung around the nose of the van, aimed and squeezed the trigger once. A bullet ripped through the trailer inches from his head, and he dove back inside. The men on the ground started running for the cars and safety as she sprinted for the truck. Hot Sauce and Smokey were used to gunfire and only flicked their ears, but Biscuit and Poncho whinnied and tried to shake the reins loose from Andy's and Maria's grips. It took a second to calm Poncho, but she tossed the reins to Andy and was running after Natasha as she watched the men who had disappeared into the rows of cars. They kept going, running away from the gunfight. They wanted no part of it. When Natasha pulled up at the end of the trailer, the man was scrambling to get the pistol he'd dropped, but froze when he saw the business end of the rifle pointed at his head. The other 2 men threw their hands in the air and started talking over each other, telling her they didn't want trouble. "Stop talking," she said, her voice calm and hard, as Maria joined her and aimed her .45 at them. They did. "Slide gun over to me," Natasha said, but the man didn't move. They could tell he was weighing his options, trying to decide if the girls with the guns would really shoot him. Most people wouldn't. Most people weren't cold-blooded killers. He licked his lips and started to speak, but Maria cut him off. "Look at her, mister," she said, "and ask yourself if you think she'll do it. Ask yourself if she would pull the trigger." The man did, his hand hovering inches from the pistol. He saw an emotionless face, her cheek planted firmly against the wooden stock, black eyes fixed on his. He saw a big rifle tucked firmly into her shoulder, the business end of the barrel unwavering, and he thought, yes, she would. She would splatter his head all over a truckload of Nabisco cookies without any hesitation. He moved slowly, and using the back of his hand, shoved the gun down the wooden floor toward them. Maria stepped up on the DOT bumper and grabbed it. "Do you have any chocolate chip cookies?" Natasha asked. "I like chocolate chip." The men stared at her for a long moment before one of them answered. "Oh, yeah, plenty. You want chunky or original?" "Chunky, please," she answered. Tanya and Andy rode up, leading the other horses. "Your friends want some?" he asked, eager to please, eager to have them gone, eager to have the hard-eyed girl with the rifle stop pointing it at them. They rode the horses away at a trot across the leaning bridge to put some distance between them and the men, but the cars got too jammed up when it started leveling out. They led the horses through the maze, following the path the men with the carts had cleared, until they crossed the Branch Kill Straight and took the exit to get back down to street level. There were more people moving around, but at least there were options if they had to run. On the elevated freeway they had felt exposed and boxed in. They rode with their guns exposed and kept a little distance between themselves, each of them watching for danger. There were a lot of semi-trucks under the elevated freeway, men and women who had been en route or waiting for appointments at the grocery warehouses on Hunts Point. Most of them had already been looted, but a group of hard-looking truckers had joined together to protect a few dozen rigs backed up into a small holding area by the rail yard. They had set up barter tables and were trading goods from their trucks to people for items they needed. A few of them had guns, enough to keep the small crowds honest and civil. They rode over close enough to see what was laid out on the tables, and there was an assortment of all kinds of things typical of a flea market. There may have been a lot of abandoned apartments in the richer parts of town, but in these neighborhoods most of the people hadn't left. Many of the buildings had burnt, and a lot of survivors were doubled up with friends or living in warehouses or boxcars. Some people needed everything from shoes to a warm winter coat. There had been a limited selection of food in some of the rail cars, and there seemed to be an overabundance of ramen noodles and other non-perishables from China. "Think they have any ammo?" Andy asked. There were only 5 rounds in the gun they'd taken from the cookie truck man. "What do you think, Tasha?" Maria asked. "Is it okay to stop? We could use some more ointment for Tanya's cut." She touched the braid through her shirt, felt its reassuring comfort, but shook her head. "I don't think we can afford anything," Natasha said. "We have nothing to trade but cookies." "What kind of cookies?" a heavy-set man with a long beard asked. He had a Glock tucked in a holster on his belt, a rifle slung over his shoulder, and was standing near a Peterbilt, keeping an eye on things. He looked like he could be mean, a biker, or a bouncer, but he had kind eyes. "I'm partial to butterscotch," he added helpfully. "Don't have any of those, sugar," Tanya said, "but we've got Oreos and chocolate chip." "I wouldn't mind some Oreos," he said. "We got plenty of powdered milk, and those two sound pretty good together. I got a sweet tooth, and wouldn't you know it, not a one of these rigs were loaded with candy or cookies." "What kind of bullets do you have?" Natasha asked. "Climb on down, let's see if we can do some trading," he said, and indicated a place where they could tie up the horses. Natasha narrowed her eyes and subtly shifted the AK resting against her leg. "Or not," he said and grinned, "but I really do want to talk you out of some of those cookies." The teens exchanged looks, and Natasha gave a half shrug, then moved over to tie up where he'd indicated. "I stay with horses," she said, and dug out some of her packages to give to the others. "They'll be safe here," the man said. "We haven't had any trouble. The people here aren't a bad lot. We're all just trying to get by and help each other when we can." "That is good," Natasha said. "But I stay with horses. Andy, give me pistol." The others gathered the cookies and moved off to see if they could do some trading. Tanya still had a limp, but the slash in her leg was healing up nicely, thanks to Maria's insistence to keep fresh bandages and liberal amounts of antibacterial ointment slathered on it. The big man moved back to his guard position near the front of the truck, and after a few minutes, Natasha approached with the bag of chunky chocolate chip cookies in her hand. She tilted the bag to him, and his grin split the gray-flecked beard as he reached in and took one. "You don't try to make it home," she asked, as they watched the milling people haggling over prices and what goods were worth what in trade. "Back to Nevada?" he asked, and shook his head. "No, these boots weren't made for walking. We decided to hang here until spring, then see what happens. Maybe the army or someone will start figuring things out. Doubt it, though, but it's in our plan." They nibbled slowly on the cookies in silence for a while, savoring each bite and knowing there wouldn't be any more made. "You have enough food to last through winter?" she asked. "Yeah, we do. Plenty, actually. Not much variety and nothing fresh, of course. We're trading stuff we have plenty of, like those bags of rice, to these folks, and they're bringing us things we'll need. We'll be fine if we can keep what we got." "Can you keep it?" "I think so. We moved our supplies into the rail yard office. It's brick and easy to defend. Besides, there are very few guns here in New York. We aren't supposed to have them either, but a lot of truckers carry. We ignore stupid laws, and we probably have more guns between us and all the people around here." They lapsed into silence again, both of them comfortable with it until Natasha pointed to a large tub of water under one of the gutters running off the elevated freeway. "Is that clean?" "Yeah, it is now," he said. "First time it rained, it was pretty dirty, but it's good for washing and bath water now. If you need drinking water, we have some we filter through a sand thing that Two-Bit rigged up." "Clean enough for a horse," she said, and handed him the rest of the cookies. "What is your name?" "They call me Tiny," he said. "What's yours?" "I am Natasha Litvinov," she said. "Thank you for water." Tiny debated having one more cookie or saving them for later, as she moved to take the animals over to drink their fill one at a time. The others came back as she was finishing up with hot sauce, and Andy had a new winter sleeping bag to replace the scavenged blankets he'd been using. "Bullets?" Natasha asked. "Maybe," Tanya said. "What means maybe?" "Well, they have some for your rifle and my Colts," she said. "I guess they sell long gun ammo in the city, but nothing for pistols. They want our help, though. They want to use the horses to move some rail cars." "How many bullets they have?" Natasha asked. "Best be many if we risk horses." "We can discuss that," a dark-haired man said as he approached. "Bullets are pretty valuable right now. They're hard to get." "So are horses," Natasha said. "True enough," he agreed. "But first, how about I show you what we need done, and you can tell me if your horses can do it. Miss Tanya tells me you've done some rigging and can work with harnesses. Said you used to pull sleighs." "Da," Natasha said, handing Andy his pistol and repositioning her AK on its sling, so it would be quick to access if she needed it. "I'll stay with the horses," Tanya said, and pulled up an old cinder block to sit on. She'd been doing a lot of walking today, and her calf felt like it might be bleeding again. Maria dug through her saddlebag for the first aid kit to add the few things she'd picked up and get a fresh bandage for Tanya. Andy joined Natasha and the dark-haired man as he led them through a hole cut in the chain-link fence and across the dozens of train tracks to a row of boxcars sitting on the rails. "What we want to do," he said, "is move these cars over there." He pointed to a 3-story brick building near the middle of the switching yard. "That's where we're going to spend the winter, and we want to be able to defend it. We hope it doesn't come to that, but we're not dumb. We can do the math. It might seem there's a lot of food floating around now from these trucks, but there are thousands of people still here. Most of them still think help is on the way, that the government's going to do something. They're in for a rude awakening, I say. If you don't have a plan, you're not going to make it. Anyway, we want to surround the building with boxcars as an extra level of protection." Natasha looked at the tracks, how far they'd have to move each car before it could be switched over to the right rail and how far back they'd have to pull it. They appeared to be dead level, so they wouldn't have to pull them uphill, and once they got them rolling, they'd probably move pretty easy. If the lightning had been attracted to the rails, it hadn't done any damage. They were all still intact. They would have to make strong harnesses for the horses. They didn't necessarily have to be comfortable. They would only be using them for short pulls, not long hours. Andy and the man stood aside and were quiet as she squatted, eyeballed the tracks, felt the texture of the gravel on the ground, and kept looking back and forth from the cars to the switch point. "It can be done," she said when she finally stood and faced them. "But I don't think you have enough bullets. It is much work and will take maybe 2 days. We are on tight schedule." "We have other things you might need," he said, "and my guys will help. He clamped his mouth shut just before he kept babbling on. They had tried to move them just using manpower, but had barely been able to budge one. He really needed that extra layer of protection. They already had some materials scouted out and had plans to turn the terminal office into a self-contained fortress, but they had to have the cars surrounding it. Andy moved closer and lowered his voice so the man couldn't hear. "They have tents," he said quietly. "And before you say we don't need one, I know that you don't. Natasha, it's November and we're going north. We'll probably be traveling in snow in another couple of weeks. I know you could probably walk all the way there barefoot in a blizzard, but Tanya can't, and neither can Maria. I've been giving it a lot of thought. I don't think we're going to make it this year. There's no way if we run into bad weather or have to spend days circling around rivers if bridges are gone. In fact, I think we'll have to hole up somewhere for weeks at a time, especially if a storm blows in. I wouldn't say this to them, but we'll probably wind up eating one of the horses if they survive the snows. We don't have enough food to last a week. We can't carry enough to last for months, and I doubt we'll see this again. These truckers are selling off the extras that they have, and people are bringing in lots of stuff to trade. It's only been 10 days, and look what's happening. You never did say how you got the guns, but judging from how you reacted to the cookie truck man, I'm guessing you killed somebody. It's going to get really bad, Tasha. This may be our last chance to stock up. Maybe your braid led us here. Maybe we shouldn't waste the opportunity." He stared at her, into her dark eyes and inscrutable face, and wondered if she'd heard anything he said. She was like a machine sometimes. She finally looked away. "You are right, Andy Baker," she said. "I am eager to get away from city, but what you say is true. You are a good friend to them. Show me the bullets," she said as she turned to the man. "If you have enough, we will do this for you." Chapter 2. Hunt's Point. Day 10. 2 a.m. Connor Doyle led what was left of his trusted few out of the offices of the Delivery Service Building. Willie Sweeney, Eddie Machete, and Mickey followed him down the stairs into the darkness of the warehouse. The quiet moans and troubled snores of his injured men on their makeshift beds greeted them in the flickering candlelight. "How are they doing?" Connor asked quietly, and Carmen just shook her head. "Another one died. I guess it was blood loss or maybe internal bleeding. The others aren't looking so good. They can't walk, Mr. Doyle. We can't march out of here tomorrow. They're too weak. We need to find some carriages or something to hitch to the horses." "I know, lass," he said, but didn't add that he had no idea where to get a carriage or the harnesses for the horses. The injured men were going to have to ride. If the prison gang from Rikers Island was really on the way over, if they were going to come take the food from the warehouse, they had to get away before they got here. He wanted to leave in the morning. 20 men couldn't fight against thousands. Carmen had been an assistant in an urgent care office before she'd found herself doing an 18-month stint on Rikers Island. She didn't have much in the way of nursing skills, but she had more than anyone else and had volunteered to try to help the injured men cut down by machine gun fire. Willie gave her a squeeze on the shoulder as they left, and she gave him a tight smile. The situation was hopeless. Most of Connor Doyle's men had been shot up in a brutal ambush, betrayed by one of their own who wanted the warehouse full of food and supplies all to himself. The few who had made it out of the killing field weren't going to last, not without real medical help. The wounds were terrible, full of bone shards and dirt, and all they had was some hydrogen peroxide to treat them with. She might be able to stitch up a hole in the skin, but she couldn't sew veins back together or stop the infections from setting in. She would probably lose at least one more man before morning, the young one with the stylish haircut and tattoos on both arms. She didn't know his name, but he had lost a lot of blood, and they still hadn't been able to stop it. His bandages soaked through every hour or so. She picked up the pine-scented candle someone had pulled out of a package in one of the delivery trucks and slowly made her rounds again, doing what little she could to keep the men alive. Connor moved quietly behind the buildings and through the adjoining parking lots as they neared the scene of the slaughter. The roving guard he'd posted nodded and kept moving, keeping an eye out for anyone trying to sneak up on them. When they passed by the accounting office where Halston and his boys were staying for the night, they heard cruel laughter coming from the little grassy area where the horses were tied. "What are those wankers up to now?" Connor asked, as they stopped and tried to see in the darkness. "Go on, boys," he said, and sent them ahead. "See if Liam's men are still on the roof. See if we can get those guns." In the moonlight he could see a dozen of the boys standing in a half circle around one of the horses, a stallion that was snorting and trying to pull away. A bottle was being passed around, and they heard one of them say, "Do it! Stick it in your mouth! Do it, and maybe we'll let you go." He came out of the darkness to see the boys gathered around Carla. She was sobbing on the ground and dangerously close to the nervous hooves of the horse. It was obvious what they were trying to make her do, and Connor's first instinct was to pull his pistol and shoot them all. But he was out of ammo, and he needed them, needed the numbers, to have any chance of making it out of the city. "What do you think you're doing to my property?" he asked, as he pushed through them and pulled her to her feet. "Your property?" Jeffrey asked, a big kid wearing a hockey jersey. "Yeah, my property," Connor said coldly, and turned to face him, looking up into his angry face. "Your boss gave her to me. That makes her my property. If I catch one of you simple bastards laying a hand on her again, I'll have my man break every bone in that hand. Maybe the other one too, so you can't even wipe your own arse or feed yourself." The boy drew himself up. He was half a head taller and quite a few pounds heavier. The old man didn't scare him. He wasn't intimidated by some has-been wannabe gangster with gray in his beard. But the man didn't blink, didn't flinch when he flexed. The hard eyes fixed on him, bore into him, and Jeffrey realized through the haze of the alcohol that the little Irishman was undaunted by his size and muscles. He glanced up and saw that his friends had moved behind the old man, and he smiled. The mouthy old fool was about to get taught a lesson. One of his more sober friends put a calming hand on his arm. "Chill, man," Vincent said. "Halston said we need to work with these guys, not fight with them. We need to get out of the city, remember?" "It's cool, Mr. Doyle," the kid said. "We didn't know. Isn't that right, Jeff? We were just goofing around." "Yeah," he said after a moment, and turned away. "Yeah, whatever. Take her." In the silence they heard a metallic click of gun safeties being engaged, and the sound of a big knife being slid back into its sheath. A few feet behind them, Connor's men slid quietly out of the blackness, and the quicker-witted boys realized they had never had the upper hand. If they had attacked the gangster, they would all be bleeding out on the asphalt. The Irishmen kept their silence as the boys walked off and went back to their building. "Go to the warehouse we're staying in, lass," Connor said. "Nobody'll bother you there. See if Carmen needs any help." She nodded, sniffled, and hurried away, pulling her sweater tight around her. "She ain't gonna last long," Eddie said. "Not in this cruel new world." Probably not," Connor agreed, and wondered why he cared. The girl wasn't any of his concern. "There's a guard on the roof," Mickey said. "He keeps out of sight but pops up if he hears a sound. They're probably both up there sleeping in shifts. They know we're still around. They can see our fire. We'll not be getting any of those guns unless we can find some fishing poles and can reel them in. Gonna be a dangerous business trying to get out of the city without 'em," Connor said, and rubbed at his short beard. "And if Carmen is right, that Tico clown will be heading over there soon, maybe even today. We can't hang around hoping the guards will fall asleep." "It'd be nice to get some of our food back, too," Eddie Machete said. "Those Amazon trucks had a little, but not enough to last for long. We're going to be fighting for every meal in another week or so." "Yeah," Mickey added. "I ain't looking forward to trying to steal from some farmer. It ain't like the city. They can see you coming from a mile off, and they have rifles out there. Not these things that couldn't hit the flat side of a building at more than 50 feet. He looked down at the cheap Chinese AK knockoff in his hands. "I have an idea," Willie said. "One of Halston's crew has a dare rifle. I saw it earlier this evening. If I can get up higher than the warehouse, I can take those guards out." Connor frowned in thought and slowly nodded his head. "Yeah, and even if you only get one of them, you can keep the other pinned down while we clear away all that crap piled in front of the door. We'll be able to get to the guns off the street. We can go in heavy, shoot the piss out of anything that moves." "There's nothing around that's taller than the warehouse," Mickey said. "Everything on this side of the point is the same. 2-story flat tops." "That cell tower on Oak Point Avenue is," Willie said. Eddie snorted. "Have you seen that thing?" he asked. "It's half melted, and besides it's half a mile away." "Yeah, but the bottom half looked pretty solid," Willie said. "And it's only 8 blocks, easy shot." "They teach you that in the army?" Mickey asked. "Maybe I should have joined. I like stuff like that." "Can you do it?" Connor asked. "You think it's possible? It would sure solve a lot of our problems." "Yeah, boss, I think so," Willie said, and stared up at the moon. It had moved over to the western part of the sky, and he guessed the time to be around 2 o'clock. "I can be ready by dawn. That's when they'll be the most tired, probably nodding off." Using the one working flashlight they had, Connor and his men went over to the office building where Halston's crew were sleeping. No one challenged them when they slipped inside, and the boys that had just come in were quietly talking and laughing in one of the offices. Further down the hall they found the rifle leaning against a desk, the owner sprawled out and snoring on the carpeted floor. Keeping the light hooded, Willie dug through the kid's rucksack until he found a box of shells for it. Then they walked back out with no one the wiser. "I can't wait to be rid of those idiots," Eddie said. "Tell me we're not going to stay teamed up with them once we get out of the city." "After we get the braid, they can piss off," Connor said. "I don't trust them as far as I can throw them." "I'll need one of you guys to help me," Willie said. "Eddie, up for a stroll?" "Let's do it, mate," he said. "Lead the way." "We're going to hike a ways off so I can zero this thing," Willie said. "That's a good gun, but who knows how that moron's been treating it. I need to make sure I hit what I am at. You might hear me fire a few rounds, but they'll be lost in all the other random shots going off. I plan on getting up that tower and hitting them right at sunrise. You guys be ready." "We'll be ready," Connor said. "How will I know when?" "These are .338 bullets," Willie said. "You can hunt elephants with them. You can hear them loud and clear. Might even see body parts flying off the roof." When they disappeared in the shadows, Connor told Mickey to try to get a little shut-eye. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. "Where are you off to, boss?" "I want to eyeball Rikers," Connor said. "I know Carmen thinks they're going to come across, but who knows what they're planning. I want to make sure they aren't already on the way over. Should be able to see if they've got boats in the water or if they're loading them up." "4 eyes are better than 2, Mickey said, and fell in beside him as they picked up the pace to cover the half-mile to the water's edge. Willie found a spot near the river that let the moonlight shine down without shadows from the buildings casting everything into blackness. 8 blocks away, a mural was painted on the side of a building, an abstract that had been tagged with gang graffiti hundreds of times over the years. He stood behind a burnt-out shell of a car and laid the Remington rifle over the roof to steady it. He didn't know if the owner of the stolen rifle had been a big game hunter or if he just liked big, expensive guns, but he was glad he had it. The Lapua cartridges were powerful, more than enough for the distance he was shooting. He aimed for a bright yellow triangle shape that was big enough that he would see the brick splatter if he hit anywhere near it, and put the crosshairs dead center. He breathed in slowly and let it out, just like his instructor had showed him decades ago. He'd been good. Hitting targets came naturally to him. He took another breath, kept both eyes open, and moved his finger to the trigger. At the bottom of the breath, before he started to breathe back in, he gently applied pressure, and the big gun boomed. He reacquired the center of the triangle quickly and looked through the scope for the bullet hole. He spotted it about a foot above and to the left of where he had aimed, and made the adjustments to the reticle. The scope was good. It hadn't been banged around so much it had broken. He wasn't surprised. Like the gun, it was a quality brand. He chambered another round and repeated the procedure. This time, the bullet hit where he'd aimed. Not exactly on point, but close enough that it wouldn't matter. He wasn't planning on shooting sparrows. He would be shooting a man's center mass. Even if he was wearing body armor, that would just mean more chunks of plating ripping through his body as it fragmented. Nothing short of an inch of solid steel would stop a .338, and it had a range of over a mile. The traitorous bastards on the roof wouldn't know what hit them. Eddie shook his head when Willie dropped the mag and reloaded the 2 rounds he'd fired. "Surprised you're not deaf," he said. "I was 20 feet away and about blew my eardrums out." "What?" Willie asked. "I said—" He started again, then stopped when he saw the grin spreading across Willie's face. "Ah, piss off," he said. "Fucking idiot. Let's get out of here before somebody decides they want that gun more than us. I bet they heard the thing all the way over to New Jersey." They set a fast pace and made it to the destroyed cell tower as the very first hints of dawn were starting to lighten the sky in the east. Hunts Point was a ghost town. There wasn't any residential housing, only industrial warehouses and businesses, but Willie was a little surprised other people hadn't thought to take one of the buildings over like they had. They were much easier to defend than an apartment or a house. If Liam hadn't double-crossed them, they would be sitting pretty about right now, except for Tico and his gang. They needed this plan to work. They needed as much food as they could carry, what little bit of ammo was left, and then they needed to get out. He didn't know what Connor had planned after he got the braid he was chasing. He hoped it wasn't coming back to the city, because if it was, they'd be parting ways. He didn't know much about living in the country, but it had to be easier than staying in a concrete prison. There was always the chance that once they got out of the city, things were starting to get back to normal. Maybe they had electric. Maybe FEMA or the Red Cross was out there doing their thing and help was slow to arrive. Maybe they had written the cities off and were concentrating their efforts on the rural populations. He doubted it, but they wouldn't know until they got out, and getting out meant getting those supplies and getting some revenge while they were at it. They shoved aside the chain-link fence that surrounded the small area enclosing the tower. Eddie gave the tower a shake, but it was still solidly mounted in the concrete. It had been hit a few times during the lightning storms, enough to blow parts of it away and superheat the rest of it. The upper half had gotten molten hot and bent over, the top part resting on a garbage truck parked on the street. Willie slung the rifle over his shoulder and started monkeying his way up until he got to the ladder, some 20 feet above the ground. It was still a difficult climb. The whole tower leaned slightly, so he had to climb at an angle that pulled him away from the rungs. He was especially protective of the gun. He couldn't afford to bang the scope against a bent strut and knock it off kilter. About 60 feet up, he turned and searched for the warehouse. It was easy enough to spot. The big blue rain-catch tarps were still covering most of the flat roof. He couldn't make out details yet, but in another few minutes he would. The stars were beginning to fade from the sky as the sun started making its appearance. His hands were cold, and he found a half-comfortable position where he could lean and blow on them to warm them up a little. It was midway through November, if he remembered correctly, and the snows would start soon. There was movement on the roof, but it was only one of the tarps giving a half-hearted flap and the occasional puff of wind. He moved a few feet up where there was better support, got a solid stance where he could plant his feet, leaned over a metal brace, and slipped out of his jacket. He rolled it around a horizontal strut to make a shooting pad, hunkered in behind the rifle, and got as comfortable as he could. The dawn was lightening the destroyed city, and from his height he could see most of Hunts Point, the river filled with bodies and the smoking skyline of Manhattan. He turned his attention to the rooftop and tried to see any kind of movement that wasn't one of the tarps. He sighed. The guard was probably asleep underneath one of them. He might have to freeze his arse off for hours until one of them stirred. He did a methodical grid search using the scope and spotted something promising near the door to the stairwell. There was some gear piled up, and he could see the legs of a cot when the wind blew just right and moved the tarp. He zeroed in and moved the scope rifle up a few inches, aiming it at a spot on the blue tarp where a man's belly might be if he were stretched out in his sleeping bag. He watched a little while longer and was rewarded with slight movement of the cot legs. The guy had rolled over or moved to get more comfortable. Willie was freezing. His fingers were already going numb, and the brace digging into his midsection was really starting to hurt. There was no telling how long the guy would lie there snug and warm in his bag. He wished for the 100th time they had a walkie-talkie. It would be so easy then. Tell Connor to make some noise, the guy would pop up, and boom! It would be over in seconds. The sun was halfway over the horizon, and he did one more quick search to make sure he hadn't missed the other guard in the darkness. But the guy sleeping was the only one he saw. He moved the scope back to the legs of the cot, raised it a little to where the body would be, and took a breath. When it hit bottom, he gently applied pressure to a trigger he couldn't feel with his numb finger. The gun bucked, and he moved like lightning to chamber another round. He saw a huge puddle of blood already spreading around the gear and the legs of the cot. He heard shouts from Halston's boys and the survivors of Connor's crew as they started to storm the building. He moved the reticle over to the door and didn't have to wait long until it burst open. Liam and the other douchebag appeared in his scope with guns in their hands. He didn't hesitate and squeezed the trigger again. They disappeared back into the darkness of the stairwell, but he'd seen the man knocked off his feet. If the bullet hadn't gotten both of them, the tumble down the stairs certainly would. Willie checked for movement from the cot again, but the only thing moving over there was the puddle of blood that was growing bigger. He stiffly straightened up and arched his back to get the kink out of it. He pulled his jacket on, slung the rifle, and started the long climb back down. Chapter 3. Hunt's Point. Day 10. Dawn. They grabbed the guns off the street first, pulling them from the stiff and half-frozen corpses, then aimed them skyward at the roofline of the warehouse. The rest of them ran for the chunks of metal, lumber, wires, and other debris piled in front of the door to start clearing it away. They heard the second thunderous boom of the elephant gun from a quarter-mile away, and the short scream of someone from the roof. They cleared the junk in minutes, and 10 of them manhandled a broken telephone pole into position to use as a battering ram against the heavy steel door. It took a few tries to get everyone in sync, but once they were, the door burst open after the third hit. The boys with the pole dropped it and dove aside as the men with the guns sprayed the interior, their bullets hunting for anyone lying in wait. There was no return fire. They ran in and spread out, but they only saw a man crumpled at the bottom of the staircase with a hole the size of a basketball blown out of his back. A whoop went up as the rest of them ran inside and saw scores of pallets and shelves stacked high with food and water. Some hurried over and started grabbing cans for breakfast. Jacob and Simon, 2 of the truck jackers in Connor's gang, immediately went for more ammo. "I thought there were supposed to be 3 people holding this place," one of Halston's crew said. "I only heard 2 shots from that sniper guy. Where's the third?" "Hey!" Billy yelled at the boys digging through the shelves. "Get away from there! Spread out and look for the last guy. He might be drawing a bead on you right now." "Go in teams," Halston said. "Call of Duty style. You guys have done this a million times. Check all the offices and bathrooms." "Yeah," Jeff said, and tightened his grip on the shotgun. "Only this is real life, no respawn." Connor Doyle and Mickey were jogging down the street, coming back from their recon of Rikers Island, when Willie Sweeney spotted them. He and Eddie Machete were walking back from the twisted cell tower and didn't like what they saw. "When's the last time you saw Connor move that quick?" Willie asked. "Must be something bad." "I'm too old for this shit," Eddie sighed as they both broke into a jog. They made it to the warehouse at the same time, all 4 of them winded, and Connor pointed toward the horses. "Get 'em ready," he panted. "They're coming. They've been gathering boats, and they probably have 20 at the docks, and a whole bunch of those bastards are already hanging around, waiting for their orders. They're coming over, and it's going to be soon." "The prisoners are on their way," he yelled as he ran into the warehouse. "There's going to be thousands of them, and we don't want to get trapped. Load up as much as you can carry, and let's get the hell out of here." There was a flurry of movement as everyone abandoned the search for the last man and hurried to the stacks of food and extra ammo. They'd discussed what to carry and how much in the freezing dawn while they waited for Willie to take out the rooftop guards. They'd had a plan and had intended to be methodical, but now it was a free-for-all. Grab what you could, get saddled up, and get as far away as they could before the men with rifles showed up. Connor ran for the stairs and barely registered the dead man with the blown-out chest cavity. He took them 2 at a time as he bounded up to his room and bounced off the office door when he went to shove it open. It was locked. He swore and put a boot to it, splintered the wood around the handle, and shoved it again. He stopped when he saw Fiona with a chain padlocked around her waist and the other end attached to the old-fashioned metal radiator. "Connor!" she cried. "Get this off me!" He darted across the floor and wrapped her in a bear hug, then just as quickly pushed her aside to look closer at the chain. "You know where the keys are?" "Liam has them," she answered. "Where's he at?" Connor asked. "Did Willie shoot him on the roof?" "I don't know," she said. "I just woke up when I heard all the noise. The bastard doesn't sleep in here. He's too afraid I'll wrap this chain around his scrawny neck and choke the life out of him." Despite himself, Connor smiled. "That's my gal," he said, and started putting the boots to the radiator. It was old, and made back when things were built to last. "We've got to move fast, love," he grunted as he kept kicking, slowly bending it away from the wall and the gas pipe feeding it. "A whole bunch of very bad men are on the way." It snapped loose, and he tossed her the end of the chain. "Gonna have to wear it for now," he said. "I'll check the roof for Liam. Grab yourself a backpack and stuff as much food into it as you can. We've got horses across the street. Get over there as fast as you can. We don't have long. They could be here any minute." "Did you get the braid you went after? Do we have a plan?" "No, somebody beat me to it, but they're going to Maine, some town called Oxbow. We can catch them. It ain't much of a plan, but it's better than staying here," he said. She stopped wrapping the chain around her waist and stared at him. "I know a place out on Long Island," she said. "It'll be safe. It's kind of remote." "And what do we do when the food runs out?" Connor said. "We'd be fighting for every meal. There's not enough out there to last the winter, even if we start raiding houses every day." "But north, Connor?" she asked. "Winter's coming. Where will we stay? You think there's enough food up there? You're going to ride all the way up there after a braid?" "Yes," he said, and started dumping out the backpacks leaned against the wall. "They're on horses, too. Once we get out of the city, there's only a few ways they can go. We'll find them, and even if we don't, I know where they're going. The college kids we've teamed up with know her, and she went to the same school. She's a Russian girl. A bunch of her people moved to Maine and have a sweet setup in some farming community with thousands of reindeer. It'll be a good place to ride this out until things get back to normal, if they ever do. Plenty of food, plenty of water, and it's far from any city." "Russians? Reindeer?" she asked, and took the pack he handed her. "Reindeer," he said. "I hear they taste like chicken. Don't worry, love. Everything will be fine. But we've got to get going. Right now, our biggest worry is getting away from the Rikers gangs. They've got guns and boats, and they're a bunch of sick bastards." "I know," she said. "We could hear the screaming from here. It went on for hours." She ran out of the room and tucked the extra length of chain in tight so it wouldn't bounce around. Connor jerked the bed aside and pulled the molding away from the wall. He reached inside the hole and pulled the splinter out. He bowed his head, touched the metal case to his brow, and breathed a sigh of relief. He'd had it for decades. It had always guided him, and he'd been a little frantic when he thought he'd lost it. He looked around the office and tried to decide what he should take. Clothes, blankets, gold? None of it, he decided. He was wearing a good winter jacket, had a hat and a pair of gloves, and if he needed more clothes, they would be a lot easier to get than food. He grabbed the backpack, the boxes of ammo, and hurried for the stairs to check the roof for Liam and the key. "Come on, Carmen," Willie Sweeney said quietly. "We've got to go." "We're just going to leave them?" she whispered. "We can't. That's just inhumane. Do you know what Tico's men will do to them?" "How many are left?" he asked. 4, she said. 2 more died last night." "Are they going to make it? Can they ride?" She bit her lip, not wanting to say. The answer was so bleak. 2 are feverish. Infections have set in, and no, they won't make it," she finally said. "Not without a real doctor." "We don't have one, and we won't be getting one," Willie said gently. "What about the others? Can they ride? We don't have time to build a cart to pull them. Can they stay in the saddle?" She hung her head. Getting shot used to be bad, but most people lived through it. Not anymore. Even a bullet through the arm, if it splintered a bone, was a death sentence without any medicine. If she were a real nurse, if she knew how to treat them, and had access to a pharmacy, she was pretty sure they would be okay. Crippled, maybe, with limited use of their leg or arm, but they'd live. But she wasn't a nurse, didn't have any kind of antibiotics, and they were out of time. "Gather your things," Willie said, and pushed her toward the door. "Load up as much food as you can, and get yourself a horse. There aren't enough for everyone, and anyone riding double's going to be a lot more uncomfortable." When she was gone, he turned to the beds of the feverish men. If Tico's men found them, they'd figure out some horrible way to make them suffer. Probably something that included hot knives and a blowtorch, knowing those sick bastards. He grabbed a pillow, a nice fresh one from the Amazon delivery trucks, and one by one held it over their faces until they passed from this life to the next. The only man that was fully awake tried to pull away. He'd been shot twice. One of the bullets had severed his spine. He was feverish and pale, but he wasn't feeling any pain. "I don't want to die like that," he said. "Please, Willie, not suffocate. I can't stand it." "These men that are coming are bad, Johnny. Real bad. You didn't see what they do to people. They shoved a pole up Frank's arse until it came out his mouth. I can leave you, but I think it's a kindness if you weren't alive when they found you." No, Willie. Just not the pillow. Slice me. Let me bleed out and just go to sleep. Not fighting you for my last breath." "Fair enough," Willie said. "You want me to leave the candle burning?" "Yeah, man. I like the way it smells. Reminds me of when we went camping out to Pine Barrens when I was a kid." "Close your eyes, Johnny. Think about that. Your parents were still together then, weren't they?" "Yeah. Our last family trip before my dad got laid off and things got rough. I still remember the burgers he made on the grill. Man, those were good. And my mom didn't even get mad when us kids found a huge mud puddle and made a mess. She laughed about it, had us go to the showers and get cleaned up, clothes and all. Life was simple then. We didn't know how good we had it. Aye, those were the days. Good luck. I hope you guys make it," he said, and didn't feel the blade as Willie slid it across the insides of both his legs. "Yeah," Willie said. "See you on the other side, Johnny. Make sure St. Peter doesn't lock the gates on me." He stepped away from the makeshift bed and wiped his blade clean. Johnny grinned and started telling him about the fireflies they caught in jars one evening as the blood spurted out of the femoral artery and soaked the sheets. He faded away with a smile on his lips and family on his mind. Willie blinked rapidly to clear the wetness from his eyes and moved toward the door, the horses, and an escape from the merciless men in orange jumpsuits. Chapter 4. Hunts Point Rail Yard. Day 10. Dawn. Natasha woke with a start at the sound of a distant, booming gunshot. Dawn had grayed the sky and she closed her eyes again. It was far in the distance, nothing to worry about. Another one split the still morning and she rolled out of her sleeping bag and stood in the empty boxcar. The big sliding door was open a few feet, just enough to climb in and out, and she moved quietly over to it. Maria was on guard duty, sitting in the opening with a blanket wrapped around her, keeping an eye on the horses. They trusted the men and women who had hired them to do a job, but not enough to leave the horses without someone watching over them. They were too valuable. "Big gun," she said quietly. "Not too far distant from the sounds of it." "Da," Natasha said, and her breath hung in the frosty air. She was barefoot, wearing only a T-shirt over the body armor and a pair of shorts. She wasn't bothered by the temperature that was hovering around freezing. Maria was huddled in her heavy jacket, a knit hat, had a blanket wrapped around her, and was still cold. Andy was right. They needed the supplies, the cold weather gear and tents that the truckers had offered in trade. They didn't have many bullets, a few boxes of each that they were willing to part with, but at least Tanya's guns were deadly now. They weren't just fancy noisemakers. They'd even managed to get bulletproof vests for everyone. Someone had gone into a police station that had been abandoned since the storm and walked out with stacks of standard-issue body armor. The small sizes didn't fit any of the truckers, but were perfect for the four. Maria and Tanya dieted and worked out to stay petite. Natasha was only 16, and she'd been raised on reindeer meat and root plants. With the plentiful and rich variety of foods at the university, she'd filled out, wasn't quite so skinny, but was still barely over 100 pounds. Andy was tall and thin. His vest didn't cover his belly and lower back completely unless he hunched, but it was way better than nothing at all. Over dinner the previous evening, Tiny told them how the truckers had come up with a plan and moved quickly to implement it. There was a high-end gun shop in Manhattan, the only one for miles in any direction. By the dawn of the second day, when the lightning storm stopped, the truckers knew that help wasn't coming. They knew they'd been wrong to stay in the city and keep their appointments at the grocery warehouses. Some hadn't, They said the hell with it and left with their loads, then joined the endless miles of slow-moving cars on the freeway. They were willing to lose their jobs and probably get sued over the undelivered freight worth hundreds of thousands of dollars if the government was right, if there was nothing to worry about. The rest thought it could get bad, that things would get disrupted, but the new reports had been so convincing. They didn't fully trust them, but they just couldn't believe deep down in their hearts that the government would lie so blatantly. Those that lived through the lightning storm knew the planet had been hit hard, and they also knew recovery would be a long time coming. The few that thought they could walk home had loaded up rucks and left. There was a short time frame to get out before things got bad, before riots and looting broke out on a massive scale. The rest knew their best bet was to winter in New York and leave after the great die-off that was inevitable. They had plenty of food, but they'd need firepower to keep it, and they made it their top priority to hike over to the gun shop before things got bad. Like the area around the university, it wasn't an affluent neighborhood. People hadn't started smashing store windows yet. They were still waiting for help. Tiny had gone truck to truck at dawn as soon as the lightning had abated. A long line of them had double-parked under the elevated highway and had been protected from the worst of it. He knew the window of opportunity would be short. People would figure out real fast that they were on their own, and the gun store would be high on people's list of places to loot. Many of the truckers were veterans. They understood how bad it was going to get and knew they had to move fast. They traveled light, set a hard pace, and made it to Manhattan by 8 o'clock. The Beretta Gallery was in a squat stone building, tucked between De Beers Jewelers and a high-end clothing store on Madison Avenue. They catered to well-heeled customers, were in an exclusive neighborhood, but the bars on the front doors had already been torn away and people were hurrying in and out, their arms loaded with shotguns and rifles. The truckers acted quickly and worked as a team, with half of them grabbing guns and the others shoving boxes of ammunition into backpacks. They had the look of hard men and were the only ones carrying pistols. They didn't threaten anyone, but the brokers, bankers, and accountants moved out of their way. There were plenty of guns available. They weren't going to fight with men who looked like they were comfortable with violence. It took a lot longer to get back to their trucks as they were carrying heavy loads. They had more food than they could possibly eat, but didn't have a lot of other things they needed for the coming winter. Tiny organized a flea market, let the people living in the apartments nearby know they would barter for the things they wanted. With their superior firepower, they had maintained the peace and kept the thieves out of their trailers. Some of the rail cars had been loaded down with food, mostly noodles from overseas. They stashed what they needed in the building and set a guard before it was all taken. They wanted to move them near their headquarters. Deciding to turn the railroad offices into their home base, they'd started fortifying it and carrying the goods from their trucks to the upper levels. It was all brick, 4 stories high, and the top floor, the control room, was glass-sided. It made for a great observation spot. They could see anyone coming as soon as they entered the rail yard. Maria dickered with them over every item they wanted, but once they'd agreed on a price, how much gear and food they would get in exchange for moving the rail cars, Natasha had shown them how she wanted to do it. They had spent the rest of the afternoon building harnesses out of thick ratchet straps, scavenged from various rail cars and trucks. She had used bolts to hold everything together, then carefully wrapped rags around the heads to help protect the horses. It was a fairly simple design, not particularly comfortable for the horses, but it was strong and wouldn't break. Andy yawned and stretched loudly from the far end of the boxcar, and they heard Tanya moving around in the dimness. "Can someone call room service?" Andy asked. "I want hot cinnamon rolls and hot chocolate. And somebody run me a hot bath, please." "Smokey just dropped some hot horse apples," Maria said. "You want some of those?" "What's a horse apple?" he asked. "Sounds good." Tanya and Maria started laughing, and even Natasha smiled. "I'll get you some," she said. "They're still steaming hot." "Yummy," he said, then stopped. "Wait a minute. Why would Smokey be dropping—" "Oh, I get it. You guys are gross. I could already taste them. They sounded so good." The girls laughed even harder as they got dressed, and were still breaking out into occasional snickers minutes later as they rolled up their gear and got everything ready if they had to leave in a hurry. Andy ignored them and their suggestions that they might taste better with chocolate drizzles or yellow glazed frosting from Pancho. "You guys are just wrong in the head," he said, when he hopped out of the car and went looking for real breakfast. The truckers said they made a community meal every morning at the railroad building, and the kids were welcome to share with them. The others followed. The horses would be safe in the daylight. They could see them easily enough where they had them tied. Thick black smoke churned up into the sky about a half-mile away. A fresh new fire had gotten started somehow. It wasn't a concern, it was too far away. The fires had been numerous in the beginning, but they rarely crossed streets. Whole blocks might go up in flames, but the fires would burn themselves out when they couldn't traverse the asphalt. Many of the drivers were already gathered at the long tables, nearly 30 men, half as many women and 3 kids. Andy was already digging into a plate of biscuits and chipped beef. One of the trucks had been a reefer unit, and with the cool days and cold nights, the frozen foods hadn't thawed. As much as they dreaded the harsh cold, they were hoping for a few nights of freezing weather soon. There was a lot of meat they were trying to keep from going bad. The 3 boys ran over when the girls walked in and grabbed their hands to drag them to their table, where Andy was already halfway finished with his plate. They'd been promised a horse ride if they helped make the harnesses and get the train cars ready to move. They had run all over the rail yard, looking for big, wide yellow straps and collecting the right-sized bolts. Xander was the oldest, maybe 10 or 12, and he'd been put in charge of gathering the bolts that held the harnesses together. The train wheels were locked. Like the semi-trucks, they had air brakes. Without the locomotive to provide an air supply, the brakes automatically engaged when disconnected from the engine. It was an arduous process to adjust each wheel, to cage the brakes and release them. One of the upsides was when the drivers adjusted the bolts, one of them from each wheel, they were just the right size to hold the harnesses together. He, Jace, and Jax made sure they found every one that was dropped and ran them back to Andy, who was poking the holes and working the bolts through the webbing of the straps. The boys lived with their parents full-time on the road. Mama homeschooled them as they crossed the country in the oversized rig, and if they were studying the Grand Canyon or the Statue of Liberty or Niagara Falls, then their father made sure he booked a load in that direction so they could see it for themselves, not just learn from a book. With plates piled high, the girls sat down to eat, and talk immediately turned to the rail cars and if the horses would be enough to move them. They were taking from a long line of empties, but they were still heavy, about 80,000 pounds. That was as much as a full-loaded tractor-trailer, but with everyone's help, Tiny seemed to think they could do it. They had almost been able to move one just by gathering everyone together and pushing. Now, with the horses and the extra harnesses they had made for the men, everyone was confident. Today, they would get their fortress fortified, and none too soon. People were still civil. The truckers had guns, but there had been more and more arguing over how much food their trade goods were getting over the last few days. The drivers had been insisting they were almost out. The supplies were nearly gone, but people they'd never seen before had been arriving. Word had spread, and now that all the other sources were depleted, more people were showing up. If they were going to save back enough to keep themselves alive over the winter, they had to shut the flea market down and get their own supplies safely secured. With the firm hand of Tanya moving the horses into place, and the familiar hands of their riders strapping the strange new contraptions on them, they let themselves be harnessed, and within a few minutes understood the task. Natasha had fashioned them so the horses were in a single line, pulling from between the rails, where the footing was the most level, and they had the cross ties to dig their hooves against. In addition, long double-strength harnesses were attached to each corner of the car, and loops had been bolted into them for men to slip over their shoulders so they could use their full body strength. "You boys checked the tracks?" Tanya asked the kids, and all 3 nodded. "Do it again, just to be sure. If you miss one, it can break a horse's ankle. You don't want that, do you?" They shook their heads and started down the tracks again, looking for any rocks or debris bigger than their little fists. The men shrugged into the harnesses and got the straps positioned. The women were standing by with 4x4s to toss on the tracks to stop the car, and the men had all practiced swinging out from in front and running around to the side in order to pull the other direction. They didn't have a lot of room from where they had to switch tracks before they ran into another set of parked cars. They were loaded with giant rolls of paper from a mill, and they couldn't even guess the weight. They'd be impossible to move, but easy enough to smash into if the empty car got rolling and they couldn't get it stopped. They didn't need the horses to get crushed. "All clear," Xander called from the switch point, and Tanya nudged Hot Sauce forward. Once they had pressure on the straps, the horsemen raised their voices and urged their animals to pull. "Yep, yep," Natasha shouted as she stood beside Smoky and tugged. The men to either side of them leaned hard into the webbing, and muscles bulged as they grunted, set their feet, and strained. Half of them stumbled in surprise when the car lurched forward, and they had to hurry to keep up. Once it started moving, it rolled easily. "Swing out!" Tiny yelled out after they passed the halfway point. "Let's get this thing slowed down!" Their braking system of pulling in the opposite direction didn't work quite as well. It took a lot more grunting and swearing to get it stopped. While a couple of men forced the track switch over, the horsemen moved the animals from one end of the car to the other, got the harnesses hooked up again, and 5 minutes later they were easing the car to a stop in the position where they wanted it. The rest of the day went smoothly, and by early afternoon they had all the boxcars in position and took a break to eat an early dinner. "You sure we can't convince you to hang around?" Tiny asked them as they were finishing up. "Plenty of room for you. We'd be happy to have you. Those horses would come in handy for some of the other projects we have planned. We want to pull off a bunch of those sliding doors and fill in the areas between the cars. Use them to build a fence like." The four grew wary, and he sensed the change. He threw up his hands and shook his head. "Hey, nothing like that. We'd never try to take what's yours. That's not who we are. I'm just saying, we put you up for the winter. You helped us. We'll help you."
"Thank you, honey," Tanya said. "I know y'all mean well, but you helped us too. We've got ammo for our guns and some warm winter gear. Besides, we couldn't stay if we wanted. There's nothing for the horses to eat, and this gravel's rough on their poor feet. And we really do have a long way to go."
"You really leaving?"
Jax asked.
"Biscuit can have some of my food. I'd share."
"Me too," yelled Jace.
"I'll feed Smokey every day, I promise,"
Xander added helpfully.
"That's awful thoughtful of you boys," Tanya said. "But horses can't eat people food. They'll get sick. Where we're going, they'll have lots of grain and hay to eat."
They finished the meal and gave the boys their promised ride on the horses, then spent the rest of the daylight hours working on their own gear and figuring out the best way to pack their new supplies. A poorly tied bedroll or tent could work loose and chafe the horses or fall off. Andy had traded some of his cookies for masks and gave them to each of the girls. They looked at them dubiously. "Come on, they're cool," he insisted. "They're Ghostface from Call of Duty." They were unconvinced as they examined the plastic masks that only covered the face. They were hard like a hockey goalie's mask, but were black with tinted eyes and a white stylized skull painted on them. "Look," he said, and slipped his on and adjusted the straps. "We're going up north. These will protect your face from the wind and the cold. The eyepieces are huge so they don't restrict your vision, and they'll strike fear into anyone we see."
"Might strike people with fits of uncontrollable laughter," Maria said, but they were pretty neat.
Andy was right. Since it was plastic, it couldn't get wet and freeze to her face. She was dreading the Maine winter weather, and if it would help keep her warm, she was all for it. The peacefulness of the area was deceiving, and as they added straps and experimented with the best tie-downs, they talked quietly, discussing the chances of the truckers surviving the winter. None of them were from a big city, and they had an inherent distrust of large numbers of desperate people crammed into a tiny area. The truckers were setting up in a rail yard on the edge of an industrial district, probably one of the least populated parts of the city, but they'd had to trade to get the things they needed. Too many people knew they had truckloads of food, and when they got desperate, they would try to take it,
They have good plan, Natasha said. They know what is coming. They prepare for war. Railroad offices like Castle, very strong. If they don't run out of bullets, I think they will last.
We're set up pretty good now, Andy said, as he tucked the tiny camp stove into a pocket on the saddlebag. If we can get out of the city, we'll be okay. Things haven't gone full Mad Max yet.
Yet, Maria said. But they will. Nobody is starving yet. Right now, normal, everyday people are still holding out hope, still being nice to each other. I heard them talking at the flea market. They are wondering what is taking the government so long to help, why the army isn't here, and why the police aren't on duty. They haven't figured out yet that they're on their own. I heard that same kind of talk, Tanya said. They're in for a rude awakening. Right now, only the criminals are acting crazy and doing whatever they want. That won't last long, though. I think soon everyone will be a criminal. Everyone will be willing to fight or kill over food.
It's so depressing, Andy said. By the time they figure it out, it's too late. Where will they go? How will they get there? They'll be too weak to walk out.
It's old story, and this happened many times, Natasha said. People are cruel and ugly when they are desperate. Famine has been with us always, but now it will be the worst the world has ever seen. No one knows how to plant garden. No nation can help other nation. Everyone must make their own food, and most don't know how. I think in 1 year, most of the world will be dead. Only primitive peoples in jungles and farmers far from the cities will survive.
I don't think it'll get that bad, Tanya said.
People can live on fish, and there's plenty of food in the ocean. We used to go net fishing in the Gulf. It was easy to catch them.
And there's plenty of wild game, Andy said. Antelope and rabbits and deer, not to mention the millions of cows. People used to live off the land 100 years ago. We can do it again.
I agree, Natasha said. But before that happens, most of the people will die. America has 2 kinds of cattle farms. Small ones with 10 or 20 cows, and hungry neighbors will kill them. Big ones with thousands of cows that must be fed and watered every day. They will die when the grain is gone. Hunting wild game isn't a long-term option. There will be 10,000 hungry people hunting for 1,000 deer. They will kill them all, and then there will be no more to hunt. I don't think there is much fish left alive near shore, only in deep water. Lightning was striking oceans and lakes and rivers. Anywhere it hit, it killed everything. Only far from cities will there be a chance to survive.
Man, you're just a bright ray of sunshine, Andy grumped.
Well, that's where we're headed, right? Maria asked. The backside of nowhere, far from the cities? We'll be fine when we get there. Yes, Natasha said. Easy living, but we must get there first.
Chapter 5 Hunts Point Day 10 6 a.m. Connor hurried past the bodies still lying in the street and spared a look towards Rikers. He could see for blocks, and so far there was no one coming. No orange-clad army running toward them. That didn't mean they weren't on the way. They'd had time to make at least one trip across the river and drop off boatloads of cons. Maybe they were waiting for more. They thought the warehouse was heavily fortified, and the men were well armed. They didn't know everything had gone to hell because of one traitorous piece of crap. His biggest regret was not finding Liam, not putting a bullet between his eyes, but there had been no time to search for him. Didn't matter. He'd left a little present for him and the convicts both. Mickey had his horse saddled and waiting. The rest of his trusted few were either already mounted or tying down saddlebags and bedrolls.
"Let's go!"
he yelled.
"You can see a mile up and down these streets, and they have rifles. If they spot us, we're dead."
Some of Halston's crew were hurrying to catch up. They'd been the last ones out of the warehouse, some of them actually digging through the shelves of booze to find their favorite brands.
"Follow me!"
Halston yelled. He was already 2 blocks up with some of his men, and didn't wait to see if anyone did. He jerked the former police horse around and kicked her ribs, setting off at a gallop.
"Go!"
Connor yelled.
"He's got the maps. Don't lose him."
Some of Halston's crew were arguing over the horses. A few of the boys were going to have to double up, and nobody wanted it. Connor ignored them. If one of them was bold enough to try to grab his reins, he'd put a bullet in his head. He was just about sick and tired of them already. He moved over to the warehouse, his horse stepping nimbly over the bodies, and pulled out his Zippo. He'd tipped over the shelves that had been stacked with hundreds of bottles of booze. Even on the street, the place reeked of alcohol. He lit the rag stuffed into the bottle of Everclear and hurled it through the open door into the spreading puddle. There was a whoosh of heat as the glass shattered and vapors ignited. Connor gigged his horse and was riding hard before the first curls of flames could be seen flicking out of the door. Once they were a few blocks over and a few blocks up, they slowed the horses to a trot, but kept putting distance between them and the cloud of black smoke roiling up from the warehouse. They rode all day, stopping to water the horses or let them rest, and graze in grassy areas when they found them. They didn't have trouble. The group was too big and too well armed with 18 horses and at least one gun for every rider. They followed Route 95 north, keeping to the grass as much as they could, and moved out of the high-rises and massive apartment complexes into the suburbs. They switched the doubled-up riders every mile or so to let the horses have a break, and Connor kept searching for any signs of organized recovery efforts. Some military or FEMA trucks. Anything to let him know that the whole nation hadn't collapsed, only the inner city had. There was nothing to see except empty roads, stalled cars, and an occasional figure darting across the freeway to get out of sight. It was a chilly day, and he saw smoke from fires, but it looked like the people had already looted whatever they could and had hunkered down to ride it out. Those that were going to leave had already moved on to wherever they thought was a better place to be. They made it about 15 miles before it started getting dark, then got off the highway. The exit ramp for Mamaroneck put them on a road with an industrial area to their right and tightly packed housing to their left. There had been a bridge across the Sheldrake River on the road that led to the warehouse district, but it was collapsed. The remains of a tanker truck was crumpled in the creek. The lightning had struck it, set it ablaze, and vegetation on both sides of the stream were blackened and burned for as far as they could see. A river of fire had flowed downstream, leaving a path of destruction and killing any of the fish that the lightning had spared. They dismounted and stretched, rubbed at sore thighs, and moved above the ruins of the truck to let the horses drink from the slow-moving creek. "The water must be good," someone said. "The horses don't have a problem with it." "I wouldn't drink it," Willie said. "Could be dead bodies in it just around the bend. If your water bottles are empty, find a house with a pool and fill it from it. The chlorine will kill the germs." Some of the horses, the ones they'd taken from the campus, seemed to be having a hard time, and a few were visibly limping. They'd been ridden mercilessly for days, and even though they'd slowed the pace, they could have done some damage. Nobody knew much of anything about horses, and they didn't know if letting them rest for a few days would help or not. "There's got to be a vet around here somewhere," Halston complained. "Even a dog and cat vet knows something about horses. They have to learn it at school, don't they?" "I saw a sign for a used bookstore a little ways back," Fiona said. "Maybe they have some horse care books." "It's worth a look-see," Connor said. "If we're doing something wrong, not taking care of them proper, we aren't going to have them for long." "We'll scout the area," Willie said. "See if it's a good place to hole up for the night." He and Mickey waded across the creek, took the first side road, and were facing a row of warehouses, not unlike the buildings they'd stayed in on Hunt's Point. After walking a few blocks in each direction and finding no signs of life, they returned and told Connor what they'd seen. "Nobody around," Mickey said. "No houses, no stores, just a bunch of small businesses, repair shops and the like." "We'll stay for the night then," Connor said, and led his mare across the shallow stream. "We need to take a day to rest the horses. We can walk down to the bookstore in the morning." "We don't have time to take a day off," Halston said. "They're going to get too far ahead." "We'll never catch 'em if the horses die on us," Connor said. "Keep moving if you want. My crew are going to take a day. Let these horses rest up. I don't want to walk out of here. We've got at least 100 miles to go before we're out of the boondocks, clear from any cities." Halston glared at the back of his head and shook out another OxyContin. He only had half a bottle left and would have to find some other painkiller when they ran out. His crew started following the gangster across the water. They knew he was right. Part of Connor knew the kid wouldn't ride off on his own and was glad for it, and another part of him didn't care if they followed or not. He half hoped the one-eyed boy would take his frat boys and leave. His crew was big enough to scare off any would-be attackers. Maybe. The kid was unhinged. He was full of hate and rage at the girl who had disfigured his face, but the more Connor got to know him, the more he'd figured he'd deserved it. All of his careful plans had gone awry in the last few days. His stash of food and supplies were gone. His fortified warehouse, where they could survive the winter in relative comfort, was lost. Most of his crew had been killed, and the hair of John the Baptist had slipped away from him. He wrapped his hand around the little metal canister that held the splinter and tried to draw strength from it. His run of bad luck had happened when he'd been away from it. Now that he had it back, things were going as well as they could, he supposed. It had kept Fiona alive. He was grateful for that, and she'd made it pretty clear she was grateful for him rescuing her. He'd have to get himself cleaned up when they stopped for the night. He knew he smelled of smoke and sweat. Maybe she'd show him a little appreciation later on when the sun went down. He smiled. The splinter was bringing him luck again, and when he got the braid, things could only get better. He'd catch up to the Russian girl, he just knew it. Like the boy had said, there were only a few routes they could take to avoid the cities, and if it took him a month to find them, so be it. Every mile he put between him and New York was a mile closer to finding a place where they could live, maybe thrive again. He had to get out of the populated areas, had to get out to where the big farms and huge swaths of national forest were. By hook or by crook, he was pretty sure they'd stand a chance in the country. In the report he'd paid for in gold, one of the studies predicted 60% of the people in densely populated areas would be dead within a month. At first he thought the number had been kind of high, but after what he'd seen in the past week, he was starting to believe it was low. The food wasn't the big issue, not immediately anyway. It was water and disease. The rivers were choked with bloating corpses. If you drank from any of them, you'd probably die. There weren't any doctors or medicine. Getting the trots or food poisoning could be the end of you. Every street they'd ridden stank of raw sewage. People were dumping buckets of waste out of their windows. He'd seen rats everywhere, and he knew they were feasting on the dead. None of his crew were survivalists, or even knew how to grow a garden. Nobody had ever been hunting, and most of them had never fired a gun until last week. He had no illusions. He knew they wouldn't be able to live off the land like they did on those survival shows. They would need to join an established group, some community of farmers or something. He was glad he had Willie with him. He'd learned a lot in the army and was full of wisdom that he hadn't considered, like refilling their water bottles from a swimming pool. He'd have to send some guys out to look for houses with pools tomorrow. They would have chlorine tablets, and Willie would know how much of one to use to make a bottle of water safe. He doubted they'd find many houses with pools once they got into the country, but the tablets would be easy to carry. They decided to hole up at a landscaping service. It was a low, flat building that hadn't been struck by lightning, and the back area was fenced. There were piles of tree branches and grass clippings in the beds of some of the trucks, and the horses seemed content to munch on them. Connor claimed the main office as his because it had a beat-up leather sofa. Way better than sleeping on the floor. It wasn't dark yet, and once they had the horses unsaddled, the men started wandering off in different directions to see if they could find any cushions to sleep on or snack machines that hadn't been broken into at some of the other businesses.
"If I can find a pot, I'm going to get a fire going and boil some water," Carmen declared. "I could use a hot sponge bath." "Me too," Fiona said. "I'll help you look. I need to find a hammer and chisel or something to get this chain off." "That would be heaven," Carla said. "I'll gather some wood and get a fire going."
Connor had some concerns about a fire. He didn't want to draw any attention to themselves, but they had numbers and guns. He figured they'd be okay. There was still smoke curling up here and there from fires that had been smoldering for a week. Willie posted a guard roster, and everyone went to sleep early. They were sore from riding, and they'd be walking all day tomorrow to get back to the bookstore and find a house with a swimming pool. Chapter 6. Hunts Point Rail Yard. Day 11, 5 a.m. Natasha had last watch and spent much of the time carefully packing her gear. The horses were priceless, and they didn't trust anyone else to keep an eye on them. There was no need to walk the perimeter or keep a lookout from the top of a rail car, because Tiny had roving guards. Most of the food was bulky, cans and boxes, and she stripped everything down to the smallest packages. They would eat the soups first to get rid of the bulk and weight, and every day the saddlebags would get a little lighter. None of the trucks had been loaded with freeze-dried goods. That would have made things a lot easier. They could have carried 3 times the food in half the space. She'd been wearing the bulletproof vest from the moment Andy presented it to her, getting used to the weight and fit and the way it felt. She liked the mask, too. It hid her face, the fact that she was a girl. Men automatically assumed a girl was more timid and probably wouldn't shoot them. With the skull mask, they wouldn't know what she was. She woke the others a few hours before sunrise. They shivered in the dark as they hurried to dress and roll their sleeping mats and thick winter bags into a tight bedroll. Even Andy hopped up quickly. He was getting used to getting up at the ass-crack of dawn, as he called it. That, and he didn't want to feel Natasha's boot urging him along. They had slept with their bridles in their bags and tucked them under their jackets to keep them warm, so they wouldn't be a shock to the horses' teeth. Their breath hung in clouds as they rubbed their mounts and buckled on saddles and harnesses. Tiny came over as they were strapping down the last of their gear. "It's been a quiet night," he said. "Haven't heard any gunfire in the last couple hours." "Let's hope all the thugs have gone to bed," Andy said. "We should be out of the worst part of the city before dawn. We're hoping the suburbs won't be so bad."
"Say goodbye to everyone for us,"
Tanya said, as she adjusted her guns.
"Y'all really helped us out. Thanks again."
"Yeah, will do. You kids be careful. And if it looks too rough, you're always welcome back here." Maria reached up and gave him a hug. Andy shook his hand. Then they followed Tanya as she walked her horse out of the rail yard. "You take care of them," he told Natasha. "If anyone can get them through this, I think it's you."
"Duh," she said. "I will teach them to be wolves."
Tiny watched until they disappeared into the shadows under the elevated freeway, then turned back to the rail building. They still had a lot of work to do, and he was feeling a sense of urgency. Tensions had been high when they shut down the flea market. A lot of people were complaining and demanding they share. It may have been a mistake to try to help, but they'd passed out tons of food in exchange for blankets and beds and construction supplies. He hoped the people would be grateful for what they had and not mount an attack, but he'd be ready for it if they did. He didn't want to shoot anyone for trying to get food, but he would. It wasn't his job to save the world, and if he gave everything away, his people would be starving along with the rest of Brooklyn. He had a feeling they'd be hauling bodies to the river before long. They walked the horses for a half-mile or so to warm them before climbing into the saddles. The slash on Tanya's ankle was healing up nicely, and her limp was barely noticeable. After seeing the unrest and anger of the people in Brooklyn, they decided the freeways were the safest way to travel. The mood of the city had changed in the 2 days they'd spent at the rail yard. Maybe people were finally starting to realize they were on their own. The streets were a lot more dangerous as people hunted for food, but all the cars and semi-trucks had already been looted on the highway. They passed through the neighborhoods unnoticed, separated from the apartment buildings by concrete barriers and fences. Even if someone saw them from a rooftop, by the time they made it to the road, they could be long gone. Tanya set a brisk pace and stopped every few hours if they spotted a pond or easy access to a stream. They gave the horses a small handful of grain and let them graze as they kept a watchful eye out for danger, for anyone approaching. The groups of refugees that passed had given up searching through cars. They were moving as fast as they could, getting out before things got worse. They pulled suitcases on wheels or pushed shopping carts. Some rode bicycles with little trailers. No one spoke to them, but all eyes followed engaged. They kept their guns at the ready and watched each group warily until they were out of sight.
"We're making good time," Maria said, as she looked at the tourist map and marked off the last exit ramp they passed. "We've already come about 10 miles. We'll make it to Connecticut by the end of the day."
Tanya finished double-checking the wraps on the horses' ankles and watched as each of them roamed from spot to spot, searching out the tastiest grasses. They had seen a small lake and made their way to it through a section of blown-apart sound barrier wall. There was a lot of rubble strewn around where a jackknife truck had plowed into it.
The horses are doing good, a little better than I expected, to tell the truth, Tanya said. They've adjusted pretty quick. I think a few more 20-mile days, and then we can start pushing them a little farther, especially once we get out into the country a little bit. I think it'll be safe to hit the back roads and let them run in the grass. I think we'll get there a lot quicker than we thought. All the stuff we got from the truckers will make a big difference. If we can keep a 20-mile-a-day pace, we'll be there before Christmas.
That would be nice, Andy said, and watched as a flock of birds took flight from the treetops. Hey, Tasha, what do you Nenets eat for Christmas? Do you have turkey and ham?
Get horses, let's go,
Natasha said, and brought her gun up, aiming it at the wood line.
What's up?
Maria asked, and dropped her hand to her pistol.
Go,
Natasha said, as she grabbed Smokey's reins and started running with him back to the opening in the wall.
Hold it,
a man yelled, as he and two others burst through the brush and started sprinting toward them.
Don't move.
Natasha aimed one hand with the AK and sent a short burst of full auto fire at the closest one. They dove for the ground, then fumbled with their rifles to bring them up. A glance showed her they weren't running. They hadn't been scared off. She let go of the reins, dropped to a knee and took aim, sent 2 rounds into the first man, and moved the barrel to the next. He screamed in agony. Both bullets tore into his shoulder, tumbled through his body, and exited below his rib cage. The other men pulled triggers but were too busy scrambling for cover to aim. Natasha put 2 more rounds into one of them as he dove for the bushes and sent him somersaulting and spewing blood. Tanya flew past her on hot sauce, riding low in the saddle with a stainless pistol in her hand. The big colt bucked 3 times as she thundered past a last man running for the trees and trying to aim his gun behind him. His body spun as the rifle flew into the brush. The impact of the 3 bullets slamming into him lifted him into the air, and he fell into a heap at the feet of a wide-eyed, red-haired woman.
Don't!
Andy yelled as Natasha ran toward her. She had her pistol out and was about to finish the job of killing everyone that had attacked them.
She's not armed. She doesn't have a gun.
She is with them,
Natasha said, but hesitated when she started to squeeze the trigger.
I didn't know they were going to attack you,
the woman cried, her faint Irish accent more pronounced in her fear.
We heard the horses. I thought we were only going to have a look, maybe ask you some questions. We have horses, too.
She held up the books clutched in her shaking hands, A Beginner's Guide to Horse Care, The Hunter's Handbook, Edible Plants of New England, and a few others. Maria rode up, ready to join the fight, but it was over. Only one of the men was still moaning softly, but not for long. He was bleeding out fast.
If you only wanted to have a look, why did you start shooting?
Tanya asked in anger, revulsion at what she'd done starting to wash over her.
If you want to talk, you shout a hello. You don't run at people with guns.
I don't know why they... She started and broke off. Tears had filled her eyes, and when she looked down, blood was pooling around her boot.
I don't know. The boy said you were who they were looking for, and they took off. I just wanted to ask you about horses. We don't know anything about them.
The moaning man managed to turn himself over and stare at the sky. He didn't want to die face down in the dirt. The pain was gone, and he was feeling lightheaded. He didn't even remember what had happened or who had shot him, but he knew he was fading fast. He knew he'd be gone in a few minutes, and wanted to spend it watching the clouds.
"That's Barry,"
Maria gasped, and covered her mouth. "You're with Halston?" Andy asked. "You have the university horses?"
"She must die,"
Natasha said, and raised her gun again.
"No!"
Andy shouted, and grabbed at her arm.
"You can't kill somebody in cold blood. That's not self-defense. That's murder."
"She will tell them,"
Natasha said, flicking his hand away.
"They will know where we are." "I won't say anything,"
Fiona said.
"I promise. I'll make up a story about what happened. I won't tell."
Natasha's eyes were cold as she held the gun steady on the woman's face and fought an internal battle. A wolf wouldn't hesitate. A wolf would have already ripped her throat out. All eyes were on her, everyone paralyzed in the moment. She had pressure on the trigger. Just a little more, and Halston would never know they were so close. Just a quick squeeze, and the threat would be gone. Halston and the men he'd partnered up with would probably never find the bodies, let alone know who killed them. She finally lowered the gun, slipping it into her holster. She knew she might regret it, but Andy was right. She couldn't kill an unarmed woman.
"We must go," she said. "Halston Raleigh is close. She will tell them, and we must be far from here."
"I won't," Fiona said, but they didn't believe her. Natasha took a minute to strip the dead man of any bullets they had and toss their guns to the others. The gorge rose in her throat when she had to move guts away from one of them with her boot to get to the spare magazine, but she made sure her face was rigid and composed when she turned to get Smokey. Their deaths were disturbing, but she understood that if she hadn't killed them, they would have killed her, and she valued her life more than theirs. It was that simple.
"Thank you,"
the red-headed woman said quietly as she passed her.
"Will you betray us?"
Natasha asked, her back to her.
"Will you tell them where to find us?"
"They are already hunting you," the woman said.
"But I won't tell them I saw you today. This I swear."
Natasha nodded once, then swung into the saddle. They needed to move fast and get off the freeway. They would have to change the route they'd planned on following. The first break in the sound barrier on the opposite side of the highway was up a rocky embankment. They dismounted, led the horses, and disappeared into a neighborhood of older homes, with small yards on meandering subdivision roads. They kept the horses at a trot for miles, walked them for a while, and did it again. They maintained a steady pace all day, only stopping to water the horses. Once they got on the Hutchinson River Parkway, they could ride in the median most of the time. It was a wide, grassy strip, and they kept putting miles between them and Halston's gang. Their biggest problem now was the lack of a map. The tourist maps they picked up in Queens didn't cover anything so far north.
"Look!"
Tanya pointed. Evening was coming quick, and they were keeping an eye out for likely spots to camp for the night. They had been passing through a thick wooded area for the past mile or so, and were looking for a way to get down into it. The horses couldn't step over the guardrail, and there was a steep angle on the other side, too risky to have them jump it, not if they could avoid it. They saw it in the fading light. In the distance they could make out a damaged cupola atop a large barn. It had been struck by lightning, and the shingled roof was singed, but the structure was whitewashed wood and stone, a well-built barn that looked 100 years old. It had only taken the one strike to the weather vane, but the house hadn't been so lucky. A towering oak tree in the yard had been hit, split down the middle, and had crushed most of it. Fire had finished it off, and there wasn't much left except the tumbled stone chimney and parts of the foundation. They looked both ways to see if there was anyone on the freeway, any travelers that might see where they were going. The road was empty except for the abandoned cars. They galloped the horses down the off-ramp, hurrying to get out of sight before someone came around a bend, someone that might decide to wait until they were asleep, then try to sneak up on them. There were corrals and riding pens, and when they got closer, a sign hung over the driveway. The old farmstead had been converted to a boarding facility that gave riding lessons. They moved to the trees that lined the driveway, sat their horses, and watched for any sign of movement. Anyone coming from the road that may have seen them or any sound of animals in the barn. After a long wait, they saw and heard nothing.
"I think whoever lived here has moved on or died in the fire," Maria said.
"I'll check barn," Natasha said.
"Wait here."
She rode up to it, pistol in hand, then disappeared inside. She waved to them a few minutes later, and they hurried forward to get situated before it got completely dark. It smelled of horses, but the animals were gone. The group had been unusually quiet all afternoon, the events at the creek playing through their minds as they second-guessed themselves and wondered if they had done the right thing. The silence continued as they unsaddled the horses, found hoof picks and brushes in the tack room, and spent some time with them, checking hooves and backs, making sure nothing was amiss. They'd ridden about 15 miles, not a lot, and the horses hadn't complained, but it was the farthest any of them had gone in a day, and they each had overloaded saddlebags and bedrolls strapped to them. They found grain, replenished the bags they'd gotten from the conservatory in Queens, put some out for the horses, then laid their sleeping bags out on beds of straw. Andy fired up the little cook stove, and they started heating up the bulkiest items from their bags, a can of soup for each. The mood was somber, but they were still thinking about the lives they'd taken that day.
"I have a walk,"
Natasha said, and slipped out into the darkness. That could mean anything with her. Tanya knew her best, and she couldn't tell what the girl was thinking half the time. She might be looking for a sniper hide, searching for some wild edible plant, or going to the bathroom.
"I feel bad about Barry," Maria said. "Why are they still chasing us? Why didn't they go back to the campus?" "I killed a man today," Tanya said. "I shot him 3 times. I didn't have to do that. He was running away. Maybe he had kept running. And maybe he would have hidden behind a tree and then blew you out of the saddle. He was shooting at you," Maria said. "And if they didn't want trouble, they shouldn't have asked for it."
"At least you did something. I didn't even pull my gun," Andy said, and listlessly stirred his soup. He didn't have an appetite.
"You didn't use gun because you were afraid,"
Natasha said, as she came in from the cold. The others looked at their food. They'd been thinking it, but would never voice it. Andy was their friend, and one didn't say such things to friends. Natasha had no such compunction. She always spoke plainly. "I know," Andy said, and hung his head. "I'm a coward."
"No," Natasha insisted. "Not coward. When we were in Garden Place the first day we left university, when Crazy Leon pointed gun at us, you stepped in front of me. You put your life in danger to protect me. You would have taken bullet for me."
"That doesn't count," Andy said morosely. "He didn't have a gun. He had a broomstick."
"This is true," Natasha said. "But you didn't know that. You were very brave, Andy Baker. You were afraid, but not coward. Big difference."
"Yeah, but you guys did something. You acted. You shot back. You didn't just stand there like an idiot."
"Didn't shoot back," Natasha said. "I shot first."
They looked at her. They'd been hurrying to get their horses when she'd shouted the warning, told them to go. They hadn't seen the first few seconds of the fight. She pulled her can of soup off the burner and tested it to see if it was hot enough, ignoring their questioning eyes.
"Do you think we would be here, eating warm food, talking to each other if I had not?" she asked. "What do you think would happen if they told us to drop guns and we did? What would Houston Raleigh do to Tanya or Maria? I think you and I would be dead, Andy."
"She's right," Tanya said.
"We might have reacted different than you because we're girls, Andy. We know what men like that'll do to us. It's ingrained. Our parents have been warning us about bad men with bad intentions since we were babies." "Totally," Maria added. "It's been on my mind since that first day. Remember when Houston said he could drag me upstairs, let everyone take their turn raping me, then toss me out the window? He was our classmate, supposedly a good guy from a good family. He turned into a monster after only 1 day. I think about all these other people out here. It's been almost 2 weeks with no law, no police, and no consequences for anything you do. I'm afraid for everybody now." "Yeah, look at us," Tanya said. "If things were ordinary, we'd be sitting in jail right now, not camping out in an abandoned barn. We've killed 3 people.
5, Natasha corrected. They all looked at her again, eyes widening. 5? Andy asked.
"On President Roosevelt Island," Natasha said. "Men tried to kill me. I killed them first. We live in New World now. You must understand, Andy Baker. You must not be afraid to make mistake. If someone sneaks up on you, if someone does not make it very clear he wants no trouble, then he is threat. You must be swift and relentless. You must be wary of everyone, even those with hands in air and smile on face."
They talked for a while longer, working things out in their minds and coming to terms with how things were. They'd known of the danger. They'd been thinking about it for days, but until they'd watched the men die, until they'd pulled the trigger in anger, It hadn't really sunk in. They'd shot people, watched them bleed out, left a witness alive, then rode off. No 911 call, no arrest, no consequences. They didn't even try to hide the bodies.
"I can teach you things I learned in school," Natasha said. "All students must take military training. We are drilled in squad tactics, hand signals, how to move under fire, things like that. If you want, I show you."
"They have guns at school?" Maria asked.
"Of course,"
Natasha said.
"Real guns with bullets and everything?"
"Yes," Andy interrupted. "I need to learn. I think we all do." They agreed. It was a scary new world. Chapter 7. Landscaping Warehouse, Mamaroneck, New York. Day 12, 4 a.m. Connor jumped up from the floor, instantly awake. The crack of a rifle had woke him up from a deep sleep. Fiona was on the couch. It wasn't big enough for two. He'd slept fully dressed with his boots on, and grabbed the AK as he joined others walking up and running to defend from the attack. There weren't any more shots, just that one, and he was already starting to doubt what he'd heard. It had been loud and sounded close. Mickey was in the doorway of the landscape business, staring out into the darkness, trying to spot other shooters. "Who fired? We under attack?" Connor asked, as he slid to a halt. "Not sure," Mickey said. "Came from the woods behind the building." "You think it's the same guys that killed Barry? They're trying to draw us out?" Halston asked, as he pulled up behind them, zipping up his jacket. "Doubt it," Willie Sweeney said, as he came around the corner of the building. "That attack was a few miles away, and they hit them hard. Showed no mercy and stole the guns. I think these guys just want to send a message that we need to be moving along. We're not welcome in their neighborhood." "By firing one random shot?" Halston asked. "Not a very strong message." "Strong enough to let them know they can hit us any time they want and there's nothing we can do about it," Willie replied. "And they let us know they have a crack shot with a good scope. One of the horses is dead. Center mass to the head with a big caliber. Dropped like a rock." "That just tells me they're dumb," Halston said. "A better message would have been to shoot the guard." "No," Connor said. "Tells me they're smart. If they would have shot one of our men, we might have been pissed off enough to try to hunt them down, get revenge." "Tells us they're hungry," Mickey said. "They probably have sentries out watching the highway and saw us come off of it. They know we're already overloaded and doubling up riders. We don't have the room to butcher that horse and take the meat. Don't have time either. We know they can hit us from the shadows. We can't take days to build fires and smoke the meat, so it'll keep." Connor cursed. Mickey was right. "I hate this fucking new world," he said, and went back to the office. He doubted if he'd get any more sleep, but it was hours until dawn. He'd try. "Well, at least it was a lame one," Halston said later that morning as they were packing to go. "That was lucky." "Or methodically planned out with surgical precision," Willie said as he looked at the dead horse. It hadn't been the easiest shot. The animal had been away from the fence line and half hidden behind a truck. "They're watching us. They knew which one to drop, which one was injured, the one we wouldn't get too worked up about." "I think you give 'em too much credit," Halston said. "I don't think you give 'em enough," Willie replied, but let it drop. The frat boy was insufferable sometimes. He thought he knew everything. If he had to guess, he'd say it was a small group with only one gun between them. An experienced hunter with a good rifle was probably leading some of the survivors from the subdivision across the freeway. They weren't reckless. They knew they couldn't openly attack, and were probably decent people. They didn't want a group of heavily armed men hanging around and taking what they had, and the horse would feed them for a while. He wanted to get moving before they decided 2 horses would feed them for twice as long. He'd been thinking about Fiona's story, about how they'd been ambushed by a group of men who'd shot them, stolen the guns, and left. Parts of it didn't make sense. She said they hadn't seen anyone on the long hike to the bookstore, but on the way back, she'd dipped down into the woods to go to the bathroom. That was when the 3 men with her had been gunned down. She remained hidden until they stripped the bodies and left, but he had a hard time believing a group of men hadn't noticed her. She was a fine-looking woman. They wouldn't have left her behind. Connor accepted the tale and was glad to have her back safe and sound, but he had doubts. There was more to it than she was telling. Connor waited impatiently for the college kids to finish strapping down their gear and arguing over who would ride double. Their numbers were dwindling, and they weren't even out of New York. Most of his men were dead, and Halston had left a lot of his back at the university. He'd never even considered going back for them, and from what he'd overheard, they didn't stand a chance when the hungry hordes paid them a visit. He'd left a handful of guys with a few guns to watch over a few dozen underclassmen, most of them women. Those kids could only assume the worst, that Halston and his crew had been killed. Or maybe they believed he'd abandoned them. Who knew? It didn't matter. They were as good as dead. They moved quickly once everyone was saddled up. Fiona had been shaken by the ambush, but she had steel in her spine. By the time she'd told the tale, she was finished with the tears. She'd gone straight to the animals, and using the book, had done all she could for them. She'd treated sores on their backs, experimented with saddle fit, and tried to match them to each horse a little better. Then told the men she'd better not find any more bleeding mouths. If she did, she'd have Eddie, Machete, and Willie put a bit in their mouth and rip it back and forth so they would know what it felt like. They believed her and took care, were extra gentle with their mounts. They passed groups of people moving south with carts and wheelbarrows loaded down. Some small, a few families, some large with 30 or 40 people. All of them were armed to the teeth with some kind of weapon. Nail-studded baseball bats, clubs, slingshots, and a few guns were here and there. No one was going north. They were escaping the brutal cold that was coming soon. Connor and his men made sure their guns were visible. The no-nonsense AK-47s and various hunting rifles discouraged anyone from giving them trouble. They crossed into Connecticut a few hours later and took their first exit into a large beachfront park. While the men relaxed and the horses grazed, Fiona went around to each one to look them over. She'd been reading the book all morning. Connor Doyle spread his road atlas out on a picnic table. It was thin, as he had ripped out most of the pages. He'd only kept the 6 states they might travel through. He doubted they would go through Rhode Island, but it was only a few pages, so it was worth keeping for now. He tore out New York and tossed the pages into a garbage can. "Burning our ships," he thought. "Never going back." Carla sat down a few picnic tables over and opened her pack to find something for lunch. Ever since he'd claimed her, told the boys not to touch her any more, she'd been staying close to him. Not crowding him or getting in the way, but near enough they wouldn't be tempted to try anything. Halston hated her, so his sycophants did too. Willie sent guards out far enough away from the horses that they shouldn't get surprised again. They couldn't afford to lose any more animals, and it was a lot easier to get a gun in Connecticut than in New York City. Connor had to assume they were always under a scope, and the horses made for easy targets. He studied the routes available to go north. There were 1,000 ways to get to Oxbow, but only a few were practical for the teenagers. They were armed. The Russian girl had taken a rifle and pistol off the men she'd killed in the ruins, but he was sure they would try to go up the most rural roads. They wouldn't try to ride through any cities. Getting out of New York had been bad enough, and that was only days after the lightning storms. Everyone would be desperate now. Everyone would be willing to kill for the 1,000 pounds of meat they were riding, or the food they carried. He wanted the hair. Needed it. Maybe it was the splinter demanding he find it, or maybe he was giving his tiny sliver of a relic too much credence. Maybe it was all in his head, and it had been for the past 40 years. Maybe he was wrong and it had no power. Maybe he was some kind of schizophrenic or something. He didn't think so. Too many good things had happened to him over the years for it all to be coincidence. He'd only been minutes too late arriving at the church on Roosevelt Island. If they hadn't stopped to rest when they were halfway there, he would have beat her to it. The hair would have been his. He had been so close, but somehow she'd slipped away. She'd gotten past dozens of men and simply disappeared. Its luck had been with her that day. He looked at the likely routes they could take that he'd marked on the map and sighed deeply. He grasped the case holding the splinter and closed his eyes. It felt like an impossible task. He might as well try to count the grains of sand on the beach or move the lake over to the ocean with an eyedropper. Fiona came up behind him and started to rub his shoulders. using her strong fingers and kneading the tension away.
"Talk to me, love," she said, as he bowed his head and let her work her magic. "Tell me what you're thinking. Sometimes it helps to speak your troubles to the wind."
He was quiet for a time as she worked the knots and kinks away. He'd never been one to share his feelings. A man didn't bother with such rubbish, but his world was spinning out of control. He had people depending on him to keep them alive, and he wasn't even sure what he was doing. He spoke quietly and poured out his misgivings and uncertainty. Spoke of his failure and how he didn't know if any of them would be alive in a week or survive long enough to ring in the new year. He'd had a simple strategy to ride out the chaos. Get the braid, then winter in the warehouse. He'd have months to come up with a plan, and a part of him was holding out hope that the government was slowly restoring order. From what he'd seen, he didn't believe that anymore. Now he had nothing. No place to winter, no braid, no chance of finding it, and maybe enough food for another month. It was too late to turn south to warmer climates. There were millions of people doing the same thing. They were like swarms of locusts cleaning out every time, stripping anything edible from every farm. It would take a lot of well-armed people to defend a homestead. They might scare off some groups, but there was always somebody right behind them that was a little better armed and a little more desperate. They'd seen hundreds, maybe thousands of refugees moving south, but only a few walking north. Willie plopped down at the table, dug out half a power bar to nibble on, and glanced at the maps with the different routes marked in red. There were a lot of lines going north, but once they got up into New Hampshire, there were only a few.
"You thinking of cutting over to try to find their trail?"
"Not sure," Connor admitted. "Might be a waste of time. We'd have a better chance of catching them up here." He tapped the Maine map and the single highlighted road leading to Oxbow. "It'll take us a month to get there," Willie said. "Probably longer, and the cold is coming. We'll be lucky to make it before the snows come, and we'll be trapped until spring. Gets pretty better up there." He gave a shudder just thinking about it, and pulled his knit cap down tighter. He hated the cold, and the plate in his head hated it even more. "Command meeting?" Halston said as he walked up, a couple of his men in tow. "Just trying to figure out a plan," Connor said. "I've got to make some choices. Catching them isn't going to be as easy as previously thought." "We need to ride harder and cut across here," Halston said, pointing at the map. "They have to be on one of those back roads going north." "It'll take us a week or more to check every one of them," Connor said. "We can't split up to cover more ground. We've got no way of communicating. And what if we miss them? For all we know, they could be behind us, maybe still in the city, or maybe dead and floating down the river. Or they could ride their horses on the roads and you won't find their tracks. We're just assuming they'll ride in the grass," Willie added. "I want those bitches," Halston said, his voice raw with seething anger. "I want them to pay, and by God, they're going to. We know where they're going, and we can get there first. If we take a direct route, we can be there waiting for them when they arrive. The Russian girl has people up there. They may have something to say about us showing up and waiting around to rape, kill, and torture one of their own, or whatever it is you plan on doing." "Screw them," Halston said. "We're going to take their farm anyway. I just want to keep a few of them alive so she can watch them die." Fiona flinched, and Willie saw the disgust in her eyes as she glared at the one-eyed boy. He didn't blame her. He shared it. That gunpowder flash that took out his eye must have done some brain damage. It had been more than a week, and he was still livid, still ranting about payback. He wondered how he had the energy to maintain the hate. Connor rolled up the maps, shared a look with Willie, and bit his tongue. The boy might not make it to Maine. For the time being, he needed him and his crew. He needed the numbers and the guns so they could move boldly and make good time. Once they put a few hundred more miles behind them, all that would change. He wasn't going to slaughter a bunch of immigrant farmers, and he wasn't going to let some mad dog kid do it either. Chapter 8. The Barn. Day 12, 3 a.m. Maria wondered if it was time to wake Andy for his turn at guard duty. None of them had a watch that worked. She and Tanya had smartwatches that stopped when everything else did. Tasha and Andy didn't wear one. Natasha had showed them how to gauge time by watching the moon. Each of them were supposed to have equal shifts of about 2 hours each, but it was hard to tell how much time had passed. The moon didn't move at all if you watched it, but if you ignored it for a while, you could track its progress by dividing the sky into quarters. She wrapped the blanket tighter around her and decided one more trip around the barn, a quick trip behind the bushes to take care of business, and then she'd wake him. They were well and truly on the road now, and it had finally sunk in that she would never see her family again. She knew they were doing the only thing that made any sense. She knew riding up to Maine was really the only choice they had, but part of her still felt like it was wrong not to try to get home. She felt a little sorry for herself. She came from a big family, so she had more to miss than the others. Tanya only had her parents. Natasha would see hers soon, and Andy didn't have any. She moved slowly, keeping to the shadows so if anyone happened to be walking down the road they wouldn't notice her, and tried to stay alert. It was hard. She found herself thinking about home and dozing on her feet as she shuffled along. The moon was only a few days past full. The clouds were sparse, and there was plenty of light to see across the paddocks. She was so tired. Riding all day was exhausting. Staying alert for attacks, being afraid most of the time, missing her mother, feeling gritty and dirty, wore her out. Her mind kept going to her sleeping bag nestled in a thick pile of hay. It was going to feel good to lie down and get her boots off. The gun, too, it was digging into her side again. She adjusted it. The big .45 was uncomfortable when she was wearing the ballistic vest. She really needed a better-fitting holster. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye and barely had time to turn her head as someone leaped up from behind a watering trough and dove for her. A dirty hand covered her mouth as she tried to free her arms from the blanket, but the man tackled her to the ground. More shadowy figures that had been hidden behind a pickup truck in the driveway sprinted for her. She fought to get free, but the man weighed too much, was too strong, and the stupid blanket had her arms pinned.
"Stop fighting, girlie,"
he grunted in a harsh whisper.
"Nobody's gonna harm you. We just want some food, that's all."
She didn't believe him for a second, and bucked, tried to throw him off and bite his hand at the same time. Fear coursed through her. They were going to lose everything. The horses, their guns, the food, and probably their lives. And it was her fault. She'd let them sneak up. She hadn't been paying attention. Terror rose up, and she fought like an animal, twisting and bucking in an uncontrolled panic. She kicked out, and her boots found the side of the barn. She kicked at it again, harder, and the noise was loud.
"Get her damn feet,"
the man on top of her hissed, and punched her in the side of the head.
"Be still,"
he ordered, and nearly cried out when she sank her teeth into his hand. One of the men dove on her, held her legs, and fought to keep control of them. She tasted blood, and wasn't sure if it was hers or his, as he hit her again, and she saw stars. Somebody kicked her in the side, but the body armor absorbed the impact. She barely felt it, but they easily overpowered her. They were too strong. She was lifted, and they started hurrying away with her, taking her farther from the barn. She couldn't breathe. The man's hand was pressed hard against her mouth and covered her nose. Her vision was clouding, and her bucking weakened. She felt helpless, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. She couldn't reach the pistol at her side. A blood-curdling cry cut through the night, and the men whipped around in surprise to see someone sprinting at them. Natasha shrieked in some otherworldly language, her words guttural and sounding like she was spitting out the blackest of curses. She jumped at the man in the rear holding Maria's legs. She hit him hard with both knees and sent him stumbling backward. Her hands flashed as she dug the horse-hoof picks into each side of his neck, just below his jawline, and wrenched back violently as he fell. His screams were louder than hers, and his hands tried to stop the spigots of blood spraying out in large arcs. She bounced off his chest, found her feet, and dashed for the next man, who stood there with his arms still wrapped around Maria's waist, too stunned to move. Andy shot past her and tackled the man, dove him to the ground, and started swinging wildly, hammering his face with the butt of his gun. The man holding Maria's head shoved her toward the black-haired banshee and turned to run. Natasha ignored the struggling girl still wrapped in the blanket, sprang over her, and poured on the speed to catch the man fleeing for his life. She was 150 pounds lighter, half his age, and didn't have a bouncing beer belly. She caught him easily and jumped on his back. He stumbled but kept his feet until she drove both hooks into his eyes and jerked back with all her strength. He cried out as he went blind, felt the searing pain, and ran full speed into the pickup truck. He bounced off, and Natasha pushed away from him, landing on her feet as he fell. "My eyes!" he screamed over and over. "My eyes! You ruined my eyes!" She turned to check on Andy as he cried and rocked back and forth, his big dirty hands covering the empty eye sockets. Tanya was helping Maria to her feet, and Andy had his gun trained on the man who sat on the ground with his back against a fence, gasping wetly through broken teeth, a gushing nose, and a pulverized face. He was bedraggled and looking terrified as he listened to his friend moaning pitifully about his eyes, and the other take his last few gasping breaths as the life poured out of him and soaked into the ground. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Stealing from the kids was supposed to be easy. They were going to sneak in, smack them around if they had to, and take all their stuff. They needed it more than the kids did. They'd been walking for days and still had days to go, unless they got some horses. Nobody was supposed to die. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. They weren't killers. They were tax auditors for the state of New York. They'd been going through the books at a small company in Poughkeepsie when everything stopped working. Nobody would help them. Nobody would give them food, and somebody had stolen their luggage. They had been walking south on the parkway when they saw the kids take the exit and go scope out the barn. They had watched, had seen the guns, and knew they couldn't simply attack them. They'd wait until they were asleep, then sneak in, catch them unawares. The kids had posted guards, though, and that made everything harder. They decided to lie in wait to ambush one of them when they weren't paying attention, when they were nearly sleepwalking. They could get them away and question them about where the others were in the barn and where they kept the guns. The plan had almost worked. It would have if the girl hadn't gotten in a lucky kick to wake up the others. And now Arnie was dead. Kevin was blind, his face was broken, and he didn't know what they were going to do to him. He'd talk fast, make them understand they hadn't meant to hurt anyone. They were just hungry. Hadn't they hurt them enough already? The three of them looked angry, and the girl they'd tried to carry away was still shaking. He supposed they had a right to be, but it was all over now. Things were calming down. They hadn't hurt her, not really. They wouldn't kill him in cold blood. They were just kids. He was trying to think, trying to figure out what to say when he saw the other girl walking toward him, the one that had done the killing, the one that moved like liquid lightning, the one with the bloody hooks in her hands. She stalked right at him, her shoulders hunched, and the tools of savagery gripped in her fists. She looked more animal than human, and her teeth shone through the snarl in her face. She had been sprayed with blood. It glowed in the moonlight, and any thoughts of weaving a story, telling a tale of hunger, promising they weren't going to hurt any of them, fled from his mind. He couldn't think. He was staring at a demon as she approached. She couldn't be human. I, he stuttered and tried to shrink away. She crouched before him, so close he could reach out and grab her, so close he could snatch one of those hooks away and hold it to her neck, tell the others to drop their guns or he'd slice her. He'd do it, he really would, if they didn't do what he said. She seemed to sense what he was thinking and brought one of the horse picks up to examine it. There was something dangling from the hook. She flicked her wrist, and it landed with a soft, squishing sound, and it dawned on him that it had been one of Kevin's eyes. His lips moved, but no words came out, and he tried to push farther away, but he was against the fence.
"How many more of you?"
she quietly asked, her Russian accent harsh, her black stare boring into him. The other three moved and stood in a semicircle behind her. His eyes darted to each of them, and he saw anger. They wouldn't help him. Just us, he whispered.
Just us three."
Natasha didn't move. Her dark hair framed the blood streaked on her face and cast it in shadows. She had a choice to make, and she didn't like either option. She should kill the man, silence the other one blubbering over by the truck, and go back in the barn to sleep. But she couldn't, and she hoped she'd never get to a point where she could. The only other option was to let him go, and she didn't want to do that either. He might follow, might try to avenge his friends. As the moments ticked by, the others shifted on their feet and glanced at each other and at the back of Natasha, as she remained motionless, crouched in front of the man. The danger was over. The man in front of them was beaten. Blood had drenched the front of his shirt. Natasha wouldn't kill him. Surely she wouldn't. Maria wasn't afraid of him anymore. He wasn't a monster in the dark dragging her away. He was an overweight, middle-aged man who looked like he was on the verge of tears. She wasn't sure what Natasha was planning on doing, but she'd seen what she was capable of. If she didn't want to see any more bloodletting, she needed to do something, say something, before there was another man screaming in pain. Tasha scared her for a little bit. "You need to get your friend and go," she said.
I think she killed him," he whispered.
"She meant the other friend, the one that's not dead," Andy added helpfully. He, too, wanted the man gone before Natasha changed her mind and laid his throat wide open. The man tried to stand, but Natasha was too close. He couldn't do it without bumping into her, and he didn't want to do that. God, no, he didn't want to do that. He licked his lips and his eyes pleaded with the others for help. He knew in every fiber of his being that he was a millisecond away from death. She wanted to kill him. He could see it in her posture, in her eyes. Those cold black eyes that wouldn't blink as she took his life, and probably his soul too, if he gave her a reason, any reason at all. He was sure she wasn't entirely human. She was something that had crawled out of the pits of hell. "Tasha?" Tanya asked, and carefully put a hand on her shoulder. "You okay with that?" She was still for a moment longer, the air heavy with tension as she made up her mind. The man was afraid to move, afraid to swallow, afraid to blink. "Duh," she finally said, then stood and stepped aside. They watched as he gathered his friend, helped him to his feet, and then hurried down the driveway.
"Where's Arnie?"
the blind man asked, his voice thick with tears and pain.
"What did she do to Arnie?"
They didn't hear his friend answer. They watched until the men turned out of the driveway before heading back into the barn. "Did they hurt you?" Andy asked, and Maria shook her head. She'd have some bruises and maybe a headache, but she'd had worse tussling with her brothers or falling off a horse when she was younger. They turned away from the dead man, not sure what to feel about him. Everything had happened so fast. Maybe they could have handled it differently. Maybe they could have fired a warning shot and scared the men off. Or maybe their hesitation would have gotten them killed. Natasha had been the first to move, the first to attack, but they were right on her heels. In the heat of the moment, they all had furious, murderous intent on their minds. They hadn't known who the men were or what they were capable of. Had they overreacted? They felt a little sorry for them now that they knew they weren't hardened killers. They were just some ordinary men in a desperate situation. They never should have attacked, though. They brought everything that happened on themselves. If they would have kept on walking, if they hadn't snatched Maria, they would be waking up to a new sunrise. They would have been home in a few more days. The new world was crazy now, and they knew the old rules didn't apply. There were no police to call, no lawyers to argue on their behalf. In the old world, they would have been taken in for questioning, and Natasha would surely have gone to jail. It didn't matter that she was stopping a kidnapping. A jury would have found her guilty of something. Maybe not murder, but some lesser charge. Overabundance of excessive violence and needless bloodshed or something similar. They moved back to the barn, their nerves calming. Natasha started rolling up her bedroll, and the others did the same. There would be no more sleep tonight, and it would be best to put a few miles between them and the men, in case he'd been lying, and there were more of them somewhere close by. Chapter 9. The Road to Maine. Day 22. They kept a steady pace day after day and got into a routine. Natasha drilled them on military tactics that she'd been required to learn while at school, and Tanya taught them neat little tricks with the horses. With a little practice, they learned how to get them to rear up on their hind legs or walk sideways on command. Except Biscuit. He ignored Andy's new commands and went about his business like always. They each used different words for the new commands.
"We might have to use them in a fight," Tanya said, "and I don't need hot sauce trying to follow some directions one of you were yelling to your horse."
It was easy for Maria and Natasha. They taught the new commands in Spanish or Russian to Pancho and Smoky. They didn't push the horses, but the animals were strong and in good health. They'd had the best care and had been pampered their whole lives, but they adapted quickly to the new diet, the long hours with the rider and sleeping outside. Hot Sauce seemed to love it the most. The thoroughbred wanted to run, and Tanya gave him free rein a few times a day. They didn't see as many refugees on the back roads as they had on the highway, but the ones they met were all heading south. Most looked like family units, some with grandparents in wheelchairs laden down with belongings. A few were on bikes. Many had children. Some were just groups of men, and all of them were armed with some kind of weapon. Not all carried guns, but many did. The 4 rode with their guns out and masks down when they passed them. The refugees brandished their weapons too, letting the riders know to keep moving. Don't bother us, and we won't bother you. It was rare if anyone spoke. Nobody wanted trouble, but they were ready for it. The best defense was a show of strength. If you wanted to take what they had, it was going to cost you dearly. They were deep into Massachusetts, following the smallest roads on the maps they'd picked up from a tourist stop. Whole swaths of woodland had been burnt. Sometimes a town lay in ruins. Other houses hadn't been touched, and people watched from behind curtained windows as they passed. They tried to avoid the little towns, but sometimes the roads around them meandered on for miles, and they rode right through, hurrying to get past before too many people noticed. Occasionally they saw other riders and kept an eye out for horses or cows, but none were in the pastures. The owners knew their value and how desperate some travelers were. They passed a man driving an old tractor, and Andy gave him a thumbs up. The driver grinned back at them, but the man standing on a little platform behind him glared and kept his shotgun ready to pull up for any reason. They had heard distant sounds of engines over the past week, but this was the first they'd seen. It cheered them up. If machines still worked, that meant the survivors might start rebuilding. They hadn't been thrown back to the Stone Age after all. It was getting dark, and they were looking for a good spot to camp for the night. They were riding through a patch of central Massachusetts that had been spared from the lightning storms. Only a few houses were blackened rubble. Everything else looked almost normal except for the lack of traffic, airplanes, and the strange sound of absolute silence. No car engines, no tractors in the fields, no quiet hum of electricity in the wires. They were on the most rural roads they could take, but it was rare if they went more than a half-mile between houses. They wouldn't start getting into really remote areas with vast forests and wildlands until they were halfway through Maine. "What about in there?" Andy asked, and pointed to a sign indicating a boat ramp 2 miles away, down a side road. "Gotta be pretty good-sized lake. If it has a ramp, maybe we can catch some fish."
"I like fish," Natasha said. "I can show you how we did it back home. No need for fishing pole."
They smelled the smoke from a fire before they saw the orange flickering through the trees, and reined in the horses to watch.
"Smells good," Tanya said. "Andy was right. There's fish here." "I don't know," Maria said. "Maybe we should find someplace else. Remember what happened last time we were around people."
They did. The image of the blinded man crying about his eyes was one they wouldn't soon forget. "But before that we met the truckers," Andy said. "They were good people."
"We don't have to stay anywhere near them," Tanya said. "It has to be a big lake, and I could really go for something different to eat.
The only thing I have left is power bars, and I'm getting tired of them. We check them out, Natasha said. If they look like trouble, we can leave. Camp somewhere else. Too late to build fish traps tonight anyway. They pushed the skull masks up on their heads so they wouldn't look so intimidating. They were going into someone else's area and didn't want to be immediately thought of as bandits. They kept the horses at a walking pace and heard the laughter of children as they approached. There were a couple of campers set up near the lake. It looked like some friends had been on vacation when the world stopped working and had decided to stay, not walk back to wherever home was. Someone sitting around the fire finally heard the clomping of hooves and leaped out of his chair. The others did the same, and the laughter died away instantly. The kids had been on a swing, and 3 women ran over to grab them, hold them in a protective embrace. One man had a gun and snatched it from where it was leaning against a post. He held it tensely, but didn't aim it at them. "Sorry to interrupt y'all," Tanya said. "We were going to try our hand at fishing, but we'll keep going. We don't want to be a bother." The man with the gun nodded once, but didn't say anything. She clucked at Hot Sauce and gave the reins a little shake to set him walking again. The 4 gave small waves as they passed, and another man with a few weeks' growth of beard stepped forward. "You don't have fishing poles?" he asked. Maria shook her head. "No," she said, "but Tasha says she knows of a way to catch them without one." "Really?" the man with the gun asked, and stepped a little closer. How? You have nets?" "No," Natasha said, and reined up. "I make weir. Plenty of rocks here. It takes time, but is easy. Catch all the fish you can eat. If you want, I show you." "What do you think, Greg?" the bearded man asked to a third man coming down the road behind the horses. "I think they're all right," he said. "They stopped right by the deer stand. I heard them talking. They were worried about us being bandits. They weren't making plans to rob us." They turned in the saddles to look at him. It made sense. 3 RVs, 3 women, and only 2 men. Of course they had someone hiding in the woods watching the road. You wouldn't mind?" the man with the gun asked, and leaned it back against the post. "Sometimes we fish for hours, we don't catch a thing. It would be nice to have a something that caught the fish for us." One of the women that had jumped up and run for the kids came over and joined the conversation. "It's nearly full dark," she said. "Why don't you show the boys how to make your fish trap in the morning? By the time you get it built, it'll be midnight. We have plenty we can share tonight." "That's true," Greg said. "We got lucky today, found a good spot, and they kept hitting the bait. You could really build something that catches loads of fish?" "Duh," Natasha said. They waited for more, but that was all she said. It was enough. They broke out in grins. "The lady said duh," Greg said. "Pretty sure that means yes. Sounds like a good trade to me. Climb on down and warm yourselves. I'll grab some more of those walleye out of the cooler. You're in for a treat if you never had 'em. We've got fish steaks the size of your hand." They added a few logs to the fire and a few fish to the griddle, and by the time they were finished cooking, they felt comfortable with each other and were exchanging stories of how they came to be where they were. Greg, Donnie, and Caleb worked for the same construction company just outside of Boston. Every fall they vacationed together at Tully Lake and spent a week fishing, hiking, and roughing it. There had been a lot more people at the campsites when the storms hit. Some had died when their campers were struck, and some had decided to walk home. The 3 families were the only ones left in the area near the boat ramp. "We've seen other campfires in different parts of the lake, but we haven't met anyone else yet," Caleb, the bearded man, said. "I imagine we will sooner or later, maybe even join forces to make a community of sorts, but so far we've just been trying to keep our own little area together." Andy and the girls exchanged a look. These people had been sheltered. They were far enough out in the country and far enough away from a road that none of the wandering refugees had walked down to the ramp. That would change when people ran out of food and remembered the lake. "There's a pretty nice bathroom over there." One of the women pointed to the building at the head of the parking lot. "Just grab that bucket by the boat ramp to flush." "We built a shower in the handicap stall, too," Donnie said. "Takes forever to heat up enough water on the fire if you want a real shower, but 1 potful is plenty if you can get by with a sponge bath." "Oh, yeah," Tanya said with enthusiasm. "It's been a while. Do you think we could wash some clothes, too? Everything we have is getting pretty ripe." "Sure," Lisa said. "We cleaned all the algae off the section of the ramp. It works great. Just as good as any scrub board. If the sun comes out tomorrow, they'll dry in a few hours. Do you mind if we stay for a day? Maria asked. We can pull our weight. We'll help gathering wood or other stuff if you need it. If our young Russian friend can show us how to build that thing she's talking about. If we don't have to spend half every day trying to catch our dinner, that gives you carte blanche in my book, Greg said. You can stay as long as you like. In fact, there's a few campers you can sleep in if you want, Caleb added. I don't think the people who left them are ever coming back. There's plenty of clean clothes in them that should sort of fit you, Lisa said. There's no use getting back in your dirty things after you've showered. The small talk came easy. The dinner was delicious, and Maria shared a baggie of Cajun seasonings she'd gotten from the flea market. The two groups began to trust each other. I'm going back out to the guard post, Greg said, after he'd eaten. If you kids are serious, we could use some help on night watch. We usually keep someone out in the hide to make sure nobody sneaks up on us. Of course, Tanya said. We keep a guard at night, too. Just tap on the camper door when it's our turn. A few hours later, when the children were in bed and they were refreshed and clean, the talk turned serious. You really rode all the way here from Long Island? Caleb asked. What's it like out there? Have you seen any sign of FEMA or the Army or somebody getting things organized again? Is the looting bad? The teens didn't know where to start, didn't know what to tell them. These were some good, honest people. What would they think of them if they said they'd already killed or maimed half a dozen people? They were mass murderers, and it had only been a few weeks. We haven't been anywhere except down to the road a few times to see if there was anybody around, Donnie said. Closest town's about 10 miles away. We were thinking of hiking up there. It's not good, Tanya finally said. I mean, the only reason we wound up on this road was because some town east of here had the road blocked with a bunch of cars. There were men with guns, and they didn't look friendly. Did you approach them? They might have just been trying to keep out the riffraff, Lisa said. Maybe, Tanya continued. But they didn't really give us a chance to get close. To them, we are the riffraff. One of them raised his rifle and pointed it. We took off. The horses are a big target, and for hungry people, they're a whole lot of food. No, Carolyn said, her eyes wide in surprise. They had the whole road blocked off? They were shooting people that even tried to get close? We didn't give 'em a chance to fire at us, Andy said. But that was the least of our run-ins. Some did shoot or try to steal from us. They told the campers of some of the people they'd met along the way, but sidestepped the parts of the story that had them gunning down running men or doing other things to them with hoof picks. They tried to get the point across without being graphic. It was dangerous and uncertain out there. People were hungry and willing to fight, even kill over food. If I were you, I would take down the boat ramp sign and try to block the road into here, Maria said. But make it look natural, not like somebody was trying to keep people out. We had considered that, Donnie said. Maybe with the truck that the big tree branch fell on over in campsite D11. It crushed the roof, but it'll still roll. We thought about pushing it down there and then flattening the tires. It'll look natural, like it happened there. We can help, Andy said. But the campers didn't seem too enthusiastic. There was no rush. The talk died down as one by one the campers said good night and turned in. Caleb went to relieve Greg at their hide and told Andy he'd come tap on the door for him in a couple of hours. The fire was burning low, and the bed of glowing red-hot embers put out a comfortable warmth as the teenagers found themselves alone around it. These are nice people, Maria said quietly, but I'm glad they wanted us to help guard. I doubt if I'd sleep a wink if one of us weren't awake. Agreed, Natasha said. When your shift is over, wake me, Andy. If you won't, you can all try to get some sleep now, Tanya said. I'll stay up until he comes for Andy. They stood around the fire, either holding out hands to the low flames or warming their backsides. There's been something I've been meaning to ask you, Tasha, Andy said, a little hesitation in his words. I mean, if you don't care. She looked over at him, the fire casting her face in dancing shadows. When she didn't answer, he pushed on, his words spilling out in a rush before he lost his nerve. Last week at the barn, why did you blind that man? I've been trying to figure it out, and I can't come up with a good reason. I mean, did you do it to send a message? If so, to who? Did you think word would get out that we were some crazy kids on horses and everybody better steer clear of us?
Who would they tell? I just can't figure it out. They all stared at him, and he shifted his gaze to the fire, unable to meet her eyes. Don't get me wrong, I'm not mad or anything. I know we had to stop him, but that was just so random. His eyes. Did you do it because you wanted him to suffer? I mean, I hope you aren't that cruel. I mean, that's a really harsh thing to do. I thought I knew you, but what you did bothers me. It would have been better to just kill the guy. I keep thinking of him stumbling around blind with his eye holes infected and bleeding and full of pus, and I don't want to think of you as somebody who could do something like that. What a horrible way to die. I'm not saying he probably didn't deserve something. He was kidnapping Maria, but that was just so... He knew he was rambling and wasn't making any sense, but he didn't really know how to articulate what he was feeling. His last few words trailed off into a whisper. It was just so over the top. It was accident, Natasha said when he finished. Hurts my heart too, but he stumbled. I was off balance and trying to be fast. I was trying to kill him, rip out jugular vein. I didn't know if he had gun, if he had knife. I had to neutralize threat in decisive way. After fighting was over, it was too late. I couldn't finish job. Oh, he said. Fast death would have been better for him, she continued. Easier, kinder. I tried to be like the wolf, tried to be ruthless and vicious when I must, but sometimes I cannot. Sometimes I falter. Sometimes I fail. They heard the regret in her voice. Maria stepped closer and hugged her tight. They had all been thinking about the man, but she had been living with what she'd done for the past week. It had been her hands that had torn out his eyes. I'm glad you're not all wolf all the time, she said, but I'm glad you are when you need to be. I'm not afraid when you've got my back. You've been showing us some of those military tactics you learned in school, but you should teach us how to think more like you. Teach us how to be wolves. The following day they were up with the sunrise and the smell of frying fish. Maria had last watch at the hide and came eagerly to the fire once the sun was up and visibility was good. She didn't pull guard duty with a blanket wrapped around her any more. She didn't let herself fall into a walking doze. The campers didn't need a watch during the day. There was too much to do, and it would be hard for anyone walking down the access road to sneak up on them. Maria warmed herself and talk turned to the weather. There was a thin layer of ice around the edges of the water bucket. They could expect snow any time, surely in the next few weeks. Natasha joined them around the fire, warming her hands after coming back from the restroom. Now? Tanya asked with excitement in her voice. Or later? Now what? She asked, and looked at the others. Even the campers had smiles on their faces. Now! The children said, and they looked excited. Natasha frowned. Was she the butt of some joke they were playing? And what was Tanya hiding behind her back? I know we're a little late, but we didn't forget, Tanya said. Forget what? Natasha asked. Happy birthday! They shouted as Tanya presented the small package, and her frown turned into a surprised smile. The smile morphed into a rare grin and spread across her face. What day is it? She asked. I'm 17? Yes, silly, Tanya laughed, and handed her the packet wrapped in aluminum foil with a bright bow tied around it. I'd lost track of days, too, until I saw the calendar in the camper. We worked on it last night when we were keeping watch. Natasha opened it, careful not to tear the aluminum foil, and held up the long beaded and braided necklace that reached nearly to the ground. It was made of thin strips of finely woven leather and a pattern of turquoise beads sewn into it. Rhythm beads for Smoky, Tanya said. They help keep horses calm, and besides, they look good on her. The blue will bring out the color in her eyes. Natasha thanked them, and at the urging of the children, she went to where the horses were hobbled and slipped it over her neck. Smoky didn't mind, and after a shake to settle it, she went back to munching on a patch of grass. It's pretty, the little girl said, and they agreed. It looked good on the coal-black mare. I think she likes it, Natasha said. Where did you get the turquoise? It's beautiful. From one of the campers, Maria said. Lisa said it was okay to use them. I'm glad you like it, Lisa said. Whoever was in that Airstream in C-12 liked to bead things. She had a whole crafting area set up in her trailer.
I'll make a cobbler for dessert tonight. I've got plenty of sugar and there's a couple of cans of apples left. It's not exactly a cake, but I think you'll like it.
When she had the first bite that evening, she had to agree. The Dutch oven-baked cobbler was delicious after a long, cold day of stacking rocks and making fish funnel traps at a few different locations in the lake. It was nearing dark, and they were gathered around the fire. Every bucket and large pot they could find had been sitting in a bed of coals all evening, and there had been enough hot water for everyone to get a warming shower. "We can help you move that truck the tree fell on down to the entrance," Andy volunteered. "The horses can make short work of it." "We did enough for the day," Greg said. "I'm whooped. We can get it later." They discussed plans for improvements to the campground, and Natasha was able to help with some advice of how they did things in Siberia, especially the tips about living comfortably in the winter months. They shared night watch duties, and the four were packed up by the time breakfast was ready. The campers had a pretty good stash of food. They always packed way too much when they went on their fishing trips. It was off-season, so the park wasn't crowded, but a handful of RVs had been abandoned when their owners decided to walk back home, and they had cleaned those out. Fish was still their main staple. They had it for every meal and were going to get pretty tired of it soon, but they wouldn't starve. Greg had checked the traps earlier, and there were already dozens swimming around in every one of them. They gave the kids their supply of smoked fish they'd been saving for those off days when they weren't biting. It was a good trade. Their supplies hadn't been critically low, but the dried fish gave them another week or so they wouldn't have to worry about food. Andy volunteered the horses again to move the truck, but the men waved them off. They were comfortable around the fire. The morning was still chilly, and they would have plenty of time later on when it warmed up. They didn't have to spend hours catching their dinner anymore. "Chain's buried somewhere in the bed of my truck," Caleb said. "It'll take forever to find it, and I know you want to get on the road. Thanks, but we can push it down later." Andy shrugged. He didn't really want to do it anyway. He wanted to get moving. Maria watched the exchange and frowned. The campers weren't taking the situation seriously enough. Except for their vehicles not running, they hadn't really been affected by the solar flare. Being so isolated, they hadn't seen how bad things had gotten beyond their campground. They'd told a few stories last night, but they had sanitized them, tried to keep the conversation light. They didn't talk about the desperation and brutality they'd witnessed, the hopeless and haunted looks in the eyes of the refugees, the random bodies they'd seen lying on the side of the road, dead from foul play, starvation, or someone simply giving up. They were saying their goodbyes, each group thanking the other for their help. But she couldn't stand it. She faced the women and rapped her knuckles against her chest. It made a solid thumping sound against the Kevlar.
"That's a bulletproof vest," she said to their surprised looks. "It's uncomfortable and heavy, and I hate wearing it, but it never comes off. Even when we sleep, we wear them. It's dangerous out there."
Everyone turned to her, questions in their eyes.
"You're not taking your security serious enough. There's a sign down at the end of this road advertising a boat ramp and campground. That means free food and a place to stay," she said. "Just because nobody has come down here to take what you have doesn't mean they won't soon."
The campers gave them dismissive looks and indulgent smiles. The kids were being overly dramatic.
"Do we look dangerous to you?"
Tanya asked, and they shook their heads, the men with a bit of a smirk.
"No, you seem like nice kids," Carolyn said. "Careful, but not dangerous. Last week, I was snatched by 3 men while I was on guard duty because I wasn't paying attention," Maria continued. "Only one of them walked away. We killed one, broke a man's face, and stabbed the eyes out of the other."
The smirks fell away, and Lisa gasped.
"The week before that, we killed 3 men who tried to rob us," Tanya said. "Those are their guns."
She pointed to the rifles already in their scabbards on the horses.
"And before that, I beat a man to death with rock," Natasha said. "I took rope and broke neck of another."
The campers stared at them, not sure if they could believe it, but the kids were serious. Dead serious.
"All we're saying is that there are some very desperate people out there," Tanya said. "They probably weren't bad people before all this happened, but they are now. You've got to take your security more seriously."
If they find you, they will kill you, rape your wives, and eat your children, Natasha said, addressing the men. Take down sign, push truck down to block road, protect family. Thank you for your hospitality, she added to their stunned looks, then took Smokey's reins and started walking back to the main road. The others followed, walking their horses to let them stretch and warm up a little, as the campers watched them go. Come on, they heard Greg say. Dig out that chain. I'll grab some tools to get that sign down. Chapter 10. Northern Massachusetts. Day 25, 3 p.m. It had been 2 weeks of fairly hard riding, and they were making decent time. The weather had been good except for a few days of chilling rain. They hadn't lost anyone else to attacks, and everyone knew they were on a tight schedule to beat the snow. If anyone thought it was folly to ride north, they kept their silence. It was better to be with a group than be on your own. They could have been farther along, but Fiona had become adamant about checking the horses' hooves, searching through abandoned barns or other places that might have grain, and giving them rest. Connor let her have her way. It was easier, and besides, she was right. He sure as hell didn't want to walk all the way to upstate Maine, and they were going 20 or 25 miles a day. They would make it to Oxbow before winter set in. The stops also allowed Willie to run everyone through some of his drills and various training scenarios he came up with. He was trying to teach the ragtag bunch to become an efficient platoon that could follow orders, act as a cohesive unit, and read hand signals. They occasionally passed people walking south, but more often than not they would see abandoned wagons or carts pulled over to the woodline or across a ditch. There would be nothing of value in them unless you were looking for dirty clothes or maybe an extra pair of shoes. The important things, a pack with their food and sleeping bags, would be with the owners hiding from the men on horses, the men with guns. At least there were fewer cars and trucks on the back roads, and that meant fewer smashed windows and glass littering the pavement. Every one of them had been ransacked numerous times. The original plan had morphed and changed so much it was unrecognizable, and he had to laugh at his own ignorance in the beginning. It had sounded so easy. Catch the girls and get the braid. That had turned out to be an impossible task. Halston had been right. There were only a few good routes to take north, but they hadn't factored in about 1 million desperate people on those roads. Between him and Halston they had a large group. Everyone was heavily armed. They had horses, and they had the look of men not to be trifled with. It hadn't helped. The refugees were desperate, and got more so every day. People had tried to steal the horses. Groups had rushed out and thrown blankets to spook them, and the freeways were full of wrecked semis that hadn't been able to stop before they lost all power and plowed into cars. Entire roadways were blocked with jackknifed rigs, guardrail to guardrail. They were forced onto the secondary roads shortly after leaving New York. There were too many places to hide with all the stalled cars, and when someone had taken a shot at them from an overpass, they decided it was time to hit the back roads. The world was only 9 meals from anarchy, as the old saying went, and a lot of people had reached that point. The new plan was to get up close to Oxbow and watch the road. There wasn't as much up there, and the maps didn't show how many houses there were or how many people lived in the area. He'd bet a lot that they were few and far between, though. There was only one road going there, and if the teens were being careful and avoiding all the towns, he would beat them. Halston wanted to ride all the way to the farm, rough up a few of Natasha's family to let them know he wasn't playing around, and then set up shop. They would be warm, have plenty of food, and all he would have to do was wait for the girls to show up and have his revenge. The plan was dumb. Connor had dealt with Russians before, and they weren't going to be cowering in their boots like the frat boys thought. He needed to intercept the girl, get the braid, and Halston could do with them what he wanted. He wasn't sure what to do after that. The plan changed in his mind almost daily. If the Russians had thousands of reindeer, it wouldn't be hard to cut a few of them out of the herd. He and his men had become pretty good riders. If Halston killed the kids, then maybe they could go to the farm and join them,
act like they were friends from school and had been traveling together, and poor Natasha hadn't made it, but wanted them to go on, and her family would welcome them. Maybe. They could offer to help in exchange for room and board. There must be a lot of work to be done on a farm. They might be glad for the extra hands. They probably wouldn't turn them away out of a sense of duty to the strangers that tried to help their daughter. If not, they could find a farmstead, rustle some reindeer, and hunker down for the winter. Or something. He'd figure it out. There was time. Number one priority was the braid, though. The box containing the splinter rode close to his chest in a shirt pocket, and it gave him a confident feeling. Things would work out. The lead rider was stopped in the middle of some desolate two-lane road, and he waited until the rest of the group caught up with him. They were on a slight rise, and ahead of them was a straight stretch of blacktop that dipped down into a valley. At the bottom was a long iron bridge that spanned a slow-moving river. It was an old narrow truss bridge with flaking paint and rusty bolts. Both ends were blocked by cars and trucks. Connor pulled the binoculars from his saddlebag and saw the men hurrying toward the cars on their end of the bridge. They all had rifles and probably pistols tucked in their belts, but it was hard to tell from the distance.
It looks like a toll road,"
he said, as Halston rode up beside him. He was in a foul mood, and had been for a few days. Carmen said he'd run out of painkillers, and sipping whiskey all day just didn't have the same effect. "Could be trying to keep those stinking refugees out of their town," he said. "Can't say as I blame 'em."
"Well, we're in the middle of nowhere, and there's not a town for miles,"
Connor replied with infinite patience.
"They're blocking both sides, and it looks like they're living there. There's a couple of vans in the middle. I see laundry hanging out, and there's a fire ring in the road. It's a toll booth. If you want to cross the bridge, you'll have to pay."
"I ain't giving 'em shit," Halston said, "except maybe a face full of lead."
"Maybe we should just go around," Fiona said. "They'd pick us off one by one if we tried to charge them."
Willie looked up from his map and shook his head.
"That would be a whole lot of backtracking," he said. "The next closest bridge is about 10 miles west of here, but we'd have to go back to that last gas station we passed at the crossroads and turn there."
"That one we rode by this morning?" Eddie asked.
"That's nearly a day's ride."
"That's the one," Willie said.
"If there's another road, this map doesn't show it."
"I say we act friendly, get close and open fire," Halston said. "Take 'em by surprise, and half of 'em will be dead and the other half will run off."
"They're watching us watch them," Connor said. "Ain't much surprising going to happen. I need a volunteer to ride down there and see what they want. We have a little extra food we can spare, and I know your boys have booze."
He indicated the bunched-together frat boys, a few of them already buzzed enough to be swaying in their saddles.
"I'll go," Willie said. "It'll give me a chance to check out their defenses, and besides, they won't shoot the messenger."
"You hope," Halston added. He rode down at an easy trot, keeping to the wide grassy berm. He didn't see any other hoof prints, but there were discarded suitcases, their contents spilled over the grass and into the ditch. He saw a few dark patches of blood and shredded clothing and gauged the distance to the blockade. It was easily 800 yards. The toll-keepers had a sharpshooter, a hunter with a good rifle. He saw drag marks disappearing into the woods and could only guess at what kind of animal had pulled a body away. Were there bears up here? Wolves? He didn't know, but the signs told the story of a group trying to attack the bridge. They had lost. He pulled up in front of a pickup with flattened tires blocking one of the lanes. Its twin was in the other lane, and they were bumper to bumper against each other and the guardrails. The only way through was to climb up and over. One of them would have to be moved so the horses could pass. He nodded to a scruffy, bearded man who stood with his arms crossed over his broad chest. He wasn't armed, but the 6 men flanking him were.
"The toll is a third of what you have," he said. "If you don't want to pay, then be on your way."
"No, sir," Willie said, playing an amiable man.
"We don't really want to go around. It's a long way out of our way."
"Then wave them down," the man said. "We'll check you over, see what you have. You pay the toll, and we'll move the trucks. Easy peasy. You can be gone in 10 minutes.
"We may have more than most of the refugees you've been encountering," Willie said. "A lot more.
We've got guns and ammo, plenty of food, horses, and women. A third seems a bit high for us." They bickered back and forth for a few minutes, negotiating prices, and the whole time Willie was scanning for the reason why this arrogant man thought he could demand his prices. He knew there had to be more than these 7 men and their cheap guns. None of them had a scope. 2 were shotguns, and 1 was only a .22. He spotted the snipers up high, hidden in shadows of the rusted beams. He saw 3 for certain, and a probable 4th. "Let me talk to them. I'll tell them they aren't going to bust their way through." Willie concluded the negotiations. "We're in a hurry. They'll pay. I'll let them know you're a reasonable man." He turned his horse and started back up the hill to where the rest of them were silhouetted by the afternoon sun. "He's an unreasonable bastard," Willie said. "He's going to go through all of our stuff, take a quarter of our food, ammo, and guns, and he wants 2 horses. Also, maybe 1 of the women. I saw a girl cooking over the fire, and she was wearing leg chains. I think he has a few, and he might want another." "Did you tell him he could shove it up his arse?" Connor asked. "No," Willie said. "Since I wanted to get back up here without a bullet in me back, I told him we'd pay. He thinks I'm a taxi driver, and our group is random people I met on the road. He thinks we're soft." "I told you I ain't paying shit," Halston said. "There's only 7 of 'em. Let's wait till dark and sneak up on 'em." "They've got snipers, and at least one of them is a good shot. I saw blood spatter and pieces of at least 1 body about 800 yards out. They could have moonlight scopes, and even if they didn't, the last 20 yards is wide open with no cover. You'd be dead if you tried. Speaking of which, let's get away from this ridge. If they wanted, they could hit us from here." "No way," Halston said. "It's half a mile away." "Stay here, then," Willie said, and flicked his reins to get his horse moving. They moved out of sight, then let the horses graze while they put their heads together and tried to come up with an idea. "We could swim the river," someone suggested. "We could die of hypothermia," Halston answered. He didn't have any ideas of his own, but was quick to shoot everyone else's down. Billy came hurrying back to the group with a grin on his face. He was one of Connor's truck thieves and had been prowling through a logging truck stopped in the middle of the lane. "I got it," he said, obviously sure his idea would solve their problem. He was right. They moved to the logging truck and stood around it, as Billy explained. "The road is almost flat here," he said. "We've got 17 horses. I'm telling you, they can pull it. We've only got to get it to the ridge, barely a quarter mile." Connor was grinning too. It would be spectacular. Who didn't like to see massive crashes, especially when some thieving bastards were on the receiving end of them? "Can you tie the steering wheel in place?" Jacob asked. "No, the bridge is too far away. It would wind up in the ditch. Somebody's going to have to steer it down," Billy said. "Yeah, but who?" Halston asked. "It's a death sentence." "Nonsense," Billy scoffed. "This is a logging truck. You see the size of the bumper on this thing? I'll knock those trucks out of the way like bowling pins." "Fine, you drive it then," Halston said. "We'll be right behind you." "I will," he said. "I ain't scared." They took all the straps off the load of logs and found more in the toolboxes. While the others were tying them to make harnesses, Billy chalked all the wheels, rummaged around the trucks for some tools, then climbed under it to cage the brakes. It was past sunset when they finally got everything ready. It was cold, but they were used to it. Everyone had warm jackets and gloves. Willie went to check on the guards he'd posted and eased up beside one laying on a blanket, careful not to silhouette himself on the ridgeline. "Any activity?" he asked the boy watching the bridge with the binoculars. "Not since those guys climbed down out of the crossbeams," he said, and handed the glasses over. "You were right. They didn't stay up there long." "I guess they thought we decided to go around," he said as he dialed the monox in on the campfire blazing in the middle of the bridge. "Nobody has come to check?" "No. You'd think they would at least send somebody up here to see if we were really gone," he said. "They aren't too bright." "Aye," Willie agreed, and handed the binoculars back. "That fire has killed their night vision. They won't even know what's coming until we're halfway down the hill. Let us know if anything changes. We're almost ready to get the party started." "Hey," the kid said, as Willie was backing out of the lookout post. Mr. Sweeney?" "Yeah, lad, what is it?" "Can you, tell Mr. Doyle something?" he said hesitantly. "From some of us?" "Spit it out, boy," Willie said. "I just wanted to say, not all of us are,
We're totally on board with killing those girls. Halston talks about it every night, what he's going to do to them. Truth be told, some of us don't think Tanya was wrong when she shot him. I mean, he was trying to stab her."
"Hadn't heard that part of the story," Willie said. "Makes sense. He's a prick." The kid snort laughed.
"Yeah, he was always kind of a bully, but now—"
He paused, looking for the right words.
"Well, now he thinks he can do anything. It's not right, Mr. Sweeney. Those girls don't deserve what he's planning on doing to them. All they did was take some horses that were just as much theirs as anybody else's. Just let Mr. Doyle know that all of us aren't like him, and if he is planning on doing something, don't do it to all of us. A few of us would rather ride with him than Halston."
Willie was silent for a long moment, and thoughts of wanting to frag a dumbass lieutenant from his time in the army popped into his head. He understood. "We ain't so squeaky clean ourselves," he said. "You know who we were, don't you? You know what we did."
"Gangsters," the boy said. "You were mafia, but you guys aren't cruel like him. I know there's safety in numbers, that we all need each other to get up north, but when Mr. Doyle decides to end this partnership, we'd like to go with him. With you. Just let him know Vince and Sam would rather ride with you guys. We can pull our weight."
"Which one are you?"
"I'm Vincent,"
the boy said. "I'll mention it," Willie said, and slipped away in the chilly darkness. The stars were out, and a 3/4 moon was rising, so they had enough ambient light to work with as everyone got ready to move the rig. The horses were hitched, and the men were standing by, ready to put their shoulders into it. The truck was loaded, and it was anyone's guess as to how much it weighed, but all the tires were fully aired up, and the incline was very slight. Carmen, Fiona, and Carla were all standing by with wheel chocks, just in case it was too much, and the rig started rolling backwards when Billy loosened the last brake. "Everybody ready?" Connor asked, his voice just loud enough to be heard. There were quiet, affirmative answers. Eddie Machete nodded from the driver's seat. He left the truck in gear and pushed in the clutch. It was his job to let the clutch out, to stop it when Connor gave the word. "Right. Do your thing, Billy. Everyone else, let's go." The horses were urged forward, and the men grunted and started pushing. Billy twisted the wrench, and the truck inched forward, slowly at first, but as the last bit of pressure from the brake pads came off, it rolled easier. Within minutes, they had topped the rise, and the girls were walking alongside, the chocks ready to be shoved in front of the tires. "Slower, slower," Connor urged, as they neared the no-return point, when gravity would take over and the truck would be over the top. "Now," he said, when most of the rig was over and the pushing suddenly got easier. "Hold her back, boys." It bumped to a stop when Eddie let the clutch out, and they kicked the wheel chocks in place. Everyone held their breath for a moment to see if it would hold. Billy was already under the truck, wrench in hand, ready to lock one of the brakes if needed. This was the dangerous bit. If they completely screwed up, if the transmission wouldn't hold it and it bounced over the chalk blocks, the rig would go careening down the hill, dragging their horses with it. It held, and they were quick getting the makeshift harnesses off the horses. "This is going to be a hell of a ride," Billy said, as he and Eddie switched places. "Better you than me," Eddie said. "Looks different from the driver's seat." It was a good plan. Like most good plans, it was simple. There weren't a lot of intricate details that depended on a lot of moving parts coming together at the exact same time. All they had to do was steer a truck down a wide-open road and bump a few obstacles out of the way. Simple. The rig was an old Mack and built like a tank. It would easily plow right through the roadblock, send the toll keepers scrambling for their lives, and still have enough speed to crash through the trucks on the other end. By the time he hit the bottom of the grade, he ought to be going 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. Plenty fast enough. Except for the guys that were going to kick the wheel chocks out, the rest of the men started keeping to the wood line and sneaking down the hill. The three ladies tethered all of the horses together, giving them enough room to run and not get tangled up. Willie Sweeney climbed into the passenger seat, and Billy looked surprised. "I thought this was a solo trip." "Those guys are going to see us coming, and they'll just climb over the railing and get out of the road. Once this rig comes to a stop, they'll fill you full of holes. I'll keep 'em busy until the others arrive." "I've got my gun," Billy said. "I didn't figure I'd get all of them with the truck." "You couldn't hit the water if you fell out of a boat," Willie said. "You'll just drive this thing. I'll take care of the shooters." "Fine by me," Billy said. The truck rocked a little as Carmen jumped onto the step and pulled herself up to the open passenger window. "Be careful," she said, a pensive look on her face. "Don't you worry," Willie said and grinned. "This is a stroll in the park. Billy Big Bollocks has the hard job of steering this thing." She hit him on the arm and glowered. "I'm serious. Don't get yourself shot or taken hostage by those guys. I can't keep bailing you out like I did on Rikers." "That wasn't nice," he teased. "I could be going to my funeral, and here you are beating up on me." "It's what you deserve," she said. "I deserve a kiss, for luck," he replied. "In your dreams," she said, and stepped down, but he caught her smile. "I think she's playing hard to get," Billy said. "Don't you be worrying about my love life," Willie said. "Just keep your mind on driving." "Aye, aye, Captain." Billy grinned, then pushed in the clutch and shifted the rig into neutral. "Not going to leave it in gear just in case you need to slow down?" "Nope," Billy said. "Georgia overdrive. We're going to need all the speed we can get to make it to the other side." "You ready?" Connor asked, standing outside the window. "Yep, ready as we'll ever be," Billy said. "I'll see you boys at the bottom," Connor said, then told the men to pull the blocks. The old Mack truck started rolling as soon as the chocks were knocked out, and Willie crossed himself. It picked up speed quickly. The incline wasn't steep, but it was long, and the semi was fully loaded with Maine timber. The tires hummed, and Billy muscled the steering wheel to keep it in the center of the road as he aimed the bulldog on the hood straight for the bumpers of the two pickup trucks blocking the path. They flew past the men sneaking along the wood line, and Billy hit the brakes out of habit. Nothing happened. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph," Willie said. "How fast are we going? You said we'd be lucky to hit 40. 60 and picking up speed," Billy said. "Better hold on to—" His head exploded in a shower of gore, bounced off the back of the seat, and he slumped over the steering wheel. There was a single hole in the windshield with cracks spiderwebbing away. Willie dove across the cab as another bullet punched through the seat where his head had just been. He shoved Billy off the steering wheel and tried to correct. They were flying toward the ditch at nearly 80 miles an hour. More rounds shattered the glass, and he had to duck low. The tires sang as they hit the rumble strips, and he blindly yanked the wheel to stay on the blacktop. Glass showered down, and he heard the shots now as they pumped round after round into the cab. Willie was lying crossways in the cab and dared to pop up to look over the dash. He had to see where he was going. If he rammed into the bridge, a whole load of logs would come crashing through the truck, through him. The roadblock was coming up fast, and the men stopped shooting and started running. Billy crumpled to the floor, and Willie tried to brace himself for the impact. The left fender of the Mack hit the guardrail and slid along it for a second, sending fiberglass headlights and lug bolts flying as they snapped off. He hit the pickup broadside and sent it tumbling ahead of him, rolling over and over until it slammed into the van by the campfire. The trailer caught the front of the other truck, and it went spinning madly, bouncing off the rusting steel beams, sending parts and glass flying. The impact bounced Willie off the dash and onto the floor. He tried to get back up, tried to steer the rig so he wouldn't smash to the guardrail, go flying out into space and down to the river. The Mack hit the pickup again and crushed it between the bumper and one of the vans. The front wheel of the rig snapped off and went bouncing down the road as the axle dropped to the asphalt, and sparks started shooting out as the metal ground against the pavement. The van's windows blew out, and the tires screeched, leaving long black marks as it was pushed backwards at 50 miles an hour. Willie tried to steer, but it was useless. There was nothing he could do except ride it out. The rig bounced off the guardrail again, and more parts flew off. The fire ring was tossed aside, and some of the flaming logs went arcing out over the railing. Others landed on the tents or broke through the other van's windshield. He was almost across. Speed was bleeding off quickly as the frame and fuel tanks dragged the road. The screeching, tearing, shattering sounds of parts ripping off and diesel tanks tearing open filled the cab. The crossmember under the engine caught on a metal bridge plate, and the truck jolted as bolts snapped and it folded under. Logs shot forward, slammed the headache rack, and sheared the bolts holding it to the frame. It folded over onto the cab, crushing it forward and making a ramp for the 20-foot logs. A half-dozen on the top of the stack hit it and went shooting through the air like 1,000-pound arrows. They tore through the top of the cab, sprang open the doors, then speared into the 2 trucks blocking the other end of the bridge to send them careening in a shower of flying metal, splintering timber, and broken glass. The Mac finally ground to a halt, and Willie blinked to clear his eyes. Orange light was flickering around him. Illuminating the grim, blood-spattered interior of the truck, his vision swam, and he tried to move to wipe his eyes, but his arm was jammed up. Something warm and wet was dripping onto his face, and he strained to get free, but the seat was bent over and smashed into the dash. The flickering orange lights grew brighter. He smelled diesel from the ruptured tanks and saw the flames climbing up the side of the cab. He tried to wriggle away from them, but somehow he had wound up under Billy's body, and it was crushing him. He couldn't back out, and he could barely breathe. What was left of the roof was smashed down to the dash. The only way out was through the fire. Billy's mangled body pressed down on him as he worked his shoulders and tried to push with his feet. If he could get an arm free, he might be able to grab onto something and pull, but the fire was getting intense. The rig was in a spreading pool of a few hundred gallons of diesel. Connor flew past the men running down the hill, his horse at full gallop. There was no more need for stealth, and everyone was hurrying to help. He jumped off and ran to the passenger side of the rig, ignoring the short flames spreading across the puddles of diesel. He shoved the sprung door fully open and saw the legs of both men on the floor of the crumpled cab.
"Connor, get me out of here!" Willie shouted. "Get me out!"
Hearing the panic in his voice scared Connor. He'd never heard the man sound so fearful. Nothing ever bothered him.
"I got you, mate, I got you," he said,
and started tugging on a leg. A bullet spanged off the doorframe, and Connor ducked but kept pulling. He didn't have time for a gunfight. He was standing in fire. More shots rang out, and a bullet tore through the door and grazed his arm. He cursed, then heard a flurry of automatic AKs. His men were laying down heavy suppressive fire, shooting at anything that might have a man hiding behind it. Eddie Machete slid to a stop beside him with a blanket he'd grabbed from the smashed van. He climbed up and over the destroyed truck and haphazard pile of logs. The rig had come to a stop only a foot or so from the railing on the driver's side. The door was bent and twisted open, and the flames were high, licking at the driver's seat. He could see what was left of Billy slowly inching forward as Connor jerked on him. Sharp metal from the broken seat and steering wheel had him pinned in place, and the harder Connor pulled, the deeper they dug into the flesh. Half of his head was missing, so he wasn't feeling any pain, but Eddie grimaced just the same as he kicked at his shoulder to free it from the seat frame. He heard the collarbone break, and the metal easily sliced through the rest of the muscle and meat as he was pulled free. He dropped the blanket over the opening, giving Willie a little protection from the flames, but only for a few minutes. He needed water to douse it, and there were millions of gallons running 30 yards below, but it might as well have been 1,000 miles away for all the good it was doing them. Jacob and Simon, 2 of Connor's cargo thieves, joined their boss standing in the fire, and they ripped Billy's body loose. It spilled out onto the ground, deep cuts furrowed down his back and side. The big rifle round had blown most of his head away, and his face had caved in. They barely noticed as they stepped onto his body to get out of the fire. Vincent, one of Halston's crew, ran up with a bucket of water and doused their pants and smoldering boots. Rifle shots erupted from the far side of the bridge, and Jacob flew backwards, knocking the boy with the bucket over. Connor swore he felt the bullets whiz by, and Simon screamed and dropped his grip on Willie's boot as the back of his head exploded into a red mist. More AK rounds came from Halston's crew running into the fight. They emptied magazines at the toll men crouched behind the trucks, and the bullets stopped flying at them. Willie was still yelling. The flames were cooking him, but he had room to move, and he slid out easily when Connor's panicking hands grabbed his legs and jerked. Sporadic gunfire still popped off, but most of the men started grabbing buckets of water from the 55-gallon drums by the van that hadn't been destroyed. Somebody shot the padlock off the girl with the chain around her leg, and she ran. Willie's head was covered with Billy's blood, his hair soaked in it. It was the only reason it hadn't caught fire. Connor pulled him away from the truck as the fire grew hotter, and he stumbled blindly, his eyes burning from smoke and blood. "Get him out of here!" he yelled, and handed him off to one of Halston's crew. Vincent dropped his bucket and wrapped Willie's arm around his shoulder, then ran for the end of the bridge. Billy was completely covered in flames, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. The buckets of water being tossed on it weren't doing anything. "Go!" Connor yelled. "Forget the fire! Get across the bridge! Get across or all of this was for nothing!" He had seen half of Simon's head get blown off, but Jacob might still be alive. He waved the smoke out of his eyes and spotted him, face down in a puddle of diesel and already engulfed in fire. His clothes and hair were burning brightly. The gunfire had stopped, and he didn't know if it was because they had killed the other guys or they had gotten away. If they didn't get across the bridge now, if they retreated and a few of the toll-keepers had survived, they could regroup and hold it. It was the principle of the matter now. He'd lost men, and he didn't want it to be for nothing. Fiona came charging by on her horse, leading a half-dozen others. Carmen and Carla did the same, riding hard so the animals didn't have a chance to balk or shy away from the growing fire. Halston's crew jumped out of the way so they didn't get trampled and started running to catch up. The Mack would burn hot and bright, but the diesel wasn't explosive. The wrecked trucks and van were another story. When they caught fire, they might blow up in a spectacular fashion. Chapter 11. Hunt's Point. Day 23, 10 a.m.
"Is he still alive?"
the woman asked.
"He better be, or Tico's going to be pissed."
Somebody grabbed a long stick and jabbed one of his bare feet through the mesh of the tiny cage he'd been crammed into. Liam groaned but didn't have the strength to pull away. At least they weren't trying to shove it up his bum like they'd done before, laughing the whole time. He hung off the side of a warehouse some 15 feet in the air, confined to a metal security cart. There were dozens of others filled with people that had displeased Tico. A grim medieval torture to remind everyone not to cross him. "Yeah, he's got some life left in him. Go up top and lower him down." Liam wanted to cry, but didn't have any tears left in him, or strength left to shed them. He wished he would hurry up and die. The only reason they were pulling him down was to torture him some more. What else could it be? They'd caught him at the warehouse as he was running in and out of the flames trying to save what he could. They thought he'd set the fire to stop them from getting the booze and other supplies. He was being punished for destroying what Tico said was his. Connor hadn't found him when he and his men searched because Liam was too smart for that. He'd discovered a way to get above the drop ceilings and move along a wide ledge on the outside wall. He could hide up there and spy on Fiona, watch her undress and get ready for bed. She'd come around. She'd get off her high horse and show him the appreciation he deserved. He had all winter to wait and watch until Connor had ruined everything. The cage jerked as it was being lowered, and he woke up again. He'd drifted off. His mind was fuzzy. He hadn't had anything to eat in days. He'd lost count of how many. The only reason he was still alive was because of the rains. Twice they had come when he was so parched he thought his tongue would swell, his throat closed, and he'd suffocate. Twice his thirst had been satiated. He woke up again when a bucket of water was splashed over him. He was on the ground and somebody was going through a key ring, trying them one at a time to find the right one to open the lock. He didn't even care what they were going to do to him. He couldn't feel his legs or arms anymore. He doubted he'd feel anything they did. He welcomed death. Anything was better than the hell he'd been living through the past few days, or weeks. Maybe it was months. He was too tired to care or remember. They dragged him out, and he heard a man yelling at him, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. Somebody slapped him, but he barely felt it. He went back to sleep. He woke up again as someone held his head and tried to get him to open his mouth to eat. He was on a bed in a room and he could open his eyes a little. They were no longer crusted shut with old blood. He obediently swallowed the warm soup. So, they were poisoning him. He didn't care. He opened his mouth for more. "Is he going to make it?" a far distant voice asked. "He should. He's eating. It'll be a few days before he can be questioned, though. Tico won't like that. Well, you see what condition he's in. You guys beat him half to death before you shoved him in that cage. If he wants coherent answers, he's going to have to wait. Would you trust anything he says right now?" "I guess not," the man said. Liam drifted in and out for days, but by the third he was sitting up and feeding himself. He still wasn't dead, and wondered why they were nursing him back to health. It couldn't be simply to torture him some more. They had plenty of other people they could play their sadistic games with. He was in a makeshift hospital of sorts in an urgent care center. They were still in Hunts Point, only a few blocks away from Connor's original stronghold. He heard the sound of engines on occasion, but didn't know if they were real or part of his fever dream. There were a few people there that could have been doctors or nurses. They made the rounds and treated injuries, and there was a steady flow of men needing some kind of aid. Robbing, looting, and killing was a dangerous job. The people that had stuff didn't want to give it up, and most of the time they would fight to keep it. Liam was up and walking around with the help of a cane by the fourth day, and realized he was a prisoner when he tried to go outside for some fresh air. The door was guarded by a pair of men in gray coveralls with tattoos on their faces, who barely spoke English. They didn't need to speak to make it evident that he wasn't going anywhere. He learned that a few thousand men and a few hundred women had escaped from Rikers Island. They were the worst of the worst and relished their new freedom to do anything they wanted. There were no cops, no jails, and no law other than Tico's, and he didn't care what you did as long as you obeyed him. He'd surrounded himself with men he trusted to act as his lieutenants, and it hadn't taken long to establish some semblance of order after the first weeks of mass slaughter. Now there was a hierarchy, a chain of command based on how they'd run things in El Salvador under his old boss. He was El Jefe, and if you were in his organization and did what was expected, he was generous. If you crossed him, he was ruthless. After a week they came for him, 2 men in sharp suits with black ties and matching wool overcoats. They looked and spoke like Brooklyn mobsters. Liam flinched when they reached for him, but they weren't rough. They were merely helping him up. He was still a little wobbly. He'd been on death's door, and his legs had been tightly pinned underneath him the whole time he'd been in the cage. He was lucky he could walk at all. They took him outside to a waiting car, and he marveled at it. He couldn't believe they found one that still ran. Liam wasn't a car guy. He'd never owned one and barely knew how to drive. It wasn't necessary in New York. There were subways, buses, taxis, or Ubers that would take you anywhere you needed to go. He didn't know much about them, but he knew this one was old. It had big fenders and running boards and looked like it may have come out of someone's private collection or maybe even a museum. Many of the roads had been cleared of debris, and the car ran smoothly as the man shifted through the gears. The first stop was at a community bathhouse where he was ushered in, given a plush bathrobe, towel, and soap from a posh hotel, and told to get cleaned up. Tico didn't like to talk to smelly bums. It was in a colorfully painted industrial building that had housed a handful of sculptors, metalsmiths, potters, glassblowers, and their workspaces. Someone had adapted a blacksmith furnace to boil big kettles of water, to purify for drinking, but also for showers for Tico's lieutenants and guests. It was hot and humid inside, and felt good after so many days of freezing in the cage and always being chilly in the makeshift hospital. Liam was only allotted a single 5-gallon bucket, but it was wonderful. It was mounted on a weighted swivel and had a screw-on lid with holes poked in it. By pulling a rope, he could tilt it to let the water flow and release it to stop. He'd forgotten how nice hot water could feel sprinkling over his skin. They walked him next door when he was finished, and he was greeted by an elderly, bespectacled man with a measuring tape draped around his neck. "Get him something that fits, but none too fancy," one of the men escorting him said. "Tico doesn't talk to people dressed like raggedy bums." "Might as well make it black," the other man said. "It'll probably be his funeral suit." The older man took a few measurements, then moved to one of the many rows of neatly organized clothes in the bay. Someone had cleaned out a few of Manhattan's finer stores and brought everything to a Hunts Point warehouse. Racks, shoes, accessories, and all. They'd also recruited a tailor. The man moved quickly to accommodate their wishes, but he didn't seem too overly concerned with them. He wasn't afraid they were going to rough him up or anything. "Will this gentleman be requiring a pocket square or timepiece?" he asked the men as Liam stepped into the dressing room to put on the three-piece suit. "No, he has a meeting, not dinner or anything fancy," the first one said. "Give him the orange necktie and make sure he has nice shoes. Tico doesn't like bums with dirty shoes." Fear crept back into Liam again when he was reminded about why they were going through all this trouble. The boss didn't like dirty, smelly people. He could understand that, but he had no idea why he wanted to talk to him. He'd never met him or even seen him. When some men in prison-issue orange coveralls caught him when he was dragging a heavy duffel of food out of the warehouse, they started beating him immediately. Liam wasn't a fighter. He was an accountant. He'd tried to talk his way out of confrontations. He didn't remember what he said. He'd helped them get the rest of the food out. He knew where there was more. He wasn't their enemy. All kinds of stuff. But they beat him anyway. And when he woke up, he was stuffed in a cage along with a bunch of others. Liam finished dressing, laced up the Oxfords, and stepped out for the men to look him over. There was no escaping through the back door, no climbing out a window to get away. The men had a job, and they weren't going to tell Tico some half-crippled, half-starved prisoner had given them the slip. They didn't want to wind up in a cage. "It'll do," one of them said, and looked at his watch. "Right on time, too. Let's go." 4 men in gray work pants and shirts followed them out and held the doors as they climbed in and took positions behind the old Plymouth. One of the sharply dressed gangsters slid behind the wheel, the other next to Liam in the back seat. The driver pulled the choke, slid the column shifter into first gear, pumped the pedal a few times, and gave the 4 men a signal. They started pushing, and when they had picked up enough speed, the driver popped the clutch. The old car bucked once, then fired up. He gave gas, throttled away, and Liam marveled. He had no idea you could start a car by pushing it. The lightning storms must have fried all the batteries and everything. They drove a few blocks over to their headquarters, a moving and storage warehouse, and a guard slid open the gate. Liam was still trying to wrap his head around everything he was seeing. A few other cars were parked in the lot, old ones like the one he was riding in. He was having a hard time aligning the two worlds. In one, a bunch of lawless, savage men could beat, kill, rape, and torture anyone they wanted. They crammed people into tiny cages and hung them from buildings. They were more animal than human. In this other world he had just been introduced to, they had bathhouses, wore nice clothes, and drove cars. They were forceful but polite. They were organized, and it seemed like everyone had a job to do. It just didn't seem possible that they were all part of the same gang. The man driving the Plymouth backed it into a parking spot near the entrance, and more gray uniformed pushers hurried over to open the doors. He was escorted inside to a waiting room that had a wood stove in one corner. Someone had knocked a hole in the wall for the chimney pipe, and it radiated heat, warming the room. The men told him to take a seat, then stood by the door. The minutes ticked by, and Liam had time to get nervous again, wondering what this Tico guy wanted. Whatever it was, he was going to give it to him, and in spades. He couldn't go back into the cage. He could join a crew like this. Not the animals that did the nasty work, the killing and robbing, but he could work in the bathhouse or cook or even be a car pusher. He'd do anything. He didn't care. Maybe word had gotten back to Tico that he'd been in the Irish Mafia. Maybe he was going to apologize for his treatment and offer him a position, a good one. Respect from one gangster to another. He eyed the men in the suits. They looked mobbed up with their slicked black hair and Jersey accents. Maybe Tico was gathering all the gangs under one banner and had plans to start a big organization. Maybe he needed someone to keep the books, help with the inventory. He could do that. It would be the same as working for Connor, but on a bigger scale. He wouldn't be hiding money and keeping them off the IRS radar. He would be keeping track of inventory, fuel and food and cars and repair parts, things like that. The more he thought about it, the more he convinced himself. Of course. What else could it be? Why else would he have spent a week in their hospital getting his strength back? Why would they clean him up and dress him in the suit if they were only going to torture him again? Tico had found out who he was and needed a numbers man. He was going to offer him a job. He adjusted his tie, sat up straighter, and relaxed a little. This was an interview, nothing more. All the horror stories he'd heard about El Jefe were probably elaborations. Even if they were true, you had to break a few eggs to make an omelet. He'd had to be brutal and crack down to take over, to establish himself as the leader. Now that the chaos was over, he was probably trying to get things back to some kind of normal. He had cars, he obviously had some smart guys working for him. Maybe he was going to start farming or fishing again, get some food production going. "Follow me," a woman said when she stuck her head through the door. She was Hispanic, petite, and wore a tight black dress with heels, more nightclub attire than business chic. Liam jumped to his feet and hurried after her. She led him through the warehouse, where men dressed in suits and black ties were playing pool or standing around watching and smoking. Some were Hispanic and heavily tattooed, their faces and necks covered with jailhouse ink. Others were black, and some looked Italian. Gangsters and gangbangers all working together. Others, still in the orange jumpsuits, were methodically opening the big wooden crates filled with household goods that lined the walls and shelves. He noticed a pattern then. Everyone wore a uniform of sorts, so they were easily identified. With a glance you could tell where their standing was within the organization. Wooden furniture, clothes, books, and anything else that would burn was put in piles near the wood stoves that were roaring and keeping the warehouse warm. Liam could see the wastefulness of what they were doing. There could be medical books or auto repair manuals in the piles they were throwing into the stoves. He'd have to tell Tico, let him know he was doing things wrong. He'd make sure the big boss understood that he could be a valuable asset in the new organization, and he should keep wearing a suit. He liked the way it fit, the respect it garnered. He was intelligent. He'd had an important job. He shouldn't have to wear coveralls or a jumpsuit and do menial labor. He'd let Tico know he was willing to join him. He wasn't sure what to expect when the woman ushered him past two guards and into a conference room. Maybe a Mexican gangbanger with a lot of facial tattoos, maybe a scarred-up mountain of a man who broke anyone that stood in his way, or possibly some kind of ex-Special Forces soldier who became a cartel enforcer. He didn't expect a middle-aged businessman in a tailored suit sitting at one end of the long table. He didn't even have a bodyguard, and the woman shut the door when she left. Liam's eyes darted around quickly, looking for others, but there was no place to hide. They were alone, and the man wasn't the least bit worried about him seeking revenge. He sat with his back to a large picture window and had a gun lying on the table next to a pile of papers he was slowly scanning. In one corner was a life-size skeleton wearing a black dress, a long cloak, and a tiara. She was carrying a scythe, and oversized wings had been attached to her back. There were flowers, cigarettes, and bottles of tequila at her feet. It looked like a statue of a female Grim Reaper, but he saw fine wires holding the bones together. It was a real skeleton, a shrine to Santa Muerte, the goddess of death. "Good to meet you, sir," Liam said, and wasn't sure whether to approach or take a seat or wait, so he stood in place and did nothing. "Shut up," he said, and Liam did. All thoughts of telling the man he was doing things wrong fled his mind. "Tell me about the reindeer," Tico said after a few minutes, and set the papers aside. His accent was surprising. Not even a hint of Spanish. It was cultured and was faintly British. The man stared at him and waited. He was well dressed, his tie perfectly straight, his hair dark and slightly graying at the temples. Liam looked at him blankly. He had no idea what he was talking about. Santa's reindeer? Rudolph and Dancer and Prancer and the rest?
I'm sorry, Liam finally said. I don't know of any reindeer. Maybe at the zoo.
The man leaned back in the chair, interlocked his fingers, rested his elbows on the armrests, and waited. Liam fidgeted and racked his brain. What did this guy want? Tico sighed after a few moments, glanced down at his watch, then tapped the little silver hotel call bell twice. It rang merrily, and the door opened. The two men that had been standing outside stepped in. Get him to the gladiators, and bring me the man who said he had information about all the food we could want. He's dead, one of the men said. You sent him to the ring. He didn't last one round. Tico frowned, then waved them away. The men grabbed Liam by the arms and started ushering him toward the door.
Wait, Liam said in a rush. I can help. I know things. I was a numbers man for the Mafia. I can help you run your organization.
Tico didn't even look up from his papers. The pressure on his arms grew stronger, and they started pulling him out. Liam wanted to fight, to argue, to convince the man he could be of service. He had valuable information. Suddenly he knew what Tico wanted.
They're in Maine, he said. Tens of thousands of them, and they're only guarded by a handful of farmers.
Tico looked up, raised his hand, and the men stopped pulling him toward the door.
Good meat,
Liam continued, and shook himself free.
Plenty of it, enough for you and all your men.
Tico had his attention now, and Liam tried desperately to remember everything he'd overheard when he was hiding in the ceiling. It wasn't much, but he had been yelling about it when they caught him and beat the crap out of him. He'd been saying anything to make them stop. He didn't remember exactly what he'd told them, but they must have said something to somebody, and Tico heard about it. Now he wanted to hear the story straight from the source. Liam would say anything, make up what he didn't know, and worry about escaping later. Anything that would keep him alive.
Where, exactly?
Tico asked.
Maine is a big place.
Liam hesitated. If he told them, they would have no use for him. He wouldn't have any leverage.
I can take you there, he said.
Tico frowned again and waved him away.
Start cutting off pieces of him and don't stop until you're sure he's telling the truth, he said, and the men grabbed him again.
Oxbow!
Liam shouted.
Oxbow, Maine! Please, Mr. Tico, I can help. I know the area. I've been there.
You've seen these herds with your own eyes.
Yes,
Liam lied.
I told you, I was a numbers man from the Mafia. We were thinking about expanding out of the city. I was sent up there to see if it was feasible for us to take a cut of their profits, a protection scheme.
Keep talking,
Tico said, and Liam thought fast, making it up as he went along, but he had to make it sound convincing.
It's a huge operation, he continued, and it's run by just a handful of Russian immigrants, peasants. It would have been simple. They're used to corruption back in their home country.
And you were successful?
Tico asked.
We didn't have a chance, Liam said. We were going to, but the storms came, and, well, you know, everything changed.
Tico swiveled around in his chair, leaned back, and stared up at the bony lady. The men in the black ties bowed their heads respectfully, and Liam did the same. After a moment, Tico turned and faced them.
I'll ask you again, he said. You've seen these herds. Am I to understand they are self-sufficient? If we go up there, we're not going to find half of them dead and the other half starving.
No, they'll be fine,
Liam insisted, like his life depended on it.
They graze the forest like deer. They don't need to be fed and watered. Up there it'll be like the storm never happened.
He had no idea how much of that was true, but it sounded right, and with no internet, there was no way to know if he was wrong until they got there.
Okay, numbers man, we'll see,
Tico said, then addressed the men.
Take him to Alfonso. He'll work for him.
They nodded, and Liam let out a breath. He was being dismissed, and his knees nearly quaked in relief.
Tell him everything you told me, and then help him. Do whatever he tells you. You can keep the suit,
Tico said, then asked,
Are you right or left-handed?
Right, Liam said. Why do you ask?
Break a couple of fingers on his left hand for trying to withhold information,
Tico said, and went back to his papers.
And a couple more for daring to ask me a question.
Liam almost demanded to know why. Almost started to protest, but caught himself at the last second when his eyes passed over the skeleton in the corner. The grinning Santa Muerte. He was alive. They weren't going to put him back in the cage, and he didn't want his thumb broken too. He was lucky and counted his blessings. When the door closed, Antonio Ticamonte took a cigarette from a silver case and lit it with a flourish. He took a drag to get it going, then placed it reverently between the goddess's teeth. He lit another for himself, then gave a prayer of thanks to the Dark Lady. He believed it was her who guided his hand, that led him to hear the rumor of the great herds. She had answered his prayers, and she had given him a way to feed his army. He'd been a follower since he was a child. Most of the cartel members worshipped and made offerings to her. The Pope condemned devotion to her, said she was a false saint. He said she was only a folk saint, a bastardization of the Aztec goddess of death, and it was heretical to pray to her or offer her gifts. Antonio knew better, though. The white man with the funny hat who sat on the golden throne knew nothing of his people. He told them to tithe, send more money, while their children starved so his priests could buy more diamond-encrusted shoelaces. Holy Death demanded no such trivialities. She wasn't judgmental. She knew man was fallen, and she knew he was a sinner. You didn't have to be perfect or even try to be to ask for her blessings, her protection, and her wisdom. She didn't want money. She demanded offerings of something that her petitioners enjoyed, the things that made them happy in this life. A cigarette, a glass of wine, a shot of tequila, a beautiful flower. Sometimes the blood of an enemy, or the blood of the supplicant. Tico nodded to her, a nod of thanks, and turned back to his work. She didn't demand long ceremonial prayers. She only wanted acknowledgement of the blessing she bestowed. Chapter 12. Hunt's Point, Day 30. The sharp-suited men drove him back to the urgent care facility where he'd recuperated after his ordeal in the cage. They were polite and deferential, although unapologetic, after they broke his fingers. They did it in the parking lot before holding the door for him to get into the back seat. They rode in front and were all business. He wasn't a prisoner anymore. He was being chauffeured. They didn't say anything else during the ride as he cradled his hand and did his best to be stoic about the whole situation. He wore a suit. That meant he was afforded respect. He was one of Tico's executives, and everyone treated him accordingly. The guards at the hospital didn't glare at him. The pushers hurried to open doors, and the doctor was extremely polite and gentle as he set and wrapped the fingers. He could only guess why he'd been allowed to keep the suit, keep the position of authority. Maybe it was because he had valuable information. Maybe it was because he was a fellow criminal in an organized gang, not just a low-life carjacker or something. It didn't matter the reason. He was glad for it and would do whatever it took to keep it. He'd have to try to be more like the others in his former gang. Quiet like Eddie Machete. Calm like Connor. Intimidating like Willie. He grimaced as the doctor moved the misshapen fingers back into place. He'd been given some painkillers, but they didn't dull everything. While he'd been hanging in the cage, he'd been second-guessing himself about turning against Connor. Things hadn't gone the way they were supposed to. Hearing his mom scream and Fiona rejecting him had sent him over the edge. He had been wallowing in self-pity. If he hadn't double-crossed them, maybe they would have been able to hold the warehouse and sent the convicts away to look for easier targets. Maybe. But he wouldn't be where he was now, that's for sure. Even through the pain, he knew he was lucky. He was in the upper echelons of a massive organized force. If he did his job, kept his head down, and stayed off of Tico's radar, he would have a good life. He liked the way the pushers and guards had jumped to open doors for him. He could get used to being treated with reverence and respect. Connor Doyle sure as hell never did. After the doctor, he was taken to a squat office building a few blocks away and escorted inside. They walked him up a flight of stairs to a corner office with large windows letting the late afternoon sun stream in. Brief introductions were made. The men told the man behind the desk exactly what Tico had said, then left. "Have a seat," Alfonso said, and sat back down himself. He was a heavy-set guy in his 50s, and had the gin-blossom nose of a heavy drinker. Liam noted his tie was blue. Even among the men wearing suits, there was a code that denoted their position. He wondered how long he was with his orange tie and what would happen if he wore the wrong color. "Those guys give me the creeps," he said, when he was sure they were gone. "They're like robots." "Aye," Liam said, and waved his bandaged hand. "When they broke me fingers, they didn't bat an eye. They might as well have been snapping pretzel sticks for all they cared." "It would have put a bullet in the back of your head and dumped you in the river just as easily. Everyone is adapting to the new religion, that Santa Muerte business. She encourages and condones violence, just as bad as the crazy Muslims that believe blowing up school kids gets you a ticket straight to heaven, if you ask me," Alfonso said, then pulled out a clean sheet of paper. "Okay, enough all that. Down to business. Tell me everything you know about these reindeer. I think we'll be heading north soon." The meeting went on for hours. Maps were brought in and areas marked. Alfonso was the logistics man, and his concerns were more about moving and feeding an army than particulars about the herd. It was important for him to make sure they got there. Tico was an unforgiving man if you made a mistake. It gave Liam time to flesh out his story, and the man was easily distracted if he wasn't sure about details. The remnants of the beating he'd taken were still evident. One eye was bloodshot, and the bruises hadn't completely faded. He pleaded memory loss or indifference about some details he should have known, like if there was a gas station or auto parts store in Oxbow. "I had a driver," he said. "I wasn't paying any attention and was dozing off half the time." They made plans and talked until late in the evening. Once the candles had to be lit, Alfonso said work was finished. He couldn't read or write in the low light. He'd lost his glasses and hadn't found a replacement pair yet. A bottle of whiskey came out, and Alfonso's demeanor changed. He was off duty. He loosened his tie, poured generous shots, and put his feet up on the desk. Liam learned a lot about the organization and Tico's plans. Alfonso was at Rikers when the solar flare hit them. He'd been considered a flight risk and was denied bail. He was awaiting trial for 36 counts of tobacco smuggling, money laundering, tax fraud, wire fraud, and a handful of other related charges. The feds had come down on him hard. "I ran a little trucking company," he said. "My wife at the time had expensive tastes, and somehow I got in with the mafia. They set things up. All I had to do was have one of my trucks pick up a load of cigarettes at the Mohawk Casino in upstate New York. I printed up a fake bill of lading, and my guys had dropped the smokes off at a warehouse in Jersey. Easy money, 1 run a week. I did it for years, and nobody got hurt. Damn government wanted the tax money, though. I was looking at 20 years of hard time. Anyway, I got lucky I didn't get myself killed during the mayhem after the storm. After the first week or so, and everybody that had a grudge to settle got it settled, Tico started organizing. He had a dream, and he dreamed big. He said it was a brand new world with no cops, no judges, no law, no government. He said we could start our own country and run it any way we wanted. He introduced us to a new religion. Well, new for some of us. A lot of the Hispanics already practiced Santa Muerte. Most everybody jumped on board. It sounded good, and he delivered. It's only been about a month, and he's kept his promises. If you're in the group, you don't starve. He started his own country of sorts, and everybody has a job to do. People are afraid to leave because, for one, where would you go? And two, if you're not part of the group, you're fair game.
"Then why's everyone in a kind of uniform? They wear the same color clothes?" Liam asked. "It lets others know you're with Tico?"
"Yeah, with it you're mostly protected. I mean, not from a personal beef or anything, but nobody'll mess with you or steal your stuff if you're wearing the colors. All gray are the assistants. The guys in orange are the grunt workers. Black are the teams that go raiding. All yellow are the medical people, and so on. Then there's us, the gentlemen with suits." He grinned at his little joke. "I use that term loosely. Just 'cause you put a gorilla in a suit doesn't mean he knows how to act. It just means we're admin, not field work. And the color of our neckties denotes our ranking. I guess it's kind of like the Army in a way. At a glance, you know who can make your life miserable, so you best treat them accordingly."
That just seems so weird, Liam said, choosing his words carefully. I mean, this Tico guy wasn't at all what I expected. How did he get everything so organized so fast? It's like it happened almost overnight.
Yeah, he's a strange one, Alfonso agreed, then took another sip. From what I gather, he came up from the bottom of some cartel outfit down in El Salvador or Guatemala or somewhere. He was your typical killer, but he didn't get all the tattoos like most of them have. Somebody said he had some kind of blood disorder. He couldn't, so he had to be meaner and tougher than all the others. He got noticed by the higher-ups, and they started grooming him for management. Sent him to good schools in Europe and here in the States. He studied business and trade. At first glance, he seems like any other Wall Street executive might meet in the financial district, but he's absolutely ruthless. You can't find a man more cold-blooded than him. He got busted by a fluke. He was having some poor guy flayed alive when some random dog walker heard the screams. He called it in, and the rest, as they say, is history. It was big news when he got busted. It was on all the papers.
Liam gasped. I remember when that happened. His name is Ticamonte. Jeez, mate, I didn't realize it was the same guy.
Yeah, that's him. Anyway, after the bloodletting on Rikers, he started giving orders. There was some more killing, but after a day or two, everyone fell in line. If they didn't, they got themselves tortured to death in the most insane and painful ways you can think of.
He killed some of our group, Liam admitted. They went over to get the food. We didn't think anyone was left alive.
That was you guys? Alfonso asked,
and took a healthy swig of the whiskey, encouraging Liam to do the same.
Wow, small world. Yeah, that was about when Tico was taking over and getting his house in order. Everybody wanted to be a part of his gang by then. They were the strongest by far, and if you were in, you were protected. I'm just as guilty as the rest. I took the path of least resistance, but what else could I do? I didn't want to be sacrificed to the bony lady, and I don't want to be out there on my own fighting for every scrap of food. Look at me. I'm 50 years old and 50 pounds overweight. My ex-wife is in Florida, and I hope she didn't get killed by the lightning. I hope she suffers a slow, painful death. My kid's in California. He hadn't wanted anything to do with me in years. I got nobody out there. It's just easier this way. Tico says there's going to be a great die-off. It's inevitable. The old, the weak, the sick, and everyone not strong enough to take what they need will be gone. He says we'll come out on the other side and we'll start a new country and we'll be running the show. He's right. There isn't enough food to go around. It's better for some to survive than all to die.
Liam struggled with the idea. Tico had killed his mum. Maybe not him personally, but he'd overseen her torture. He had wanted to put a bullet in him when he found out, but now he needed him if he wanted to survive.
I can see you're conflicted, Alfonso said. I get it. I was too, but it's war. A war for supplies, and not everybody's going to make it. Tico says we're going to take over a town somewhere, someplace with good weather, a huge freshwater lake for fishing, and plenty of farmland for growing crops.
Our group was thinking of something similar, Liam said. Not taking one over, but joining with the Amish or something.
Problem is, they don't want you or need you. You're an outsider, and everybody escaping the city probably has the same plan. Tico has enough people to simply take over. The farmers will join us and teach us what we know if they want to keep breathing.
Why doesn't he do it now, instead of going after the reindeer? Liam asked. It sounds like a good plan. Why wait?
Because there's no guarantees, especially in the winter. All the big farms depend on regular deliveries to keep the cows and pigs alive. Without a weekly shipment of grain, the cattle are going to die off. They can turn them out to fend for themselves, but it's winter. Most of them won't survive. Same goes for the sheep and chickens and everything else we're used to eating. Remember that a lot of the grain and hay got destroyed in the lightning storms. That stuff is stored in silos and barns with tin roofs.
Makes more sense now, Liam said, and sipped at the whiskey. The reindeer don't need any of that. What's he planning, do you know? Are we going to winter up there and drive the herd south to the farmland, use them as steady supply of food until things get going again?
I'm not privy to everything, but that would make sense, Alfonso said. I know we can't stay here much longer. We send guys out every day and they're bringing back less and less food. We're already halfway out on Long Island, methodically hitting the subdivisions. There wasn't much to begin with. The stores only kept a few days' worth on their shelves. Seems like most of them got burnt the first day. The rest were looted. It's been 3 weeks. People are running out of everything, and we have nearly 2,000 soldiers in Tico's army. That's a lot of mouths to feed.
I heard the burros are even worse, Liam said. I heard they're already eating each other in Harlem.
Yeah, I heard that too, Alfonso said, and shuddered. Some cannibal gang started filing their teeth into points. Craziness. We don't even send trucks there anymore. There's nothing to take.
I heard a big gun battle about a week ago, Liam said. When I was in the cage. Sounded pretty close and lasted for hours.
Yeah, lost a lot of men, and worse, wasted a lot of ammo in that fight, Al said. Actually, it's the only place we haven't been able to overpower. Some group is holed up in a rail yard. We can't even get close without getting picked off. Tico finally said leave it. It was too costly. Not in terms of lives, mind you. He doesn't give a damn about that, but in bullets. We don't have much left, and if you thought food was hard to find, try finding ammo. Anybody that has it'll shoot every round they have at anyone trying to take their stash. We finally started ramming gated communities and houses with cars that won't make the trip to Maine. We break through the defenses, but we can't keep up either. Cars we can get running are hard to find.
I was wondering about that. How'd you get them going? Liam asked. I thought everything was fried.
Yeah, mostly it was, Alfonso said,
and topped off their glasses again.
But old engines don't use computers. If we find one with the original ignition system, one with points and a condenser instead of upgraded electronics, we can get them started. There were plenty of chop shop guys at Rikers. They know their way around an engine. We haven't found a good battery yet, he continued, the whiskey putting him in a talkative mood. They got shorted out by all the jolts of energy that was jumping around in the air. The electrical systems, too, but it only takes a few wires to make an old car run. Nearly all of them were manual transmissions back then, so they can be push-started. Old motorcycles, too. The cars are why you're here and not wasting away in a cage. Whoever shoved you in it was telling anyone who would listen what you were saying about huge herds of reindeer. It was a joke. Nobody believed it. They thought it was funny, the crazy stuff people would say when they were getting a beat down. Tico heard about it, and once we got our first car running, getting up to Maine became a possibility. We couldn't stay here because it was becoming pretty clear pretty fast that there wasn't enough food on all of Long Island to feed everyone.
Liam frowned and let that sink in. What about big rigs or buses? He asked. If we got some of those running, it'd make the trip to Maine easy.
Yeah, it would. But when's the last time you saw an antique truck or bus? They've been using electronics and computers in vehicles since the early 70s. Somebody running a business doesn't keep old equipment around. It's too costly to maintain. I traded my trucks in for the latest model every 5 years. Those old rigs get sold to guys who can't afford a new one. They get a few more years out of them, and finally even they give up on some old piece of junk with a few million miles on it. They get scrapped. You know what's funny, though? He asked, and didn't wait for an answer. Now that we're finding cars we can get running, we don't have enough people to drive them. Nobody knows how to drive a stick shift, especially the column shifters. These idiots grind the gears, stall them out every time they try to take off, burn out the clutches, and strip the transmissions. We had a sweet 68 Camaro some clown wrapped around a tree. He was looking at the shifter trying to find third instead of watching the road.
Alfonso was a talker once he had a few shots in him, and Liam let him ramble. He'd already decided he was going to stay. He wasn't going to try to escape. Like Al, he didn't think he could make it on his own. To survive, you needed to be in a group, and since this was the biggest one around, if he stayed with them, he wouldn't have to worry about getting attacked by another gang. He thought back to Connor's big plan to ride out the winter in the warehouse and scoffed. Tico's men would have rolled right over them. Ticamonte wasn't the man he expected, but it was becoming apparent he was the man that was needed. Chapter 13. Maine. Day 34, 7 a.m. The teens kept a steady pace and found a trucker's state map near an abandoned rig in New Hampshire. Someone had tossed the logging truck, looking for any food, and they'd found it lying on the ground, with discarded clothes and tools. It had been rained on, but the detailed Maine map had sturdy plastic-coated pages designed for years of hard use. It was immensely helpful at finding the smaller roads. It even had dirt trails and logging roads clearly marked. Their progress had slowed down considerably, though. The farther north they went, the more meandering the roads became.
There were a lot of big lakes and rivers and not a lot of people. The state didn't spend money creating roads and bridges that ran in straight lines. Most of them wandered around and had probably started out as game trails and cow paths a few hundred years ago. They had pitched their tents 100 yards from the road and spent an uneventful night snuggled in their sleeping bags. Natasha had a small fire going to heat breakfast. She'd had last guard shift and came in from the woods once the sun was up, and everyone was stirring. There was frost on the grass, and the three shivered and hurried to bundle up while Natasha tended her noodles. She was wearing jeans and the Kevlar vest with a black hoodie pulled over it. Clouds from their breath hung in the air, but the chill didn't bother her. It was barely below freezing. The days were still warm, and if the sun was out, it would get up into the high 40s. She ate the ramen noodles slowly, savoring the last bit of smoked fish she'd added to it. Pancho snorted and stamped his foot. The teens moved instantly, just like they'd practiced. There was a flurry of movement as cups were dropped, bedrolls tossed, and tent stakes flung away as they grabbed for guns. 2 shots rang out from near the horses, and Andy woofed in surprise as he was knocked backward over his saddle. Tanya and Maria drew their pistols and darted in opposite directions to take cover behind trees as birds shrieked and cawed in protest as they took to the sky. Natasha dove, rolled, sprang to her feet, and started yelling, "Verwerk! Verwerk!" Smoky was tied loosely to a branch, her saddle already cinched and bedroll mounted behind. She reared and whinnied at the command, pawed the air, and pulled the reins loose. Natasha saw the man that had been sneaking up on them as he slipped behind a tree to get away from the startled horses that were all snorting and tugging at their ropes. She ran straight at him, and when he swung out on the other side of the tree to fire again, she pulled the trigger twice. The AK barked its distinctive sound, and it was his turn to go flying backward. There was a scream closer to the road, and Natasha kept charging. She slowed long enough to kick the pistol away from the man, but it probably wasn't necessary. His eyes were wide, and he was gasping. She could hear the air being sucked in through the holes in his chest when she jumped over him. Another shot rang out, and she tried to keep trees between her and where it came from. She could hear Tanya and Maria crashing through the underbrush on either side as they flanked the shooter. She spared a thought for Andy and hoped he was wearing his vest and hadn't been hit in the head. More gunfire rang out, and this time it was accompanied by a woman's shrill curses. She threw her back against a tree as the bullets whizzed by, splintering wood and sending chunks of bark flying. There were 2 simultaneous shots as Tanya's Colt and Maria's .45 thundered. Natasha poked around the tree and pulled the AK up to finish the job, but the big-caliber bullets had put paid to the woman. Goose down filled the air from her puffy jacket, and she was dead before she splattered to the ground. The 2 girls heard the crunching of leaves underfoot and pulled their eyes away from the mess that used to be a woman, dressed in a brightly colored ski parka. "Go!" Natasha said, as she ran past them, and they moved quickly to get to the others before they had a chance to recover and return fire. When they broke out onto the road, they saw an abandoned wheelbarrow and a couple of kids' wagons piled high with belongings. A group of people in dirty, ragged clothes were running away as fast as they could, disappearing into the woods on the opposite side of the road. There were baby clothes in the wagon, and the woman in the rear was carrying a crying child in her arms. "Shit," Maria said, closing her eyes and heaving a huge sigh. "They shot first," Natasha said, and stood in the middle of the road, rifle in her hands, a warning if any of them thought about turning around. "I've got to check on Andy," Tanya said, and Maria joined her to run back to the camp. Natasha hopped across the ditch and moved a few feet into the woods, but the refugees were out of sight. She poked through the gear they'd abandoned and wondered if they'd come back for it. There was a half case of formula for the baby, so they probably would. The formula wouldn't last, so they were just prolonging the inevitable. They must have been city people, and their lack of knowledge was killing them more than anything else. They were in Maine. There was time to find a place and make it their own before winter set in, even if it was just a simple hunting cabin. There was wildlife galore. It wasn't hard to make fish traps or set snares to catch small game. They had guns so they could hunt, but instead they chose to kill and steal. They should have stolen a few survival books from a library. Now they had no guns. She wasn't going to give them back. They would just use them to shoot the next travelers they came across. She moved back across the road. She had to check on Andy. He was sitting by the fire with his vest off, and Tanya was tenderly probing the big red welts on his chest.
"You think it broke your ribs?"
Maria asked.
"I don't know,"
Andy winced.
"Feels like it."
"You are talking and moving. Ribs not broke," Natasha said. "Only 9mm bullets. Stop being baby."
"Well, excuse me," Andy said in a huff. "It's not every day I get shot."
"You'll get used to it," Natasha said. "Let's get out of here. Gunshots might bring others."
She kept one of the matching guns, a pair of Glock 17s, and gave the other to Andy.
"I'll watch road. Make sure they don't come back until we're gone," she said, and whistled for Smokey.
She picked up her canteen cup of ramen noodles and looked sadly at the piece of fish that was lying in the ashes. After a moment, she plucked it up and blew it off the best she could. She wasn't above eating a little dirt. Natasha searched for movement in the wood line as she waited for the others, scanning with her rifle. If anyone was watching, they were keeping quiet and still. Her eyes kept going back to the baby clothes and formula. If the people would have asked, not tried to kill them, they would have shared their food. They didn't have much, but they could get more. They could have shown the travelers how to find their own. There were a dozen ways to fish without poles. She stepped off Smokey, dug into her saddlebag, and pulled out a small bag, the last of her provisions. There was only a few days' worth left, and that was if she stayed hungry most of the time. It wasn't much, only a few bites each for the group, but it might keep them going until they found more. She put it in the wagon, and then added the pistol. Maybe they were decent people. Maybe the worst of them were the ones who tried to sneak into their camp and ambush them. Maria and Tanya were quick to finish packing, snuff out the fire, and join Natasha on the road.
"Andy had to find a tree,"
Maria said, their way of saying, use the bathroom, and anxiously watched the woods for movement. Both of them dropped what little food they had into the wagon, and if they were surprised to see Natasha's already there, they didn't say anything.
"We need to find a good place to take a break for a few days," Maria said. "Andy can ride, but he really is in a lot of pain. He won't be much good if we have to ride hard or move fast."
"Duh," Natasha said.
"Near lake, we can smoke more fish, maybe catch beaver."
"Might be a good idea to find a spot to hunker down anyway," Tanya added. "In Alabama, when we had skies that looked like that, it meant a storm was brewing. Is it too early to snow up here? It feels cold enough."
They looked up at the leaden gray sky. The sun was up, but it wasn't going to warm them much today. It was hidden behind the heavy clouds. Andy joined them a few minutes later, and they set off at an easy pace toward a likely place that was only about 8 miles away. When they came to the dirt road turnoff to the lake, they paused to double-check the map. There were no road signs, and the path was blocked by a large tree.
"People are here," Tanya said. "That tree's been cut down with an axe."
"We should keep moving," Andy said in a strained voice. "I don't want to fight with some militia group." He was trying to hide it, but it was obvious bouncing around on Biscuit was hurting him with every step. The wind had picked up a little, the temperature had dropped since dawn, and the first flakes of snow were starting to fall.
"Next big lake is another 7, maybe 8 miles, but it's public too," Maria said as she looked at the map. "I think every lake that has a road going to it is going to be the same. People have cabins. This is their bug-out place, and they don't want strangers or thieves coming in."
"I have a feeling we are being watched," Natasha said. "Yeah, me too," Andy said, and tried to see into the thick brush, probably through the scope of a gun.
"Let's go," Maria said. "There's a small lake that's closer. The only way to get to it looks like a narrow path on this map. Maybe some logging company owns it and there won't be anyone around. We can rest up and fish there."
"No," a voice came from above them. "That's Seth Johnson's place. I don't know if he's up there or not, but if he is, he'll shoot first and ask questions later. He's a crotchety old goat."
Startled, they looked up and could barely make out a man on a deer stand, hidden in an evergreen tree. "Oh, Lord, you scared me," Tanya said when her heart stopped trying to break out of her chest. She turned on her southern charm while the others gripped their guns a little tighter. "Y'all don't know of a place we can rest up a little, do you? Our friend's been shot and there's a storm coming. We don't want to be in imposition. We're just looking for a place to pitch our tents and catch a few fish."
"We'll see," the man said. "I already called for backup. They'll be here any minute."
"Let's go," Natasha said, and cut Smoky away from the path.
"Now hold on, it ain't like that," the man insisted. "We got to vote on things like that. We can't just let everybody in. We can give you some food, though. We've been able to do that for the wanderers walking by."
"Don't need your food," Natasha said. "Nothing is free. Everything has price." The others turned their horses, and Andy kept a sharp eye on the man. If he raised his rifle, he wouldn't hesitate to raise his.
Don't be like that,"
another man said, and stepped past the fallen tree. He held his hands up to get them to stop. He had a pistol, but he wasn't brandishing it. It was in a holster at his side.
"You'll have to forgive Abe. He's not our greatest ambassador." "I didn't say nothing wrong,"
the man in the tree indignantly protested.
"I was nice." "Look, you kids hold on. There's no need to run off," the man holding up his hand said. "We don't mean you no harm. We just have to be careful. Let's talk about this."
"Why?" Natasha asked, and sidestepped Smoky in front of him, ready to pull her gun or run him down, whichever she needed to do. The man reconsidered what he was going to say. Something about being neighborly to those in need, or God gave them enough and they were simply sharing their blessings. They were tense, on edge, and he imagined they'd been through a lot. They weren't needy, they weren't starving, and they were well armed. The truth would be best.
"Because we could use your horses," he said,
and hurried on when he saw the flash of rage in her eyes.
"Not to take from you, nothing like that. Just to help us skid some logs, that's all. We can trade. You help us, we help you."
Natasha's eyes bored into him, but her hand relaxed on her gun. "Wouldn't hurt to look," Maria said quietly. "Andy could use a break." "Show me," Natasha said, then told the others, "Stay here and keep eye on Abe. He is a sly one."
"There's no call for all that," the man in the tree huffed. "I was being downright neighborly."
She stepped out of the saddle and led Smoky as she followed the man around the fallen tree and down the dirt road. He introduced himself as Mayor Jim.
"I'm not really a mayor," he said, "but we knew somebody had to be the mediator, had to make tough decisions around here when things started getting bad. We had a vote, and I was the sucker that got the job."
She saw how he had been summoned. There was a barely visible fishing line strung carefully in the branches. It was attached to a bell or a tin can with rocks in it, something that would make noise. A single pull summoned the mayor. She imagined if it had been jangled repeatedly, everyone with a gun would have come running. He tried to make small talk, ask her questions, but her answers were monosyllabic, and he gave up. She watched for danger, for men lurking behind bushes or hiding in trees, but saw nothing to raise an alarm. Once they rounded a bend and the lake came into view, she saw a cluster of small houses and cabins with boat docks along the shore. A few were blackened shells burnt to the ground, and a few had damage, but most were intact. People were moving around doing various chores, women and children among them. They all looked on with interest at the newcomer and the beautiful black horse with the turquoise beads around her neck. They were hurrying to bring in more firewood and batten things down and get ready for the snows that were falling a little heavier. The mayor stopped at a large cleared spot that had logs lying all around it. A foundation of stones had been laid, and log walls were being erected. It was going to be a fairly large rectangular building. They had a system of ropes, pulleys, and ramps to get the logs up to the next level.
"We come to a point where every log is a struggle," the mayor said. "We've got 'em all cut, and believe me, that was a chore doing it by hand. We can stack 'em, barely, but the higher we go, the harder it gets. We got the idea from a book, but I guess they had a lot of people to help build it. There's only 7 able-bodied men here. The women and Abe try to help, but to be honest, they're in the way. If we could borrow your horses for a day or two, we'd have this thing built in no time.
Natasha looked at the way they were stacking them. It was similar to the churches back home, the ones her father had helped repair. "What is this going to be?" she asked.
A longhouse, he said proudly, like the Vikings used to have. We figure it'll save us a whole lot of wood chopping if we only keep one fire going for everyone instead of one in each house.
"Be easy to defend if bad men come for you," she said. "No windows."
He eyed her shrewdly. "No windows," he agreed. "Just shooting slots."
"Is good plan," she said. "You get old nails from burnt cabins to make doors?"
"Yeah, we did," Mayer said. "You seem to know a lot about this. Maybe you can look at our sketches, see if we can make some improvements. Your accent is Russian, right?"
"Da," she said. "But what is in it for us? What do you trade for horse labor?"
"As much dried fish and smoked meat as you can carry," he answered quickly. "You'll have our undying gratitude, and you can join us for meals every day you're here. Tonight's dinner will be a good one. Adam shot a bear yesterday. You ever had bear steaks?"
"No," she said, "but it sounds good."
The mayor grinned. "We can also put you up in a cabin. You won't have to sleep in your tents. A couple of the families haven't made it yet. We're hoping they're on their way, but it's been a month. I doubt they're coming."
Natasha felt the leather bag holding the hair of John the Baptist. It was under her T-shirt and flak vest, pressing against her bare skin. As she examined the logs, ropes, and ramp system, checked to see if there was enough room for the horses to maneuver, she listened with her heart to the hair. Most of the time it was quiet. Sometimes she felt a sense of foreboding. Sometimes a feeling of ease and contentment. The hair was silent. John or Jesus wasn't speaking to her today. She didn't know where the intuition came from. Maybe the still, small voice, the subtle nudge in one direction or the other, came from the forerunner. Maybe it came from the tears of the God who became man and walked the earth. Maybe it was all in her head, but regardless, today it was silent. She took that as a good sign. "I talk to others," Natasha said. "Group decision." Chapter 14. Maine. Day 34, 9 a.m. Less than 50 miles away, Connor Doyle and most of his group were gathered around one of the horses. It had thrown a shoe, and nobody had noticed. Snow was drifting down and started to cover the fields, but the roads were still clear. Fiona was livid. She told them they had to inspect the hooves every time they stopped. The book had whole chapters on foot and ankle care, but Halston couldn't be bothered to check, and now the poor animal could barely walk. "Whatever," he said, and pulled out his pistol. "We need meat anyway. Now we don't have to waste time figuring out which one to shoot." He put the barrel to its forehead, and before they realized what he was doing, he squeezed the trigger. "We missed a Thanksgiving feast, and I'm starving. Better late than never, I say. Let's get a fire going." Connor grabbed Fiona and dragged her off before she pulled her own gun and shot the boy. The redhead in her was ready to explode. "He's an ass, but he was right," he told her. "We were going to have to put one of them down. We haven't had a decent meal in weeks, and I don't even have crumbs left in my bags." "He could have waited until we found a good place to camp," she hissed. "It's going to take days to prep that much meat, Connor. We're at a crossroads, for fuck's sake. Every hungry sot going south is going to pass right by us." "What's done is done," he said, and pulled his boulder down a little lower over his eyes. She could see he was pissed, too. "Are you going soft?" she asked. "The Connor Doyle I used to know wouldn't put up with the shenanigans of a bratty child." "The Connor Doyle you used to know wasn't trying to stay alive from one day to the next in a world gone mad," he replied, and leaned against a ford already covered with a dusting of snow. "Believe me, lass, if I didn't need him and his boys, if I didn't need the numbers, I'd have gotten rid of them long ago. How many groups have we passed that looked like they were almost desperate enough to open fire? If there was only us, they would have, especially that big gang yesterday. I thought sure they were, but they did the math. Too many of theirs would have died. There's 9 of Halston's boys. If we didn't have them and their guns, we'd be dead a dozen times over." Fiona paced, blowing off steam. She knew he was right, but she couldn't wait for their forced truce to be over. She couldn't stand the boy and his buddies.
couldn't stand what they had planned for the girls once they caught them. They had shown her mercy, let her live. When the time came, if they found them, she would make sure she returned the favor.
One of his lads knows how to smoke meat, remember? Said his family was big into grilling and barbecue, had their own smoker. Is there anything in your books about butchering a cow or something? Can't be that much different. Give 'em a hand before they turn thousands of pounds of meat into useless scraps.
They were at a convenience store at the corner of two intersecting county roads. The shelves were completely bare of anything that could possibly be considered edible except the bags of dry dog food. It was a country store and sold 50-pound bags of corn for the hunters to set out at their deer stands. At least the horses would eat well. They were going to be there for a few days. It would take time to butcher and smoke the horse. Connor claimed the manager's office for him and Fiona, and she set about making it comfortable. There were a few houses nearby that were abandoned. Most of the windows were broken out and bullet holes pockmarked the siding. They found bodies inside that were at least a week old. Some raiding party had come through, killed the residents, and taken everything worth taking. The houses reeked of death. No one wanted to stay in them, even though it would have been more comfortable than the floor of the gas station. A few of Halston's crew started pulling the shelving from the empty coolers to make smoke racks, while others began chopping wood. Nobody knew how to butcher a horse, but following the instructions for deer in one of Fiona's books, they made quick work of it. The storeroom was empty, nothing left except discarded boxes. There was enough room for most of the horses. The rest could stay in the store. A few strategically placed shelving units would keep them from wandering around and leaving fresh piles of horse apples everywhere. They'd learned their lesson weeks ago about leaving the animals out in the open. It was too easy for someone to drop one or two of them with a well-aimed shot. If they couldn't keep them inside when they stopped for a night, they posted plenty of guards. Without the horses, they wouldn't be any better off than the raggedy refugees dragging suitcases or pushing shopping carts. One of the houses had a garden, and Carmen rooted through it trying to find any carrots, onions, or potatoes that may have been overlooked. She came up with enough to make a horse meat stew that had everyone salivating at the smell as it simmered over the coals. They hadn't eaten a real meal in days, only nibbled on what they had and tried to make it last as long as they could. They had stopped checking the empty houses along the way. It slowed them down and was a waste of time. There was nothing in them, not even spices or old jars of pickles. A few houses fired a warning shot, and they quickly backed off. They weren't desperate enough to risk dying, not yet, not when there was meat on the hoof. Willie and a few others set about reinforcing parts of the building. The large glass windows in front could be easily broken if they were attacked, but by stacking the shelving units in front of them, nobody would be coming through very fast. He didn't know how far the smell of cooking meat would carry on the breeze, but it was making him ravenous. He imagined everybody within 5 miles downwind would be able to smell it too. He wanted to be ready for trouble. It seemed like it was everywhere now. Mattresses and blankets were dragged over from the nearby houses. Closets were gone through to try to find better clothes, and a couple of the guys muscled an upright piano over to the store. That night, they had their better-late-than-never Thanksgiving dinner and ate their fill for the first time in weeks. Willie set out guards, double-checked the building to make sure the horses were secure, then started down the road the way they'd come. He wasn't sleeping well after the close call with the fire. He kept having nightmares about Billy engulfed in flames, pulling him back inside the truck as Connor tried to drag him out. He'd wake up with a start, sweating and shaking. Carmen was there to calm him. She would stroke his brow with her dainty hand and snuggle in closer. The comfort of her body next to his slowed his racing heart, his gasping breaths. He'd gotten into the habit of dozing in the saddle during the day and staying up most of the night, checking on guards and pulling double or triple shifts. Security responsibilities had fallen squarely on his shoulders, and he was doing his best to keep everyone alive. He'd had a talk with Connor as they rode and let him know there were a couple of guys in Halston's group that weren't happy following their one-eyed leader.
One of them told me he lost his eye when he was trying to stab one of the girls we're chasing. She shot him in self-defense, he said.
Makes more sense now, Connor said. I knew there was something fishy about his story. I don't know if I'm comfortable letting him have his way with them, Willie added. I know you two made a deal, but have you heard some of the things he said he's going to do? We're talking Spanish Inquisition torture. Yeah, I know, Connor said. But she did shoot him in the face, and don't forget what happened on Roosevelt Island. The Russian girl killed 2 of our men. It was a blank gun. She didn't know it'd blow his eye out, and our guys were hunting the Russian, Willie said. I'd say that was self-defense, too. We'll see, Connor said. If they're thrill killers like he makes them out to be, maybe the world is better off without him. They're not, Fiona said. She was riding on the other side of them and had kept her silence about the teens for weeks. She agreed with Willie. They didn't deserve what he had planned for them. And how do you know that, darling? Connor asked. Because they could have killed me and didn't. They let me go, she said, and then proceeded to tell him how she'd been spared the day they went to the bookstore. Willie had known there was more to her story. He'd never fully believed her version of events, but the killings made sense once she told them what happened. He walked quietly, not in any particular rush, and kept his eye peeled for any movement on the road. If any of the groups or houses they'd passed decided they wanted the horses, they would come after dark. The fire lighting up an otherwise black world could be seen from a half-mile away. He thought he could smell the stew and hear the occasional tinkle of music, even farther than that. If someone was hunting them, they were easy to find. The fire kept the early December chill away, and after the boys had their fun on the piano with varying levels of competency, Carla was urged to play. She said she had taken lessons when she was younger. Her fingers were at home on the keys, and she coaxed strains of Beethoven and Bach from the slightly out-of-tune piano. Wrapped in blankets with full bellies, watching the stars and listening to music, it was easy to forget where they were and what they were facing. Carla played Moonlight Sonata beautifully. The haunting melody softly surrounded them, and they could imagine they were at a concert in the park. Fiona curled up with Connor and looked forward to a time when they could stop riding, stop existing from day to day and start living. She'd been talking to him over the past few weeks, urging him to see reason. He couldn't boldly take the braid from the girl and then have any hope of joining with the farmers to survive the winter. He had his mind set. He believed if he got it, everything would work itself out. The real world didn't work like that, but the relic blinded him, made him think possessing it was the most important thing, the only thing worth doing. It was a mission, a quest. He would never stop trying until he had it in his hands. She knew she'd never dissuade him, but she was quietly trying to guide him. What good was having a hank of hair if you starved to death and they found you frozen solid months later? They were basing everything on the words of a girl who had overheard a partial whispered conversation. Halston had put the fists to her, had tried to beat more details out of her, and who knew what parts of the tale were true? Were there really thousands of reindeer? Had that been exaggerated? Had the Russian girl just said that because she knew Carla was eavesdropping? What if there were only a few and they were family pets? What if they traveled all the way to upstate Maine and there was nothing there? Maybe the family had already butchered them for food and were walking south with the rest of the masses. It was a one-way trip, she knew this, and so did everyone else. If they made it before the big snows blew in, they would be lucky. Once they came, they were trapped. They would find shelter, that was the easy part. But would they find firewood already cut and stacked, enough to keep them alive all winter? If there weren't vast herds of reindeer waiting for them, they wouldn't survive for long. She'd been dismayed at how little meat they'd gotten from the horse they'd cut up. It was mostly bones, hair, and hide. It would last them a week, maybe 2 if they ate sparingly, but the problem was they didn't have anything else to add to make it last. All 18 of them would be eating smoked horse for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If they made it to Oxbow and there was nothing there, they wouldn't survive until spring, unless they went the way of the Donner Party and started eating each other. They were gambling everything on an overheard conversation. She wasn't comfortable with it, not at all. But like Connor said, what's done is done. There was no turning back. The herds, if they were real, were their only hope. Chapter 15. Maine, Day 35, 1 a.m. Willie had walked maybe 2 miles down the road they'd traveled before he stopped and waited. He gave it an hour before he turned back. If anyone was coming, they should have been on the way by now. The night was quiet, and he was getting cold, the plate in his head aching. It would be good to get back and snuggle up next to Carmen, listen to her curse him out in Spanish for being an ice block, but pressing her body against his anyway to warm him up. The relationship hadn't gone any farther than that. There was never any privacy unless they wanted to sneak off into the woods like a couple of horny teenagers, and they were well past that age. It was good to go slow, to get to know each other. The intimacy would happen, they both knew it, but it would be a time and place where they could enjoy it and not be rushed. He thought it was better this way, the slow build-up and anticipation, the developing deep friendship, maybe even love, than was more than a few minutes of heated passion. He picked up his pace, already smiling at the cussing he was going to get. He heard them coming, and it took him a second to recognize the sound, the hissing of tires on pavement and the whirring of bicycle chains. He ran for the wood line, but they spotted him as he crashed through the undergrowth near the road and disappeared into the shadows. The bikes pulled to a halt, and they were dressed in black, all armed with hunting rifles, a few AR-15s and pistols. Willie crouched low and peeked around an oak through the brush. There were 5 of them huddled together, talking quietly and looking into the woods. A few of them had their rifles up and were scanning slowly through the sights. It was a raiding party, and he had a pretty good idea who they were planning to raid. 5 men with good guns could take on the superior numbers of his group if they had surprise on their side, especially if a few of those rifles had moonlight scopes. It was a win-win for the raiders. If they snuck up, got close, and were patient, they could spot all the guards. They were never still. They moved around to keep warm. They could take them out easily, then shoot anyone that came running out of the store. If the odds turned against them, they could ride off on their bikes. They were faster than anyone chasing, and if the men came after them with the horses, they were a big, easy target. "Damn it," Floyd said. "We've been made. Who the hell puts a guard a mile away?" "A very careful group," their leader said thoughtfully. "Some are ex-military, would be my guess." "There wasn't anybody this far out before," their scout said defensively. "Just some up at the crossroads." "He probably isn't even with them, just some lone guy trying to get somewhere," Wayne said. "Possible," the thoughtful man said, "but not likely." "Forget him, he's on foot and behind us," Wayne said. "He can't do anything. Let's get the horses and get out of here." "He could shoot us in the back, ever think of that?" one of them said. "We gotta find him." Their scout had followed the riders at a discreet distance when the group passed by their compound. There were too many and too well armed to attack, but if they knew where they stopped for the night, they would be able to sneak in and get a few of the horses. If they had to drop a few bodies to do it, so be it. It was a brave new world, and they needed them. They needed the meat, and they weren't going home empty-handed. They had hungry wives and kids. Their plans were ruined unless they stopped the guy. "Let's take him out," Floyd said. "You know the stakes. It's him or our kids. Spread out and be careful." Willie watched as they separated and lined up at the wood line. Their rifles had canisters on the ends, and he recognized them as homemade suppressors. One of the men gave hand signals to the others, and they quietly moved into the woods. He might be in trouble. At least one of them was military, and he'd been teaching the others. He was outnumbered and outgunned. All he had was an AK, and it was obvious they weren't slipping into the woods to invite him to tea. He had to even the odds before they surrounded him. He sighted on the guy standing guard at the road and squeezed the trigger in a short burst. The slugs tore into him and sent him flying backwards. Willie dove for the dirt as the night exploded into gunfire and splinters sprayed from the trees. He cradled the rifle and started low-crawling deeper into the woods, stood up behind a big maple, and listened. A few of them had gone back to help the man he'd shot, but the others were in the woods with him, trying to flank. The fallen leaves had gone soggy and didn't crunch much, but all the twigs and fallen branches did. He could hear them slowly making their way closer, trying to place their feet carefully. They were either ex-military, avid hunters, or they'd been doing some training this past month. Either way, Willie wasn't too worried. They were the bigger target. There were 5 of them hunting only one of him. He needed to take out one, maybe 2 more. They'd lose their nerve and run, and he'd have a couple of bicycles. They wouldn't have to double up on the horses anymore. Someone fired a single silenced shot, but the bullet didn't hit anywhere near him. The guy was either shooting at shadows or trying to flush him out. Willie stayed still. This wasn't much different than hunting hadjis in the mountains. It was a cat and mouse game for now. The forest was absolutely silent. Any creature that had been stirring about had hunkered down and was being still. They had the advantage of numbers, but he had the advantage of stillness. They were coming for him, but didn't know where he was. They were making noise. He wasn't. The woods were dark, but moonlight shone through. Willie wasn't wearing black or face paint, and if any of them looked directly at him, he was easily seen. A twig snapped off to his left, still behind him, but not by much. Another dozen steps and the guy would be going past, and it sounded like not more than 10 or 15 yards away. Keeping his AK behind the big maple, not silhouetting himself, he made ready to bring it up as soon as he saw movement. Leaves crunched to his right, but they were farther off. Left guy first, he was the immediate danger. Unless there was another raider coming up directly behind him. He strained his ears, heard nothing, and hoped these guys were accountants or salesmen last month, not Marines or Army Rangers. He'd probably lose if they were, and he really wanted to hear Carmen's voice again. Really wanted to trace his finger down the side of her face and tickle her neck. Snap! Willie whirled about, dropped to a knee, and had the rifle up in one fluid motion. The man reacted, but way too slow. 2 more gunshots split the night, and the man screamed. Willie hit the ground and crawled to a different position, as a flurry of bullets slammed into the tree he'd been hiding behind. Amateurs, then, he thought. Some decent training, but no experience. Under the cover of the gunfire and the man's yells for help, he moved to the right farther into the woods and behind another big tree. Someone ran to the dying man, calling his name, and Willie's bullets found him, sent him tumbling and adding his own cries to the chaos of the night. "You son of a bitch!" one of the men yelled out. "You yelly-belly bastard! We just wanted some food! We're starving to death! We got wives and kids!" His voice was raw with pain and desperation, rage and helplessness. Willie brought the gun up again, found him easily, and hesitated. "You're hunting me," a part of him insisted. "If you don't want none, don't start none." His finger didn't squeeze. He ran to another tree instead. There was still one more man in the woods, one more man who hadn't given up hunting him. "Drop it," he heard. "Give me a reason, you murdering piece of shit. Give me a reason." Willie closed his eyes. He'd screwed up. He had hesitated, and now he was as good as dead. He raised his hands and let the AK dangle from the sling. The man put the barrel of a pistol against the back of his head. "Unclip it," he said, and pushed harder with his gun. Slowly. Willie did, and was marched back to the road. The beefy man that was nearly crying in rage wanted to shoot him, but the man with the pistol told him to settle down. They needed him, for now. He could shoot him later. He was thoroughly searched and handcuffed, and Willie realized the men, or at least the one who had caught him, wasn't a soldier. He was a cop. He also knew no matter what he said, they were going to kill him. The flabby guy started kicking him as soon as he was cuffed and sitting on the ground. It didn't really hurt. There wasn't much power behind the blows, and he was wearing tennis shoes. Willie grunted and pretended pain, protected his head with his shoulders, and let the man tire himself out. He had lost a lot of weight recently. The skin hung loosely around his neck and face. The cop pulled him away after a few minutes. "Don't kill him, Wayne. We're going to need him. Go check on the others and see if there's anything we can do to help them." Wayne was breathing hard, nearly gasping, and he spat on Willie before walking off to find the bodies of his friends. Willie lay on the ground and gave a few groans and moans, but the cop wasn't buying it. "He's gone. You can quit with the acting now," he said, and pulled him upright so he was sitting on the pavement. He squatted in front of him, another pair of cuffs in his hand, and they looked at each other, taking measure of the man in front of them. "Military?" the cop asked. Willie shrugged. "Thought so. You've seen action. I can tell. Iraq?" Willie shrugged again. The cop nodded to himself. "Yeah," he said. "Or maybe Afghanistan. You're about the right age. You never forget what you learn when you're under fire, am I right? Thank you for your service," he continued, when Willie kept his peace. "From the way you conducted yourself, I'd say you were in one of the units that got a lot of training and saw a lot of action. You weren't a supply clerk." Willie said nothing. The cop sighed. "Look, pal," he said, "I don't really begrudge you taking out those men. I would have done the same thing in your shoes, and to be honest, they were kind of useless. Extra mouths to feed, if you know what I mean. But they were all I had. Last month, they were neighbors I barely knew. I worked for the county and lived in the same subdivision. Now we're a group and just trying to survive. We didn't want to hurt anyone." Willie could read between the lines. The cop lived among them but wasn't a part of them. He was always the outsider, the guy who might toss you in jail if he caught you driving home drunk or ticket your car if you parked in front of a fire hydrant. When the world went mad, they turned to him to keep them safe. "You made sure we couldn't sneak up. Our element of surprise is gone thanks to that gunfight. I still haven't decided if that was admirable on your part or stupidity. You could have gotten away. You could have run." "I don't run so good," Willie said. The cop grunted. "I could use a man like you," he said. "We've got a decent setup, plenty of women, and now there's 3 more available, although, truth be told, only one of them is a looker." "You don't have food," Willie said, "or you wouldn't be coming after us. You know our numbers, you know we're heavily armed. I'd say you were pretty desperate." "We only wanted the horses," the cop said. "If we could have gotten them without bloodshed, we would have." "They're dead," Wayne said as he came huffing across the ditch back onto the road. "Both of them, blood everywhere." "Did you get their guns?" the cop asked, looking at the empty-handed man. "And their bullets?" The man made a face and went back into the woods. "You see what I'm working with?" the cop asked. "I really could use a good man." "How many women did you say?" Willie asked, and the cop eyed him for a long moment before a slow smile spread across his face. "They might have taught you grunts how to fight, but they sure as hell didn't teach you anything about the art of deception," he said. "That's what cops are good at. I can spot a liar a mile off. Sorry, pal, no women for you. You're going to help us get the horses, and if you play your cards right, you'll live through the night." Willie said nothing. The cop drew a heavy sigh. Then his hand shot out, rocking Willie sideways with a blow to the side of his head, the handcuffs in the cop's fist splitting his ear wide open. His head bounced off the pavement, and it took everything he had not to scream from the agony. It was excruciating. He never knew an ear could hold so much pain. Tears welled in his eyes, and the moan was real when it escaped his throat. The cop pulled him back up, and Willie tensed every muscle in his body to ready for another. His breath came in short gasps, and the tears spilled down his cheeks. "You okay?" the cop asked, as he straightened Willie's shirt and smoothed down his collar. "Stings a little, doesn't it?" He sat back on his haunches. "Oh, it hurts even more the second time," he said conversationally. "I've never had a guy stay awake more than 4, although I think you're made of pretty tough stuff. You might break that record." "You hit like a girl," Willie said. The cop smiled broadly and patted his cheek as blood oozed down the side of his neck and soaked his collar. "I like you," he said. "Help us get the horses and you'll see the sunrise. You have my word." He stood and stripped the dead man of his spare bullets, then dragged the body over to the ditch where he unceremoniously rolled him into it. Wayne came trudging back up the slope with the guns from the other men and stood there, waiting for orders. "Take the rifle with the moonlight scope," the cop said. "We'll hide the others in the woods with the bicycles. We can come back and get them later." "You want the extra bullets, too?" Wayne asked. "Yes, we might need them," the cop said with infinite patience, and managed not to roll his eyes. "But only the ones for the Winchester. No use carrying the others." "Okay," Wayne said, and moved back across the ditch to stash everything. You know, if you had to shoot somebody, I really wish you would have shot him instead of Larry, the cop said, and shook his head. You see what I have to deal with? Willie said nothing. His head was still throbbing in time with every beat of his heart. The cop was wrong about him. He doubted he could even take one more hit like that and stay awake. Unconsciousness would be a blessing. After a few minutes, they had the extra bikes and guns hidden away, and Willie had a hand cuffed to the frame of one. Since that little gunfight ruined our chances of being stealthy, I've got a new plan. What we're going to do is ride up toward the crossroads with you in front, the cop said, and pointed at Willie. When we get close, we'll call them out and have a little powwow. I'll trade you for the horses. They won't do it, Willie said. Ask for one, maybe two if you're serious. Hell, let me keep this bike and I'll give you my own horse. We'll see, the cop said. Start riding, but don't forget, you've got a gun pointed at your back. Don't try anything cute. Willie pedaled down the middle of the road and hoped some of the training he'd been giving the men had stuck. They'd gone over hostage scenarios similar to this. He was betting his life they would remember what to do. When he neared the first outposts, he yelled loud and clear, "Hey, don't shoot! It's me!" "Stop where you are!" a voice came from the blackness. "Is that you, Willie?" "Yeah," he yelled back. "I've got two guys with me. We need to talk to Connor. Go wake him up." The cop pulled up close to where Willie had stopped and made sure anyone watching saw the gun pointing at their man. Wayne was a little behind but had his rifle up, and he moved it around for all to see. "I'm awake," Connor said, and stepped out onto the road. "What's this all about?" "A fair trade," the cop said, and waggled the gun. "Your man for your horses. Nobody needs to get hurt." Connor laughed and turned away. "Keep 'em," he said. "I'm going back to bed." "Hold it!" the cop yelled, and swung his gun over to Connor's retreating back. The instant it moved away from Willie, 6 shots rang out, 3 for each man, and they tumbled backwards over their bikes. Wayne cried out once, but was still. His chest covered in blood, his head spattered all over the pavement. Willie swung his bike around toward the cop and dove on top of him, pinning him to the pavement. A bloody gouge creased the side of his head, and he was gasping for air. His bulletproof vest had slowed the rifle bullets, but hadn't stopped them completely. His eyes were wide with surprise. "Tell me where you're hiding out," Willie said. "Never," the cop gasped. "Piss off." "Not to hurt them. We'll help. You said it was all women and children. We've got plenty of food, and there's plenty more where we're going." "I'll take you there," he struggled to say, and blood oozed out of his mouth. "No," Willie said. "You're going to die on the street, staring at the moon. Tell me where they are." "I'll take you," he said, struggling for each breath, but the life was going out of his eyes. Willie slid off and dragged the bike with him. The fight was gone from the cop. The headshot hadn't done its job, but the 2 rounds inside his chest did. Connor stooped, searched for the keys, found them, and uncuffed Willie's wrist. "You wouldn't even trade a horse for me, eh?" he asked. "I would have given him everything he asked for if I had to, mate," Connor said. "But I didn't have to, did I? They weren't very clever." Willie worked his wrist to get the blood flowing again, where the cuff had pinched off circulation. The cop had gotten sloppy, and it wasn't because he was dumb. Willie thought he was a clever one, but he was overconfident. He'd let Willie tell the guards how many there were, and both of them had ridden up to the checkpoint. He'd only dealt with street thugs and low-life crooks, not someone with a cold, cunning mind. Hunger and desperation had clouded his judgment and cost him his life. A small body embraced him, and he hugged her back, kissed the top of her head. "Dumbass," Carmen said. "How did you let yourself get taken prisoner?" "I wasn't. He said they had lots of women. I could have anyone I wanted. All I had to do was get a few horses to—" She slugged him before he could finish. "Pendejo," she said, and stalked off. "Hey, I was just kidding," he said, and hurried after her. Chapter 16. Maine. Day 36. Dusk. "You want any of these?" Natasha asked, holding out a handful of plastic shin, knee, and wrist guards to the others. They looked through them, searching for some that may fit better, or could be modified to suit their needs. They had been adding various bits of armor to their clothing if they happened to come across any, because they seemed to always be getting scratched or scuffed or skinned up in one way or another. Modified ankle guards on their forearms kept jackets from getting snagged on briars or skin being torn from errant branches when they rode in the woods. Knee pads and elbow guards helped when they had to dive to the ground to avoid detection or crawl close to a barn to see if anyone was around. Their clothes had become more rugged, too. Gone were the bright colors from the university closets. They had been replaced with sturdy leather or canvas, heavy-duty boots, and riding gloves with Kevlar knuckles. Natasha had come across a whole box of guards and pads in a building they were camping in at an overgrown soccer field. There was enough for everyone to finish getting armored up, as Andy called it. They wore double layers of clothes and watchmen's hats pulled down over their ears. The plastic ghost-face masks cut the wind and kept their faces warm. The farther north they rode, the easier it was to find warm clothes in abandoned houses. They added adornments to their horses, too. Rhythm beads hung around their necks, and braided strips of leather were woven into their manes. Decorative feathers and bits of animal hides were attached to the saddles and bedrolls. They had spent a few days at the lake, used the horses to help the men get the longhouse built, and left with as much smoked beaver, deer, and fish they could carry. It would be more than enough to get them to Natasha's home if they didn't run into any more trouble. They were at a small county recreational park that held soccer, baseball, and basketball games for kids that traveled from miles around. The main building with the restrooms and concession stand was squat and brick, but plenty big enough to get the horses inside. The door was broken open. Someone had already taken the cans of chili for the conies and the rest of the food. "I'm going to gather wood," Andy said. "If we bust a hole in the roof, we can burn inside. It shouldn't smoke us out, and it'll be hidden. I doubt anyone will be able to see the glow."
"I'll help," Maria said. "I've been cold all day. I could use a nice hot fire."
"Me too," Tanya said, as she looked over each horse in the quickly fading light.
"I checked to see if any houses farther up road," Natasha said. "Make sure no nosy neighbors."
She shed some of her gear so she could move faster and set off at a jog. They hadn't seen an occupied house for at least a mile or more the way they came. She wanted to make sure there wasn't one full of people right around the next curve. Over the past month of living, riding, and sleeping together, they had become an efficient team. Each had their strengths and weaknesses, and moved into their respective roles easily. Tanya carefully checked over the horses every day to make sure there weren't any issues they needed to address. Andy had a knack for getting a hot fire burning in a matter of minutes. Maria usually rode point. She had sharp vision and could spot trouble before any of them. And Natasha was security. She had become good at using the woods for cover and moving quietly when checking out potential camping spots. They could stay outside. They had tents, but it was getting bitter cold at night, and the horses were a big target. It was better if they were inside a building, out of sight from hungry eyes. Natasha jogged a mile or so up the road, and only saw one house set far back down a long gravel driveway. A burned-out pickup truck sat beside it, but the house was mostly untouched. Just part of the porch looked scorched. She watched for a few minutes as her breathing evened out, but the place had the look of abandonment. Every empty house had a story, and she idly wondered what had happened here. There wasn't a chimney or any piles of firewood in the side yard. Maybe that was why they left. Maybe they had friends or family nearby, and they had joined them. They had passed a number of fortified houses along the twisting country roads. Groups of people were joining together, pooling resources and manpower to survive the winter. Keeping warm was a problem, and many had fled the frigid north looking for better weather. A lot of houses had wood stoves or fireplaces, but most only used it as supplemental heat. Most had depended on fuel oil and electricity to keep the whole house warm and the pipes from freezing. She kept to the wood line and moved closer. She was here. It was worth checking to see if there was anything inside they might need. She saw him before he sensed her, and froze. The dog looked black in the shadows as it lay on the porch in front of the door. She stared harder at the house, trying to spot a flicker of light behind the curtains, but there was nothing. The house felt empty. There were no signs of life other than the dog. The light snow cover had melted in the spots that got sunlight, but the shady areas were still covered, and she didn't see footprints. Was he a guard dog or an abandoned pet that would wait forever for a family that would never return? He slept, curled up on a rug, and in the twilight she could tell he was half-starved. She quietly slid out of her small pack and pulled a piece of smoked beaver from one of her pockets. The dog awoke with a start and sprang to his feet, spotted her instantly, and let out a low growl. "Is okay, dog," she said in a calming voice, and held out the piece of meat. "I don't hurt you." He sniffed the air but backed away, his growl turning into a half-whine. He was a good-sized dog, some kind of mixed breed with a lot of husky somewhere in his lineage. She took a slow step forward, and he backed up. His tail wanted to wag, but he was too wary. A piece of rope dangled from his collar, and there were crusted wounds on his shoulder. Maybe from a barbed wire fence, maybe from someone with a knife trying to kill dinner. She tossed the chunk of meat onto the porch, but he didn't approach. His growl deepened, and he moved farther away. She saw that his tail wasn't tucked. He wasn't afraid. He was cautious, wary. Someone had done something to him to break that bond of trust most dogs had with humans. She moved slowly and took out a few more pieces, tossed them on the porch, and backed away. He refused to approach, to take the meat, no matter how enticing it must be, or how soothing her words were. "I wish you well, dog," she finally said, and then retraced her footsteps. He would wolf them down when she was gone. It would give him the strength to carry on and hunt for a few more days. There were plenty of rabbits and mice around. He would learn to catch them, or he wouldn't. She wished she could get that rope off his neck, though. The collar, too. They were slowing him down. When she got back, Andy had a fire blazing in the corner of a room. The brick wall reflected the heat and warmed the whole building. He had chopped a hole through the plywood and shingle roof, and the smoke rose through it. There was a pile of wood, enough to keep them toasty warm all night, and they were sitting on folding chairs, absorbing the heat. "Anything out there?" Maria asked. "One empty house," Natasha said. "But saw a hungry dog." "Oh, where, at the house?" "Da. Looks like family pet got left behind, or maybe escaped. Was injured, but not bad. Still had plenty of fight. Couldn't get close." "That's a shame," Maria said. "People can be such jerks. Did you leave it any food?" "Yes, reminded me of wolf pup I had in school." "You got to take your pets to school?" Andy asked. "No, won him in bet at the bar, but Igor kept him for me. I would sneak out of room and visit a few times a week." "You were allowed to go into bars?" Maria asked. "You know," Andy said, "I think that's the first story you've told us about your school. You talk about your family and the herd, but you never talk about school. What was it like?" "It was not pleasant," Natasha said, and fell silent as she shed some of her gear and jacket. "You lived there, what, 9 months out of the year?" Andy asked. "It was a boarding school, right?" "Da," Natasha said, and added nothing more. "Well, how did you get the wolf?" Andy asked. "That has to be a good story. We've heard about Maria's family and fighting with her brothers all the time, and Tanya's rodeo stories, and, I don't have many interesting tales to tell. Foster care was boring. All I did was work around their houses and hide in my room reading books. Tell us about Vorkuta. What was it like?" "Andy, she probably doesn't want to talk about it," Tanya scolded. "You heard her. She said it was unpleasant. People don't like to talk about things they'd rather forget." "Yeah," Maria agreed. "You ever wonder how Tasha got to be such a badass? It doesn't happen overnight. She might have scars from the things she's been through. It's not nice to pry." "Oh," Andy said, and looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Tasha, I didn't mean to dredge up bad memories. Geez, now I feel like an ass." "Not bad memories," Tasha said, "but most of them not have happy ending. Is Russia. We are accustomed to sadness. It is part of our culture." She pulled a few more pieces of dried meat from her pack and set them aside. She was pretty sure the dog would follow her scent. If she left him food, he might be a little friendlier tomorrow. She wanted to get the rope off of him, and maybe, if he was healthy enough, he could join them. A good dog would be a better guard than any of them could ever hope to be, and they still had at least a week or more of riding ahead of them.
"I tell you a story of my school,"
she said, when she returned and pulled up a chair to the glowing fire.
"Maybe dog hears comforting voices and decides to stay. Is hard story to tell,"
she said, after a minute of trying to figure out how to start.
"Not because it's difficult, but because there is so much to say, just so you understand."
"We've got all night," Andy said, and the others nodded, wanting to hear about her past. Natasha wasn't much of a talker. They knew little about her school years in Siberia. "Give us the background. Tell us what it was like. Paint a picture for us," he added. Natasha snorted.
"Will be ugly picture,"
she said, then began.
"There are a few things you must know to maybe understand. First, the name my mother gave me is not Natasha. That is my Russian name. My Nenet name is secret, spoken only among my people. We are ancient. We were keepers of the hair of the head of John the Baptist until it was stolen from us. Life was hard, but we were happy until they took it, and everything went bad. Everything fell apart. Now we have it back, and our blessings will return."
She patted the leather bag under her ballistic vest.
"Second, we do not choose to go to the school for indigenous citizens. We must. We are taught to read and write in our village until we are 8 years old. Then we go away for learning. You had those schools here for the native peoples, the Indian schools, where the children were taught to abandon the old ways and embrace the new. The Catholics ran many of those schools. The Russians aren't as bad, I think. They do not force a new religion on us. They would prefer that we had none. They do train us how to be good citizens of Mother Russia, though. Most of the students graduate and move to cities for work. Few go back to the herds. It is a hard life that many gladly flee, using skills learned in boarding school. It is not all bad, going to boarding school. It is simply the way things were."
Chapter 17. Russia. Boarding School. Natasha was frightened, but she'd promised her father to never show fear. She was 7 years old and the youngest getting on the large cargo helicopter. Her birthday was still a few months away, and it would be the first time she was away from her family. "Remember your name, Nanyeva," he said, as he crouched in front of her. "Say it to yourself, and you will remember your ancestors, and they will give you strength when you need it. Keep it in your heart, and never let the Russians hear you speak it. It is only for us."
"I will, Papa,"
she said. Her father embraced her as the last of the mail and luggage was put on board, and the engines came to life, spinning up the propellers.
"Make us proud,"
she said.
"Work hard, make good grades, and make new friends. 4 months will fly by. You'll see. You'll have so much fun. You won't even want to come home." "I don't think so, Mama,"
she said, and embraced her for long moments, blinking her eyes rapidly to dry the tears wanting to fall.
"We'll see you at Christmas,"
her mother said, and stepped back. The man from the helicopter was waving her over. She quickly kissed her younger brother, then ran to get on board with the 8 other kids. They were older than her, returning students that ranged from 10 to 15 years old, but they knew each other. The village was small. Everyone knew everyone. She knew what to expect when they arrived in Vorkuta. The others had told her, and she carried her own bag off the helicopter. Many students were already inside the school, those who were returning and knew where the rooms were. Others would be arriving throughout the day, as helicopters brought them in from the far-flung villages of Siberia, where there were no roads and no rails. The school was required attendance for all children of the Nenet tribes, and had been since the days of Lenin. Teachers met each helicopter that carried first years and escorted them to their dorm rooms, told them to unpack and be at the assembly hall at 1700. "Don't be late," was the only other instruction given. Natasha, the name she would use when outside her village, opened the door and carried her reindeer hide bag inside. A girl, another first year, was unpacking her shiny silver suitcase. The dorm room had 2 bunk beds, 2 desks, 4 footlockers, and 1 window overlooking a gray city on a gray September day.
"Hi,"
the girl said, and gave her a smile.
"I'm Anastasia, but I think I like Anna better." "I am Natasha,"
Natasha said, and looked around the room.
"There will be 4 of us in here?"
"I hope not," Anna said.
"I guess it depends on how many more show up.
These will be our rooms until we graduate."
"It's late,"
Natasha said.
"I think my helicopter is one of the last. The pilot said we had the farthest to go."
"Oh, so you're from one of the northern tribes. My people are Chukchi. We're from Salikard."
"You have herds down there? I didn't think there were any so far south."
"Yes, but not like up north. You have thousands of reindeer, don't you? We only keep about 20. It's all we can train at a time."
"You train them?"
Natasha asked, as she tried to decide which bed to claim as her own.
"Yes, to pull sleds for the tourists to ride. They have to be very docile. Can't have a fancy French lady get her bonnet ruffled by a bull who doesn't want to be petted."
Natasha laughed at the thought of a rich European or American tourist getting knocked on their backsides by the business end of the horns. The half-wild reindeer of her family's herd might come eat out of your hand if you had good grain, but they'd knock you on your butt if you annoyed them, or for no reason at all, if they felt like it.
"Do you like the posters?" Anna asked. "Whoever had this room before us left them."
Natasha shrugged.
"Looks better than gray walls. Do you know who they are?"
"Oh, yes," Anna said, and pointed them out, proud of her worldly knowledge.
"British and American rock and roll singers. That's Madonna, there's Elton John, and that one is the Beatles, and that's Michael Jackson."
"Why does he only have 1 glove?"
Natasha asked.
"His fashion, I guess,"
Anna replied, and studied the poster.
"I like his hat. It's pretty."
"Not very warm,"
Natasha said, and started pulling clothes out of her bag.
"It's not supposed to be," she said. "He lives in California. It's summer all the time."
They became best friends, the country girl and the city girl, and the posters changed from year to year. Anna introduced her to Western music and clothes, and by their 3rd year they were sneaking out of the dorms and into the grimy, depressing city. Vorkuta was a mining town, one of the northernmost in Russia, and also one of the most violent per capita. The Nenets School was a block building constructed in the 40s after the war, when the Soviet Union was intent on modernizing and bringing all the satellite countries into its fold, including the people of the far north who had little use for any government. Stalin had died, perestroika had come and gone. The Soviet Union had been disbanded, but the schools remained. They had become a way of life and the only way for the Nenet children to get an education. The curriculum was tough, and when they graduated at 16, they were well versed in the state-mandated basics of math, language, science, and military readiness. They could continue on to a higher education or be qualified to go to any city in Russia to start a life in government or the factories. A few chose to return home to their tribes to herd reindeer. Others chose a career in the military. They lived in the dorms 9 months out of the year, only going home for the major holidays. The headmaster was a former soldier and ex-KGB officer. He demanded and received high marks and strict discipline from everyone. He paid closer attention to their military training than other scholastic studies and recruited his best and brightest to be placed in Russia's finest military academies. Natasha was one of the few girls in which he saw promise. She was relentless in her sparring matches, competitive to a fault on the firing range, and could be quite devious in situational exercises. She was rewarded with a rare nod of stern approval, and all the perks that came with the headmaster's simple gesture. She was allowed leniency in after-school activities, including sneaking out of the dorm with a homemade rope ladder. Natasha suspected the headmaster knew and tacitly approved of her nighttime wanderings. It showed promise of a good soldier, one who did well at all tasks assigned but was also clever enough to bend the rules, think outside the box, engage in covert operations, and not get caught. The city was a shadow of its former self. At one time it had been the booming center of a large government-run mining operation, But with the collapse of the Soviet Union, it had been abandoned. The town died, people fled, and it languished as a ghost town for a decade, until an oligarch was granted control of the mine, with the promise to offer employment for convicts released from the Gulag a dozen miles away. They were in Siberia, a desolate, frigid place for most of the year. There was only a single rail line and one north-south road going through the town that went anywhere. The east-west roads simply degraded to dirt paths that ended at rivers that had never been bridged. When men were delivered to the private prison, owned by the same oligarch that owned the mine, they arrived on the train. They were transferred to the prison bus in chains with black bags over their heads. It was a long, bumpy ride to the Gulag, and they had no idea which way they came from. If they escaped, they wouldn't know which way to run. When they were released after their sentence was served, their future was completely up to the whim of the guards. There was rarely any time off for good behavior, only if the mine was short-staffed. The government paid the privately run prison a fee every month for each prisoner, so they usually did their full sentence. When their prison term was over, if they had made trouble, they were told the way to town was north about 20 kilometers. All they had to do was make it to the train station, ask for a ticket to any city, and it would be given to them. They were never heard from again. There was nothing, not even a house on the northern route, for nearly 100 kilometers. The wolves and bears knew that section of the road was a good hunting ground for easy prey. If the prisoner hadn't caused problems, hadn't given the guards any trouble, they were given an address and sent south to Vorkuta. They had arrived in prison clothes, and that was what they left in. They were given no money, nothing warm to wear, and they owned no personal belongings. The Russian penal system in general, and the Siberian gulags in particular, were only for the worst criminals. No one cared if they lived or died. When an inmate was released, he didn't have a clean slate. He wasn't considered reformed. He had simply done the time and was now free to go. "See the man in the mining office. He'll give you a job," the warden would say. If the former prisoner didn't want a job, he was free to buy a ticket for the train. It ran once a week. Once he arrived in town after a long walk, he would find out the cheapest ticket to the nearest town was outrageously overpriced. The only work available to a con was in the mine. If he went to see the man, he could get an apartment and food vouchers good at the company store. All he had to do was work the mine. If he walked around the town and talked to people, he would slowly come to the realization that he was still in prison. There were no police, only the private security forces, and they guarded the train when it arrived, to make sure no one tried to hitch a free ride. The polizia were hard men, and they would leave a con broken and bleeding on the frozen ground if they caught him trying to sneak on board without a ticket. There were very few automobiles, and even if he managed to steal one, it was a long way to the next town, and a single phone call would have the police blocking the only road that went there. On the bright side, the vodka was dirt cheap, there were plenty of places to drink, and the tiny apartments didn't have steel bars on the windows. There wasn't any TV reception, but a lending library had plenty of DVDs, and the theater played new movies every week. There was female companionship, and if you saved your money, you could afford a night with one of them on occasion. In the end, most of the cons stayed. There was no work for them anywhere else. And if a man could go for a walk when he wanted, drink with his friends every night, and didn't have guards controlling his every move, what more could he ask for? It was a life they easily became accustomed to, and after decades in prison, very few still had friends or family they wanted to see. Some tried to save enough for a train ticket, but after the company took the rent and food allowances from their paycheck, there wasn't much left over. Enough for drinking every night, not much more. The few that did get the money together usually won at gambling. Natasha had snuck out a few times a month the previous years, but when she returned for the final semester after the Reindeer Herders Festival, she started going out more often. She was restless and not content to hang out with the other students in the rec hall. She knew the city well. It was small enough she could jog from one side to the other down the empty streets in 20 minutes. Parts of it were lit up and loud with a handful of bars for the hundreds of miners. Parts hadn't seen electricity in decades and were collapsing into ruin. The miners, all ex-cons, had their apartments, bars, and stores on the west side of town. The guards, private security, and mine office employees lived and played on the east side. In the middle was the Nennet boarding school and the streets of shops with apartments above them for the residents of Vorkuta. For the most part, once the sun went down, there was nothing to do except drink. There were no stores open at night, and when she looked through the windows, there was nothing that interested her anyway. Sometimes Anna came with her, but it was rare. She didn't have the nod from the headmaster and was deathly afraid of getting caught. There was nothing to do anyway, she complained. All they did was walk around in the cold and avoid drunk men who wanted to talk to them or maybe even something more. Natasha found the empty streets and snow-covered landscape calming. After she had been so easily knocked aside by the men who had stolen the hair of John the Baptist, she had lost her sense of assurance. She no longer believed she could take care of herself in any situation. She was good at sparring, but became better. She applied herself and could beat everyone her own age, even most of the boys that were older, but it wasn't enough. The man on the snowmobile had swatted her aside like she was an insignificant little kid. She had been powerless against him, and it made her feel weak. She hated the feeling and worked harder, but it wasn't enough. Wrestling on a mat with rules and fighting with protective gear wouldn't help in the real world. One night, when she was out wandering the streets, she heard the faint sounds of Tchaikovsky coming from an alley she'd never explored. There were a lot of footprints in the snow, and she followed them to a set of steps leading down to a basement bar. She listened for a few minutes and was getting ready to leave when an old man peeked his head out to check the weather and see if the snows had started again. He was startled to see her, but recovered quickly and invited her inside to get warm.
"I don't have any money,"
Natasha said, and turned to leave.
"You don't need any money, child,"
he said in her native language. He smiled a toothless grin at her surprise and waved her inside.
"I recognized your accent," he said. "I learned your language many years ago, and it's been many years since I've spoken it. I am Igor Petronovich. Come inside. It's safe, cozy, and warm. I'll buy you a spittin if you'll but converse with an old man, and allow me to speak in the tongue I thought I'd forgotten."
She almost left. It was time to get back to school anyway, but she was cold and she hadn't had a hot mulled wine since the gathering of the tribes, since the night of the theft, since she'd been knocked aside like an annoying insect, since her face had been scarred. She slipped inside and was warmly greeted. The atmosphere was inviting and friendly in the ancient bar where a fire blazed and aromatic pipe smoke hung in the air. Dogs lay on the floor as their masters played chess, backgammon, card games, or sat in comfortable chairs to read. The music was soft and conversation was muted. One of the walls was lined with an overflowing bookshelf, and there was a lot of military memorabilia hanging here and there. It was a veterans' bar. All of the old men that frequented it had served Mother Russia, fought in her wars, then served time in her prisons. The proprietor had food, but there wasn't much choice. It was whatever he decided to cook that evening. If you didn't like it, there was no use complaining. It wouldn't do a bit of good. She started coming to the bar with no name instead of wandering the empty streets. She liked talking to the old men and learning of the world, and it wasn't rowdy and wild like the others. It felt safe. The anger and violence was long gone from the men, and they were enjoying their twilight years as best they could. It was quiet, and traditional Russian music played softly on the radio. She played chess with a hand-carved set to pass the time, and the old men treated her like a much-loved granddaughter, not a girl they wanted to take back to their apartment. Sometimes the prostitutes would come in when they wanted to get away from the sex-starved men in the other bars or simply needed a quiet night out with a few laughs and a few drinks. They weren't very pretty or very young. Some were old enough to be grandmothers themselves. They were women at the end of their road, Olaf had told her. A lifetime of bad decisions, just like the rest of the residents of Vorkuta, had led them here.
"This is a town where you come to die," he'd said. "We know this and are content with our lot in life. There are worse places to be and worse ways to live."
The gray-bearded men chided her for sneaking out of school, but always had smiles for her when she came through the door, closing it quickly against the bitter cold outside. "You must do good with your life," they would say. "Don't become like us." They had been soldiers, then criminals. They became prisoners, then miners. They still worked hard at the mine, but with easier jobs operating the elevators or maintaining equipment. They had no safety net, no social security or pensions. They worked until they died, then were buried in the graveyard outside of town. Igor brought a wolf pup in one night, and Natasha was instantly smitten with him. "What's his name?" she asked, and the old man shrugged. "They haven't come up with one yet."
"How about Laika? We are studying her in science class."
"The first dog in outer space?" Igor asked, and raised his glass. "Sure, why not? Here's to Mother Russia and Laika." She raised her glass of hot wine in the toast, then challenged him to a game of chess. The winner gets the wolf. "Where will you keep him if you win?" he asked. "They allow pets at school."
"No," she'd answered, "but if I win, I'll let you hold on to him for me."
He'd laughed, then proceeded to set up the board.
"If you do win," he said, "you can't stop playing. You have to give me a chance to win him back."
She agreed, and he won their match that night. He kept winning until one evening she finally bested him. Nothing much changed. He kept Laika at his apartment. She took him for runs through the snowy night, and within a week he won the wolf back from her. The ownership of the pup changed hands often, but neither minded. He was theirs to share, and the wolf loved them both. She brought them potatoes or rice she took from the school, sometimes even butter or jam, and the owner gladly traded her hot mulled wine and a bowl of stew for them. Olaf was the oldest of the patrons and sat in a corner booth, his 3 friends usually with him. Others came and went, but the old men were there every time she snuck out. They would regale her with tales of foreign cities and of Soviet Russia, stories from their fathers and grandfathers of the Tsar, the Revolution, and times of war. They helped her with her homework assignments, especially enjoying the history essays. They would argue that the textbooks got it wrong in some places. They had lived through the great events she studied, or had heard first-hand accounts from their fathers. They had fought in Vietnam and Afghanistan or any number of other conflicts. They were old soldiers who had made mistakes and paid dearly for them. They chose a life of crime instead of one in the factories. Natasha wanted a passing grade, so she never wrote anything directly contradicting the books, but she added details and color, small snippets of history told to her by the old men. "That doesn't sound so bad," Andy said, and stood to put a few more pieces of wood on the fire. "Sounds kind of exciting, actually. It's like living in an orphanage, but you're not an orphan."
"I know a school something like that in Alabama," Tanya said. "When I went to finishing school, we used to sneak out and Uber to a bar on the weekends. My roommate was head over heels in love with the drummer in the house band."
"Duh," Natasha agreed.
"That was good part of story. It was cold, teachers were mean, training was difficult and tests were hard, but it was okay. Anna was best friend, and she wanted to be architect. Olaf and old men were funny. No-name bar was cozy in winter, like second home. I had my wolf, and we ran through the empty streets. When I was there, they were a second family. I didn't miss real home so much."
"Did Anna go on to become an architect?" Maria asked. Natasha shook her head and stared into the flames.
"No, I don't think she did. Now comes the Russian part of story. No happy ending."
Chapter 18. Russia. Boarding School. When Natasha returned home for the summer, things were different. It was impossible to say exactly what, but everything seemed to be harder since the theft of the hare that had been in their keeping for over 2,000 years. The village people seemed angry half the time, and everyone had problems. There were roofs leaking and snowmobiles breaking down, arguments and fights. There were miscarriages and reindeer went missing. Even the dogs seemed agitated and barked at nothing. Natasha was glad to get away and move with the herd as they grazed the tundra. Life was simpler there with just her uncles and cousins. They moved every few days and whiled the summer away, beating leather clothes or building new sleds. Bad luck seemed to follow them, though, even so far away from the village. The wolves had been particularly bad. Her cousin had been injured, and the mosquitoes plagued them worse than ever. When they rode home on the weekends for church and resupply, the village was even worse. It felt like a tomb. She was eager for Monday morning when they could leave again. For the first time in her life, she was glad when the summer was over and she was going back to school. It was good to see her old friends, and Anna had been bursting at the seams to tell of her adventures in Bulgaria, where they had gone for vacation. She still had the remnants of a suntan from lying on the beach and proudly showed off her tan lines. She was a few months older than Natasha, already 13, and her breasts had grown noticeably over the summer. The boys definitely noticed. Natasha waited a week until everyone settled into a routine before she sneaked out. Nothing had changed at the no-name bar, and the old men welcomed her back, made her tell them stories of the tundra and life with the herd. Laika wagged his tail so hard his whole body shook, and he wouldn't settle down until she took him for the late-night run he'd been missing all summer. The weeks slid by, and she became comfortable with a routine of studies during the day, military training and gym classes in the evenings, and sneaking away to have a hot mulled wine at the no-name bar. She'd asked Anna to come a few times, but she said it was boring. She'd rather hang out in the rec hall. At least there were boys there her own age. Natasha played chess, listened to stories, and simply spent time with the old men. They loved hearing about the nomadic life and having new ears to listen to their old tales. She found them infinitely more interesting than kids her age. Often she came with bruises or a puffy eye from sparring. When Olaf asked her why she fought so hard, she told the old men about the incident that gave her the scar on her face and the slightly crooked nose. She didn't tell them why the man had hit her, just that he had been too strong, too fast, and she'd been powerless.
"Nonsense, child,"
Olaf said, and the other men nodded in agreement.
"One thing we learned in prison was even the meanest, toughest killer would go down fast if you hit him first."
"I'm not strong enough," Natasha said. "I try, I train, I work hard, but I don't have the power."
"You must even the odds,"
Olaf said.
"You must establish dominance, just like in prison. If you are small like yourself or old like us, you need an equalizer. See what is around you. If trouble came to the door, how could you stop it? What weapons are at your disposal?"
Natasha looked up from the chessboard and glanced around the room.
"The fireplace poker," she said. "It would be good. Maybe a wine bottle."
"Too far away,"
Olaf said.
"What is right beside you? What can you use right now?"
They were sitting in the outside seats of a corner booth with Antov and Simon against the wall, watching the game and telling tales. There was nothing within reach that would do any kind of damage except her cup of hot wine. She picked it up. "This?" she asked, and looked doubtful. Olaf smiled, knocked over her bishop with his queen, then clutched it with the lady's pointy crown sticking out of his fist.
"This will tear a man's face wide open or put out his eye,"
he said, then nodded to Antov.
"This is sharp as a razor and can easily slice a jugular vein wide open,"
he said, and ripped his empty beer can in half, crushed his fingers around the top and bottom so the sharp aluminum stuck out. "And this," Simon said, and picked up his fork,
"is as good as any knife." "Improvise, my dear,"
Olaf said.
"At the first hint of danger, if you perceive a threat, go on the offensive. You must catch them off guard. You must be the wolf, for a wolf doesn't hesitate. He doesn't think things through. If he senses a threat, he will neutralize it with overwhelming violence. You must never telegraph your intentions, because this is an advantage you have over the wolf. One would expect the wolf to attack, and be ready for it. One wouldn't suspect it coming from you. You must catch them off guard, and establish dominance before they are prepared."
They told her more, and the stories became gruesome. Prison fights, hand-to-hand life-and-death struggles in wars, and even some of the shameful things they'd done that had landed them behind bars. A mugger didn't give the victim a chance to react. A killer didn't allow his mark to fight back. Overwhelming force was the answer, they all agreed. Escalate the violence before your opponent can.
To quote a great American general, if you find yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck,
Igor said with a smile. Natasha considered their stories over the next few weeks and started training herself to look for weapons everywhere she was. It was a game she played and soon saw implements of death everywhere she looked. A broomstick could be broken and used as a spear. A book was much harder than her fist. A pencil could stab deep into someone's soft gut. The edge of a can could crack someone's skull. It was all an academic exercise until one frozen night in January. Anna had snuck some makeup back to school with her after Christmas break and was dying to show it off. She had blossomed even more over the past 5 months and was looking more and more like a woman instead of a teenager. Everyone wore the same uniform in school, and makeup was strictly forbidden, but it wasn't off-campus, and Natasha liked to hang out in a bar off-campus.
"Is nothing but old men there," she'd told Anna. "You would be wasting it."
"I don't care," Anna said. "Take me with you tonight. I want to look nice for me. I need to dress up once in a while. Don't you get sick and tired of these gray skirts and gray shirts and gray coats and gray stockings and gray, everything gray? I want to wear colors. I want to feel pretty."
Natasha had never given it much thought. She looked down at her gray overalls and white shirt covering a chest as flat as a boy's. Her hair probably needed to be washed. It had been a few days, but it was long and thick, cut straight at the ends, and took forever to dry. Most of the time she kept it in an unflattering ponytail. She wasn't interested in boys. They weren't interested in her, and she was fine with that. She'd never had makeup and wasn't inclined to try any.
"Please," Anna asked. "I'm dying to get out of here, and it's Friday night. We don't have early morning classes tomorrow, and besides, I want to meet your wolf."
"Okay," Natasha relented. "We go tonight, but he's not mine this week. Igor won him back."
Anna spent hours putting on her makeup and trying on different combinations of her outfits. She wound up borrowing some of Natasha's traditional clothes. Her elk leather belt with intricate beading and the beaver hide boots went perfectly with her designer jeans and tight-fitting low-cut blouse. It was much later than she normally left the dorm, and she was a little concerned that the old men would already be gone. The no-name bar generally closed down around midnight, after everyone made their way home. They faintly heard the music from the end of the alley when they arrived, and hurried to get inside. The temperature was hovering just below freezing. Fat flakes of snow drifted lazily down to join with the knee-deep blanket on the side roads and sidewalks that hadn't been cleared. The cozy little bar was louder than usual, and the two girls were met with shouts of greetings. It was more festive, more like a party than a library. They stamped the snow off their boots and hurried over to the fire to warm their hands and hang their coats on the racks. A handful of the ladies of the night were sitting at the bar and chatting with the old man. Natasha knew them and waved. They came in from time to escape the rigors of their work. They were comfortable here, and they knew the flirting was harmless. The old men were gentle, and if one of them bought a drink, he didn't expect anything in return except maybe some conversation. It was their safe place. Laika came over, as did a few of the other dogs, wanting their ears scratched or bellies rubbed for a few minutes before they would leave the girls alone. Anna fussed over Laika for a bit as she checked out the room, knowing there wouldn't be anyone even halfway close to her age, but she'd been hoping anyway. Olaf was in his usual booth and pointed to the chessboard already set up on the table.
"Do you care if my friend sits with us?" Natasha asked as she slid in.
"Of course not. Anne Vinchova, isn't it? I haven't seen you in quite some time,"
Olaf said, and half stood to greet her.
"Thank you, but I believe I'll sit over here if you don't mind,"
Anna said, aghast at the thought of watching two people play chess all night. The bar stools were filled with old people, but at least they were laughing and having fun. Inessa scooched one of the men farther down the bar and patted the seat next to her. Her maternal instincts were kicking in like they never had for Natasha. The Nennet girl could take care of herself. This one was dressing much older than she was, and looking to make an impression. In a town like this, that could be dangerous. Olaf and Natasha were pretty evenly matched in their game, and they'd be busy for at least a half hour before either one of them looked up. Maybe she could share some of her hard-learned wisdom with the young lady, and maybe she'd listen. She hadn't paid attention to anything her parents said when she was a teenager, and look where she wound up. Anna had money and spent it easily. Her parents gave her a generous allowance when she was home over the summer or for the holidays. There was no legal drinking age in Vorkuta, and Jovan set her up with a mulled wine without batting an eye. He made it differently every week, depending on what ingredients he had. Sometimes with maple syrup, sometimes with honey or oranges if he could get them, but always with cinnamon sticks. They were always available. The ladies of the night and the two students gave the usually stodgy bar a little something extra that it didn't normally have. It was a lot livelier. The radio station was changed to something more upbeat and turned up a little louder. The conversations were liberally dosed with laughter, and the old men reading books closed them to take their turn on the dance floor with the ladies. Anna giggled and tried to match go-go dances from the 60s, disco moves from the 70s, and pop boogies from the 80s, as she copied the women and danced with the men. They didn't gyrate their hips, moonwalk as convincingly, or spin as gracefully as they once had, but no one threw a knee out of joint, and the laughter was pure and genuine. Natasha checked the clock behind her. It was nearing 2 a.m, and they really should be getting back. She was afraid Anna was having a little bit too much of the wine, and they had to climb the rope ladder 2 stories up to their dorm window. She had been dancing almost non-stop, but Natasha knew these men. They were harmless. They weren't trying to get her drunk and take advantage. They were just enjoying the night, probably the most fun they'd had in a decade. They would be sore tomorrow, but they were living it up tonight. It was probably the last time most of them would ever dance with a pretty girl. Anton, with the help of someone standing behind and holding him under the arms, was trying his best to do a traditional Russian squat kick dance to the cheering and laughter of the others. Anna was clapping encouragement with the rest of them, and Natasha smiled at their antics as she moved her queen to a spot where she hoped to put Olaf in check with her next move. The laughter and clapping died suddenly when the door banged open, letting in a blast of cold air, and a group of men stomped inside, knocking snow from their boots on the polished wooden floor. "So this is where you disappeared to," their leader said, talking to Inessa, a woman of 40 who could easily pass for 50. "Selling your ass in the old folks' home. Must be easy money. Can they even get it up?"
"I'm taking the night off, Kirill," she said, "and this is a private party."
"Doesn't look very private to me," he said, and shoved through the people on the dance floor as he made his way to the bar. Olaf pushed Natasha to a dark corner of the table, and the old men stepped in front of Anna, blocking her from view. The gang of young men followed, slapping the women's asses or fondling breasts as they passed, and pushed up to the bar, taking over the stools. All 6 of them were drunk and didn't hesitate to slam down whatever drinks happened to be sitting on the counter. They were young toughs, the oldest maybe in his 30s, and none of them out of prison more than a year. "Set us up, barkeep," their leader said. "Tick-tock, time to drink. Make it whiskey, and it better not be watered down." Jovan crossed his arms and stared at them. "Private party," he said. "You aren't invited, and you need to leave." Kirill smiled broadly, then snatched up the glass he'd just drained and hurled it at the man. "I just invited myself," he yelled, as Jovan ducked and the glass shattered a bottle sitting on the shelf behind him. Vodka splashed over the radio, but the upbeat dance music continued pumping out of its speaker. Anna screamed, and the men turned, noticing her hidden behind 3 of the old men. Olaf caught Jovan's eye and gave him a nod. "Give the men a drink," it said. Calm things down. Let the girls slip away because trouble was afoot, and this was Vorkuta. There was no one to call to get them out of it. Most of the dogs were as old as their masters. Some barked at the intruders, some ignored the men, but Laika showed them his teeth. A low growl came from the back of his throat as he watched from under the table at Natasha's feet. He didn't know what was happening, but he felt the tension in the air. Jovan set out more glasses, reached behind the bar for the whiskey, and started pouring. "Drink up, men. First round is on the house," he said, and tried to draw their attention back to the booze.
"Well, aren't you a pretty little thing?"
Krill said, and stood to approach Anna.
"I've heard stories of a whole lot of young ladies in the school, but I didn't know they let you out at night. I thought they kept you locked up tight as a numb's bum."
"She's just a child, Krill,"
Inessa said, and slid in front of him, rubbing her hands on his chest.
"I thought you were looking for me. Well, here I am, all yours. No charge tonight."
The big man shoved her roughly aside.
"Thought you were taking the night off," he said. "I think I found your replacement. What's your name, Malashka?"
Anna shrank behind the old men, who stood up a little straighter, but they were easily knocked aside and stumbled to stay on their feet.
"Come have a drink with us,"
Krill said, and grabbed her hand to drag her back to the bar.
"Enough,"
Olaf said, and stood.
"She is child from the school. There will be trouble if any harm comes to her. You want to find yourself back in the gulag." "I'm not going to hurt her,"
Krill said.
"A little loving never hurt nobody, did it, boys?"
They laughed and slammed their shots and looked at her with hungry eyes. They didn't see the frightened 13-year-old. They saw a young woman with a blouse that exposed too much of her small breasts, a lovely face with bright lipstick, and a tight little body they could only dream about. Except here she was, in the flesh.
"Besides,"
Krill added,
"I know she isn't supposed to be off school grounds. I know she snuck out, and I know she won't tell anyone. She'll be in just as much trouble as us. Isn't that right, little Milashka?"
"Stop it,"
Inessa said, and blocked his path.
"This has gone far enough. You're scaring her. Let her go."
"What's the problem?"
he asked.
"We're just going to have a few drinks, and we'll see where it goes from there. She didn't get all dressed up to dance with old men, did she? Pretty little things like her needs a real man, not these wrinkled old prunes." "Look, she has a friend,"
one of his men said, and pointed at Natasha, pressed into the corner of the booth.
"So she does,"
Krill said, and motioned for her to come out.
"Tick-tock, girl. Hurry up. Time to meet your new boyfriends."
Natasha didn't move, and the smile in his face became a snarl. He shoved Anna toward his men, then motioned for one of them to get the other girl. A small man with prison tattoos on the backs of his hands moved quickly to the booth and gave her an appraising stare. She looked like a child, and if it wasn't for her long black hair, he might have thought she was a boy.
"Ah, this one's a sclon,"
he said, calling her the derogatory term for the indigenous peoples. The slope of Natasha's eyes and the shade of her skin were pronounced. Her tribe was mostly pure, and the Mongolian heritage showed plainly.
"I'll take her if you don't want her,"
the man said, the words slightly slurred.
"She's a tiny thing. You might break her." "It's time for you to leave,"
Olaf said.
"Or what?"
the tattooed Khan yelled, and turned to face the gray-bearded old man.
"Tell me, Grandpa, what are you going to do if I don't leave?"
Olaf didn't hesitate. Time for talk was over. He let the dagger fall from his sleeve into his hand, and swung the blade upward in a smooth, underhanded stroke. He plunged it just left of the man's groin, and his hand was instantly splashed with femoral blood. The man screamed. Laika darted out to sink teeth into his leg, and all hell broke loose in the bar. The old men, the veterans of wars and lengthy sentences in one of the harshest prisons in the world, reacted instantly. Weapons appeared from nowhere, some improvised, some from sheaths tucked in their belts. Jovan snatched a baseball bat from under the bar and swung at the men, who were slow to react, and were still leaning on the counter. The sound of a cracking skull was loud enough to be heard over the music, shouts, screams, and barking of the dogs. Antov grabbed a chair and slammed a man against the bar, its legs pinning him against it, as Simon smashed a heavy mug of hot wine against his head. The violence was extreme, as deadly and brutal as the old men could muster. But the young Khans that hadn't been taken out in the first instant of surprise fought back with fists and boots. They were quicker, stronger, and fearless. They'd done hard time, too, and fought just as dirty. Glass shattered. Chairs broke. Men and women screamed. Dogs barked and the music blared. Blood made the floor slick. Bones cracked, and the ladies of the night swore and threw bottles as they tried to stop the merciless beat-down of the old men. Laika ripped back and forth on the tattooed man's leg as his attempts to kick the wolf away grew feeble. Natasha launched out of the booth, ran straight at Kirill, who was dragging Anna toward the door, and jumped on his back. She plunged the pointy crown of the queen at his eyes, but he turned his head and it tore along his cheek, ripping it open. Anna screamed louder as the big man cursed and threw an elbow into Natasha's face. He caught her on the chin, and the world turned black as she tumbled to the floor. She wasn't out long, and awoke to Inessa shaking her and the wet tongue of Laika licking her face. She groaned, pushed them away, and struggled to sit up. The bar was in shambles, and most of the old men were nursing wounds or trying to stop bleeding cuts on others. A dead man was on the floor in front of the corner booth, a huge pool of blood slowly spreading from the knife still buried in his leg. Olaf sat on a bench, and one of the prostitutes was carefully probing the broken bones of his face. Someone had turned the music off, and groans and moans of pain filled the room. 2 of Kirill's men were lying in heaps, blood oozing from their heads, baseball bat and wine mug injuries. Jovan hung up the phone and announced that the doctor was on the way.
"Did you call security?"
Inessa asked.
"They won't come, and you know it," Jovan replied. "And if they did, how are we going to explain the dead man? Olaf is too old to go back to jail."
"Where's Anna?" Natasha asked, as she took in the damage, the broken men and the body.
"He took her," Inessa said. "You've got to go to the school. You've got to help. Kirill will hurt her, and when he's done, his men will hurt her more."
Natasha shook her head to clear it, looked at the cathedral clock behind the bar, and saw she hadn't been knocked out for long, maybe 5 minutes, surely not 10. It was just past 2 in the morning.
"It will take too long," she said. "We have to go after him."
Olaf tried to stand, but was pushed back down.
"You sit, old fool," the woman tending his face said. "You'd never make it up the stairs in your condition."
The other men weren't in any better shape. A hard fist to the face of a 60 or 70-year-old man could do a lot of damage. The steel-toed miner boots could do more. Natasha stood, forced the wave of dizziness away, and pulled the long silver blade out of the dead man's leg. She remembered her name, the secret Nennet name, that was steeped with the history of her family. The name had been chosen carefully and given to her at the private ceremony at the church. It represented the best, the bravest, and the most cunning of her ancestors. There were tales of heroism and sacrifice in the name. She was Nenyayeva, her father's daughter, and she would not bring shame to the name by cowering in fear. She ran up the stairs, and Laika followed. There were hundreds of footprints in the snow outside the door, but she found the one she was looking for when she saw the droplets of fresh blood. She hoped they were from Kirill's face. They ran, the girl and the wolf, the frigid air chilling her after the warmness of the bar. Clouds of steam puffed from her and Laika as they followed the blood trail and 4 sets of prints. 3 big and waffle-patterned, one smooth from the beaver boots she'd made over the summer. Laika caught on quickly. They weren't going for a run. They were on a hunt. He led the way and turned down an alley protected by close buildings that only had a drifting of snow covering the street. They were in a deserted part of the city with block after block of abandoned shops and apartments that stood dark and empty. Laika ran immediately to a door and sniffed. The prince disappeared inside, and when she listened, Natasha could hear the sound of muffled sobs and men grunting.
"Bite me again, bitch, and I'll break out all of your teeth,"
she heard above the sound of flesh hitting flesh. Hard fists punching a soft face. She threw open the door and followed the growling Laika inside as he bounded for a room halfway down the hall. He was a wolf. He had no fear of the men. He had no fear of death. He had no fear of any repercussions that might come of his actions. He did what wolves do, and savagely tore into the man standing nearest the door, growling and ripping flesh. The moonlight poured through the window, and she only caught a glimpse of what was happening before she launched herself at the man with his back to her. His pants were around his ankles as he thrust his hips into the girl on the bed. She became the wolf too. She had no fear. She had no concern for anything other than stopping the men hurting her friend. She snarled and jackhammered the silver dagger into his neck over and over, pulling and stabbing as fast as she could, in and out, slash and tear, cut and rend, her arm a merciless piston of death. Her blade was the fangs of a wolf. The man's yelp of surprise turned into a gurgling stream as his throat filled with blood and he stumbled backwards, tried to slam her into the wall. He tripped over the pants around his ankles and she dropped off his back, gave him a shove and he tumbled to the floor. Laika's growls were drowning out the other man's screams of terror as he tried to fight the snapping, biting wolf. It was a battle he would lose, and Natasha wasted no time with concerns of the dead. Kirill backed away, his fist covered in blood that matched the blood from Anna's pouring nose and broken mouth. His manhood stood tall as his back hit the wall, but it was shrinking fast. His mind raced to catch up, to understand what was happening. The little Sklon girl was crouched in front of him, bloody up to her elbows, her teeth bared like an animal. Nikolai was clutching at his frayed throat, but there was no stemming the flood of crimson pouring out of him. Pavel was struggling with a wolf that was trying to rip his arm free from his body. Kirill stared in disbelief at the carnage the waif of a girl and her mangy wolf had done in just a few seconds. He'd never seen such brutality, not even in prison. The tribal girl was more animal than human. He reached down to pull up his pants. She sprang for him, and he threw up his hands to protect his face, but she aimed the blade lower. She planted it all the way to the hilt and ripped downward just to the left of his swinging manhood. It sliced through the big artery in his leg, and the spray of blood covered his lower body. He yelled in surprise and tried to stop the geyser repainting the peeling wallpaper in a garish color of red. The sound of cracking bones replaced the weak cries of Pavel, and he stopped moving. Kirill couldn't understand it. He had always believed he would meet a violent end. He would never live to be an old man, but he thought it would be at the hands of a skilled opponent, a fight to the death with a man as ruthless and tough as himself, not a schoolgirl, not a child. He knew he was finished when he couldn't begin to slow the blood flow. She had sliced him long and deep. There was no stopping the outpouring, and the spurts were already getting weaker. He grew light-headed and tried to pull his pants up. He didn't want to be found with them around his feet. He wanted some dignity in his death. It was too much trouble, though. He didn't have the strength. He slid down the wall and sat in a warm puddle and watched the girl as she watched him die. Her black eyes were the last thing he saw before he closed his and slumped over. Anna lay curled up in the bed, her face a broken mess, blood seeping from between her legs, her blouse ripped open, her pants and boots tossed on the floor. She cried softly, and Natasha lay down beside her, held her in bloody arms, and cried with her. Jovan found them some 20 minutes later, wrapped in the dusty blankets. There were 3 dead men in the room, already well on their way to freezing solid on the floor. He'd found Laika's tracks after he bandaged the gash in his side that came from a broken bottle. He gently urged them to come back to the bar. The doctor had arrived. He could help. Anna's tears had finally stopped, and she walked gingerly between them, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The doctor had driven his car and had already sent the worst of the old men to the hospital in it. The others he had patched up, stitched up, and bandaged. When Jovan came in with the 2 girls, he rushed to Natasha, but she brushed him off. "The blood isn't mine," she said. "Help Anna. She's the one they hurt." The dead man had been dragged over to the side, and the other 2 with the head injuries sat on the floor beside him. One of them was delirious, the man Javan had cracked with the baseball bat, and blood oozed from both of his ears. The other was defiant and angry, but he was tied hand and foot. Simon sat in a chair near him, a long knife in his hand. The doctor had worked in the prison for many years and was familiar with broken bones, cuts, and busted-up faces. He was jaded and didn't care much for the men he was paid to patch up. They were the worst of the worst, and he usually wasn't very careful as he did his job.
Most of the time he didn't care if they lived or died, but the girl was different. She stirred emotions in him he hadn't felt in a long time as he examined her, set her broken nose, and saw the damage to her face. Some of her teeth had been knocked out. Her cheeks and lips split wide open, and she was bleeding from the rough sex they'd forced on her. She needed to go to the hospital, and she needed a plastic surgeon, if she was ever to be pretty again. He was familiar with the no-name bar. He'd shared drinks with the old men on occasion. It was a safe, quiet, and cozy place where there were never any problems. The girls shouldn't have been away from the school compound. They shouldn't have left the safety of its walls, but they had come to Jovan's place. A safe harbor in this cesspool of a city, and they hadn't been looking for trouble. It found them, though. He didn't ask about the other men, the ones who had raped the girl. Judging from the blood covering the Nennet girl and her wolf's muzzle, he didn't think they would be found until the spring thaw and someone noticed the smell. When his car returned, he helped Anna up the stairs and into the front seat. Natasha steadied Olaf as he climbed in, then started to join them.
"It would be best if you returned to the school and notified them,"
the doctor said, placing a gentle hand on her arm.
"They will need to contact her parents."
He went back into the bar to get his bag and to help another old man up the stairs, the last that needed to go to the hospital.
"It's okay, Natasha,"
Anna said through her broken nose.
"I want you to stay. You get cleaned up. No one can know what you did for me. I'll tell them I got away on my own."
Natasha looked down at her gore-covered arms and, for the first time, thought about what it meant. She hadn't considered what the law would do to her. She'd only been thinking about her friend. But Anna was thinking of her.
"Do not worry, I'll take care of her,"
Olaf said, when he saw Natasha's hesitation.
"Inform the school, and don't concern yourself about anything else. Tell them there was a fight. You were knocked unconscious. Anna was dragged off, and she returned on her own. Stick to that story, and all of us will too. No one will miss those men, and I think most will be glad they're gone."
She nodded, then stepped aside as Vladimir was eased into the car, his breath coming in short, pained gasps from the broken ribs. She watched the taillights until they disappeared into the falling snow, then returned to the bar. The man Simon was guarding was hurling insults at him and struggling with the lamp cord tying his hands. Now that the bar was nearly empty, and the only ones left were broken old men, he was getting his courage back. The other had quit mumbling and lay very still. His face was gray, and his mouth half open as drool rolled down his chin.
"There she is. There's the Sklan,"
he said.
"Where's Kirill? Where's the others?"
She looked at him, and her lip curled in an unconscious snarl. She despised that name. It was only a word, but it was full of venom and hate. It was supposed to mean she was a squinty-eyed slopehead, someone less than human, a low-grade moron that rutted with her father and ate fish heads, a conquered race of second-class citizens that shouldn't be allowed to exist or associate with real Russians, even after they had been civilized by the state schools. She squatted in front of him, and some of his bluster fled away.
"He is dead," she said, "and so are your friends."
Fear jumped in the man's eyes, but just for a second. His anger came back.
"You're going to pay," he said. "I know where you live. I'll find you again and—"
He didn't finish his thought. The silver dagger flashed out, and he didn't have time to scream before he went rigid, shuddered, then slumped over, the blade buried to the hilt in his eye socket.
"Solves that problem,"
Jovan said mildly, and directed her to the kitchen area.
"Get cleaned up. I'll walk you back to school and make sure we have our story straight. Nobody will ever find their bodies."
"What are you going to do with them?" Natasha asked.
"Bears and wolves need to eat too,"
he answered, and shooed her toward the kitchen.
"Damn,"
Andy said quietly when Natasha had finished.
"Yeah,"
Maria agreed. "What happened? Did the authorities ever find out?"
"No,"
Natasha said.
"I got in big trouble at school. Was moved to a room with bars on windows. I never saw Olaf again, and only got a few letters from Anna. Never saw her again either."
"She didn't go back to school?" Tanya asked.
No. And when I went home for spring break, men from Maine had come and my father sold them the herd. We moved to America.
I'm glad you came here, Maria said, but that's so sad.
Da, that is Russia. No happy ending.
She rolled to her feet and grabbed her jacket. The story had taken a lot out of her. She'd never told it before, not all of it, not the worst of it.
I take first watch,
she said, and moved to the door. Andy stirred the fire again, adding another piece of wood, then let out a long sigh. She had it hard, he said. I'll never complain about my foster families again.
You were her roommate, Maria said. Did you know any of that?
No, Tanya answered. She never talked about the school.
No wonder. I don't think she should be alone,
she decided, and slipped into her own heavy winter coat.
I'm going to sit with her.
Chapter 19. Hunt's Point. Day 40. Liam pulled the hat down a little farther over his ears as he joined the other men with suits and neckties. They were at a small park that had seating for about 1,000 in the bleachers, overlooking the soccer and football field, and the gray December sky threatened snow. It was the gladiator games, and this afternoon's festivities were the biggest yet. They promised to be the most interesting. The hand-printed fight cards advertised an initiation bout before the main events. The bouts left the field slippery with blood, as scores of men pummeled each other to death for the right to become a member of Tico's army. A stylized Santa Muerte, nearly 2 stories tall, was painted on the side of an administration building and grinned down on the field. Various gangs from the boroughs, some hardened criminals, and some who became that way after the lights went out, had pretty much exhausted their food supplies and wanted to join. Tico didn't need any more useless mouths to feed. He needed a competent force of hard men that would follow orders, so if they didn't have any particular skill sets he needed, they had to prove themselves worthy. 100 men would enter the arena, and 20 would leave. Alive, anyway. It was pretty good odds if you were confident in your abilities. Even if you weren't, all you had to do was avoid getting killed until 80 other guys had. Bread and circus, Tico had told his management team when he initiated the game shortly after escaping Rikers. Keep the masses fed and entertained. Give them something to believe in, and they will follow you to the ends of the earth. It worked for the Romans in their arenas, for the Aztecs and their deadly ball games, and it will work here too. Heroes will emerge. It will give the men something to look forward to, and it's more interesting than simply chopping off heads of people I don't like. Once he learned of the reindeer herds, he started recruiting more men for his army in the initiation bouts. No one dared to suggest they had enough. They didn't need more mouths to feed. No one considered questioning his decision. They liked their fingers intact and unbroken, so they simply followed orders. What he wasn't telling them, the thing that only a few of his most trusted men knew, was that the new recruits were his backup plan. His plan B. Winter was breathing down their necks, and he knew up north it was going to be a lot worse. If the vast reindeer herds turned out to be greatly exaggerated, he didn't want to find himself in a situation where they were facing starvation. He didn't know of any other source of food they could get to. He had vague ideas. He knew the area he wanted to take over, but going there now would be useless. He didn't think there would be enough provisions to sustain his men, even if he took everything the locals had. He needed the farmers and ranchers to figure things out, start rebuilding, and have everything ready for him to take over when he arrived. He needed to show up in the spring and force the farmers to join him. His mechanics said they could get old tractors running. They were sure of it. He could envision his new kingdom with fields of crops and replenished herds of cattle, but to achieve that dream, he had to keep his army alive and intact until spring. The accountant's story was most likely true. Once he'd mentioned it to his executive team, one of them recalled reading about the reintroduction a few years back. The article hadn't mentioned the exact location where the Russian herds were being released, but if the accountant was right, he knew where they were. or at least where the Russians lived that were the caretakers. Close enough. His army only had to make it through the winter. Next year wasn't going to be about survival. Next year was going to be about conquest and rebuilding. He was concerned about the snow. He knew a storm could blow in and up in Maine. It might dump 2 or 3 feet in the ground, and it could stay for months. So far, he only had one working truck with a plow. It wouldn't push through 100 miles of deep snow and drifts, and if the reindeer weren't there, they would need food to get them through the winter. It was much easier to have an extra 1,000 men willingly come with him, thinking they were part of the army, than it was dragging along 1,000 prisoners, desperate to escape, knowing they were on the dinner menu. Liam looked at the contestants lined up on either end of the field as they psyched themselves up and prepared for battle. He pulled the overcoat a little tighter around him and took a drink from the bottle Alfonso offered. "Got a little something extra for this bout," he proclaimed in a conspiratorial whisper. "Just you wait and see. It's going to be great."
"What?" Liam asked. "They're going to release the lion again? Last time all he did was run away and cower in a corner. They've been starving him?"
"Nope, something better," Alfonso said, but wouldn't say any more. Tico was right about the number of volunteers willing to kill and take a chance on dying to join the army. They were starving and desperate, and it was their last hope. The food was gone. The few that had guns were out of bullets, and there was nowhere else to go. They should have left the city the day after the solar storms. They should have left when there was still food, and Old Man Winter wasn't blowing his frigid breath. They should have walked to somewhere, anywhere. But they didn't. They waited for the power to come back on, and by the time they figured out it wasn't, it was too late. People were already killing for food. If you had some, you didn't dare heat it up over a fire. If someone smelled it, they would come try to take it, and the easiest way was to come in swinging weapons, eliminate threats, and take everything they had. The streets were sewers where everyone dumped waste buckets out of windows, and the slightest cut could mean infection. Clean water was hard to find. Rotting corpses littered the streets or stunk up buildings. No one made an effort to haul them to the river anymore. It was too dangerous. If you had the strength to cart bodies, you must have food, and they would follow you back to your apartment. The subway tunnels were flooded, and rats were everywhere, feasting on the dead. For some, the rats were their only source of food. Word got around that an army was being formed, and they had a plan. They had food and knew where to get more, all you could eat. Real food, not rats and roaches. They had cars and trucks and more guns than anyone else, so they came. The initiation bouts were a melee with 100 men and women fighting and killing, and it was hard to keep track of the action. It never failed that if he was watching a 3-way battle with maces and clubs, a more interesting fight was going on somewhere else, and he missed it. They were over quickly. The men always ganged up on someone, 4 or 5 guys killing one, then hurrying on to the next. The women that entered didn't fare well. There was no chivalry in a life-and-death bout, and they were perceived as easy targets, a quick kill to whittle the numbers down. Some went down quickly, some didn't. Some had strategies planned out, and some came out swinging at anything that moved. The group was separated, half at either end of the field, and were supposed to run at each other and battle it out in the middle. But they usually started fighting where they stood, going for quick and easy kills on unsuspecting opponents. Alliances were formed in the moments before the battle, and they would be honored until somebody saw an opportunity and stabbed a guy in the back. The trumpets would be blown when the numbers had whittled down to 20. If none of them were grievously injured, they were welcomed into the army with great fanfare, clapping and stomping of feet. If they did have a wound that doctors couldn't easily fix, they were finished off and left in the field. Tico didn't need invalids or patients and couldn't have them draining supplies. Liam didn't know what happened to the women and children, the families of the losers. The survivors' families were welcome to the fold, but he didn't ask about the others. He didn't want to know. They were probably the women in the flesh houses. There were always new faces in there. He visited often, looking for a woman that looked like Fiona, but he had to satisfy himself with ones that didn't. His orange tie gave him access to 4 different houses. The women in the house with the orange doors weren't bad, but not as beautiful as the ones he'd glimpsed behind the blue, green, or red doors. He wasn't allowed in there, though. They were a definite step up, classier. He wanted to get inside the red door house. He'd heard it was opulent with only the finest exotic models. He'd visited the gray, black, and yellow houses, too. It was his right, as they were a lower stature, but the lower the house, the worse they were. The gray door was where the men went if they wanted to live out the darkest things they'd ever seen on the internet or fantasized about. Liam had heard that you could torture someone to death if you wanted. Other things, too. He'd only been there once and hadn't stayed long. The hype man came out and got the crowd stirred up for a few minutes. Then the announcer shouted through an old-fashioned funnel megaphone to introduce the bout. The trumpeter sounded the battle charge, and 100 men and women started fighting for their lives. As usual, they didn't charge onto the field and clash in the middle where everyone could see. The fight started on either end, but engines roared to life, catching everyone off guard. 2 cars, covered in spikes and saw blades, roared in off the street, slid sideways through the grass, and fought for traction as they blasted onto the field from either end. The crowd cheered madly, and everyone stood to get a better view as the first body was impaled and the old Plymouth bounced over a few others. The other car, a hulking Studebaker, was having a hard time hitting anyone. It was too slow as the tires churned up the grass. The groups were running away from the end zones, the fighting forgotten for the most part, as they tried to get away from cars trying to run them down. "That's great!" Liam shouted over the noise of the crowd and slapped Alfonso in the back. "That's fucking great!" The cars sped past each other, aiming for anyone they could, and the fighting between the opponents started up again. A man dove away from the jagged saw blades on the Plymouth, only to have a nail-studded baseball bat rip most of his face off when he tried to get to his feet. Men and women pummeled each other with clubs and machetes. There were no rules on the types of weapons other than no firearms. A woman with a hammer in each fist and slick leather pants was nimble and fast. She moved like a gymnast or dancer and spent most of the time in a slide, a run, or a crouch. She wasn't going for kills. She let others do that. She was breaking shins and shattering kneecaps. The men would fall, and they were out of the game. She only needed 80 people to die or be incapacitated. It was a numbers game, and her strategy was to keep moving. Don't stop for even a second. Don't give someone a chance to spear you in the back. Janet knew all about getting stabbed in the back. She'd had it happen to her more than once. Not in the literal sense, not with a sword or spear, but just the same, it probably hurt just as much. The Studebaker swung around at the other end of the field, and its rear bumper slammed a pair of men with swords and shields, who were trading blows. It was a solid hit. They both went flying and landed in the bleachers. The crowd roared louder, and they were shoved back onto the field. Neither could stand. Their legs were twisted at awkward angles, but they kept fighting with chainmail gloves, museum pieces that were being used for what they were intended. Beating an opponent to a bloody pulp. A group of Jamaicans had a strategy, and it was working to their advantage. They had made a pact to stick together, to fight back to back, and never raise a weapon against each other until every other opponent had been defeated. No backstabbing. United until the end. They moved as a group and killed everyone they came across as the cars spun, left ruts in the field, and ripped open bodies that were shoved into them as they flew past. On its second pass, the Plymouth added a few more bodies to the long spikes sticking out of the hood and bumper and aimed for the biggest group. The Jamaicans had a good plan, but they hadn't anticipated the cars. They were the biggest target. None of their members had fallen yet, and the Studebaker headed straight for them, too. The woman with the hammer strapped to her wrists slid out of the way as it passed, but sprinted to catch up and grab hold. It was bristling with 2-foot-long spikes on the front and sides, but not on the roof or trunk lid. She jumped, landed gracefully, and pulled herself up to the top of the car. She smiled and crouched down to hold on. She was safe up here. All she had to do was ride this hell wagon until the trumpeter stopped the madness when the kill count was met. The machine shuddered as it plowed into the fleeing Jamaicans and sent bodies flying in all directions. The Plymouth hit them from the other side and sent more slashed-open men screaming and bouncing away. She was splashed with a long coil of intestines and about a gallon of blood, but she didn't let go. She held on for dear life as the car bucked and bounced over bodies and ruts. She could hear the screams of the dying and cheering of the crowd over the roar of the engines, and she was glad she'd decided to join the initiation. At first, she didn't care if she died. Anything was better than the starvation and the constant threat of rape. By the time she'd volunteered, she'd already killed 4 men. 3 more were on her list, men who'd stolen her hard-earned stash of food, then brutally had their way with her. They laughed when she said she'd kill them. She'd find them and kill them all. "Be careful what you wish for, Bumbleclot," the one with beads in his dreads said and spat on her. "We might come looking for you again. I like a woman with fight." She didn't know exactly who had done it. It had been dark and they'd punched her until she quit fighting and was fading in and out of consciousness. But she knew it was the Jamaicans. She didn't know for sure if any of the men on the field were guilty, but in her mind they were. They were the ones, and none of them would leave the arena alive if she could manage it. The Studebaker made it to the side of the field and went into a power slide that threw grass, dirt, and body parts at the bleachers as it came dangerously close. The tail of the car came to an abrupt halt when it hit a concrete pillar, and she lost her grip on the slick spike. She went flying over the edge, but managed to grab onto the rail of the bleachers. Everyone had jumped back with yells of surprise when the car came barreling down on them, but were laughing uproariously at the near miss. They rushed back and laid the fist into her, knocking her back down to the battlefield to be pelted by the churned-up dirt from the spinning tires. Bottles and cans rained down from above, and she moved away from the sidelines. She ran past a group of men swinging spiked baseball bats at each other and tried to count the number of survivors. They had to be getting close to the kill count needed. There were bodies everywhere. She might just survive the melee after all. Men and women screamed in pain and exertion as they swung weapons. One of the cars had lost its muffler, and its revving motor drowned out everything else when it was close. The crowd stomped and cheered, and bluish clouds of exhaust smoke filled the air. The biggest organized threat, the gang of Jamaicans, had been devastated by the 2 cars slamming into them. Others saw weakness, and like sharks tasting blood in the water, a lot of them converged and started killing them before they could regroup. She sprinted, then slid into the crowd, a hammer in each fist, and broke bones as she zipped through. She didn't care who she maimed. She just wanted numbers. She wanted to hear the trumpet player blow again, signaling the end of the game. She bounced up to her feet and ran. The car was coming back for a second pass. Men dodged to get out of the way, but others shoved them back into the path of the bloody spikes. Steam hissed from under the hood and mixed with the smoky exhaust as the machine roared through them, sent men pinwheeling with torn-open chests or impaled on the sharpened rebar. The trumpet blew, and the fighters started celebrating. Spears getting ready to impale someone were checked, and hands went out to help an opponent to his feet. They had made it. They were soldiers in Tico's army. Jane lifted her hammers in victory. She had survived. She had won. Her celebration stopped when she saw one of the Jamaicans pull his machete from another man's shoulder and slash down again, aiming for his neck. It sank deep, and blood erupted when he pulled it out, spraying his face and splashing on his beaded dreads. "You are nothing, Bumbleclot," he swore, and spat, then raised his dripping machete high in the air. She ran and didn't slide to take out his knees. She wanted a killing blow before anyone could stop her. She swung, and he turned just in time to see the hammer coming straight for his face. He only had time to open his eyes wide in surprise before it slammed into his mouth. Teeth flew and his jawbone shattered. The bottom of his chin bounced off his neck, hung to one side, and his tongue flopped out, long and red. The machete flew from his hands, and the trumpeter blew again, this time pointing the horn straight at her so she would hear. She acknowledged with a wave and crossed her hammers above her head, gave a little victory dance, and bowed to the stomping, cheering, screaming crowd. They had given them one hell of a show.
"That was amazing!"
Liam exclaimed, and he wasn't the only one. Alfonso waved when the announcer gave him credit for the surprise addition to the game, and Tico, surrounded by his henchmen, gave him a nod of approval. One of the cars had stalled out and would have to be towed off the field, but the announcer declared that could wait. It would add another element of danger to the main event, another obstacle the fighters might be able to use to their advantage. There was a short break while the survivors walked off the field and were checked to make sure they weren't too injured to join Tico's army. The man with the shattered jaw tried to stand, but Jane kicked him back down.
"Hey!"
she shouted over to one of the men in white lab coats.
"You want me to finish this guy off? He'll never heal."
The medic looked over, saw the damage to the man's face, and shrugged. "If you want, I can't fix that. He's no good to us." She smiled sweetly and gave him a thumbs up. There was no rule that said participants couldn't kill anyone too wounded to walk away, but most of them were in a hurry to get off the field. They didn't stick around to do any cleanup work.
"Remember me?"
she asked, but the man only moaned in pain. She kicked him to get his attention.
"It's important," she said. "I need you to know who killed you. I told you I would, and here I am."
Comprehension dawned in the man's pained eyes when he looked at her, and he tried to speak, but nothing came out except grunts. He had no mouth, and his tongue flopped uselessly.
"Good," she said. "I see that you do."
Some in the stands had noticed the warrior woman crouched over the broken man and elbowed others to get their attention. The cheering had mostly died out. The one running car had driven off, and a hush fell over the field. The medics were checking the last of the initiates that could walk off under their own power, and men with killing spears were finishing off the fallen contestants. Everyone in the stands watched as she swung the hammer at his groin. There was a collective gasp when they heard the fleshy, squishing impact, and men made horrified faces, grabbing their own privates in sympathy. The broken man on the field screamed a horrible wet scream that ended in a gurgle. There was absolute silence in the stands. A bird could be heard, chirping from 2 blocks away. The man curled into a ball and retched, spewed vomit on the grass, and started choking on the bile in his uncooperative tongue. Janet watched him cough and choke for a moment, then, using the toe of her boot, pushed the flopping red tongue back into his mouth, forcing it down his throat. He tried to push her foot away, but she applied more pressure, held it there as his eyes bulged and he fought for air. Every time he coughed up puke that he'd sucked into his lungs, she crammed the tongue back in place, cutting off any air, any intake of breath. He didn't last long, and his feeble struggle stopped. Jane walked over to the medics to get checked out, but they waved her past with strange looks on their faces. "I want her as one of my chief interrogators," Tico said. "She is as merciless as anyone I've ever seen." One of the men with a blue tie immediately stood and made his way down the stands to her. The crowd cheered and talk turned to the victors and the highlights of the battle. It was the best they'd seen. It would be hard to top it.
"We could spare those cars?"
Liam asked, as he offered Alfonso a nip from his bottle.
"They were on their last legs," he answered. "I'm actually surprised both of them didn't break down in the field."
Chapter 20. Hunt's Point. The Arena. Day 40. Once the bloodletting of the initiation bout was over, the real games began. Single combat with skilled warriors was usually much more interesting than a bunch of men flailing weapons at each other that they barely knew how to use. The gladiators that went onto the field were respected and honored, and the arena was quickly becoming a way of life. A month ago, the masses watched TV for entertainment. Now only the toughest survivors remained, and they adapted quickly to the new way of thinking. The day before the solar flare, New York City had almost 9 million people crammed into it. Millions had died in the initial lightning storms and fires. Millions of the old, sick, and frail had died the first week. Millions more had fled the city and were probably dead on the side of the road by now. The millions that stayed started killing each other when the food ran out, and still more took to the roads to escape the violence. Most of them didn't make it very far. They were easy targets. The world they knew was over, and the new one was barely worth living in if you weren't with Tico. To be a gladiator gave them a sense of pride and honor, and it took them out of the drudgery of being a pusher or looter or laundry worker. It let them live out the video game fantasies of Mortal Kombat, with swords and shields or hammers and spears. Each contest was different, but they were always edge-of-the-seat exciting. When the game wasn't moving a ball around a court or driving a car in circles on a track, when losers didn't go away disappointed and came back the following week to try again, the games got interesting. Liam cheered just as enthusiastically as the rest of them when the fighters were announced, although he didn't clap. His hand was still bandaged. All of his reservations about Tico had vanished. He was a hard man, but these times called for someone like him. A strong leader like Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan. Weak men couldn't do the job that needed to be done, and as long as he was on the winning side, he didn't care how it got done. He ate better, had more respect, and slept with more women than he'd ever dreamed of. Were Tico's methods a little distasteful? Sure, but it was better than starving to death. He'd do what needed to be done to help the great leader succeed. He had a lot riding on the small man that walked in the middle of the field carrying a long staff. He stood stoically, ignored the cheering crowd, and waited for his opponent. The first game of the evening had the fighters start out with any blunt instrument of their choice, from the pile at the gate. It was only the small man's second fight, but 2 days ago he had rushed in and laid open one of the fan favorites when he was still hamming it up for the audience. He was a lean and wiry Asian and moved rattlesnake fast. Like with the other gladiators, Liam had paid him a visit. If someone wanted to make a wager, they took their chits to one of his guys at their little booth. They didn't use money, since anyone with any motivation could get as much as they wanted. The only thing of real value was weapons, women, favors, and food. What the guy was betting was written on a piece of paper, and he was given a receipt. It was an awkward system, and Liam the bookie was still working out the bugs, but so far it was working, and he was raking in lots of chits for himself. Jun Woo had been an instructor at a martial arts academy and said he had an 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, a 5th-degree black belt in karate, and a 3rd-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He was reserved and quiet and not at all flashy like most of the other gladiators. He had joined up with Tico's army in one of the early initiation bouts and had been assigned a job as a cleaner. When Liam asked him why, he'd said there was nothing else for him except honor in battle. His wife and child were gone, and he assumed they were dead. They had been in a car on the Long Island Expressway when the lightning storm started. He found the SUV a few days later, but never saw them again. He searched every day, asked hundreds of people, showed their pictures to everyone he met during the first week when most people were still civilized. They could have gotten lost trying to get home. They could have been struck by lightning. They could have been buried in a shallow grave by well-meaning strangers. Knowing they were dead was bad, but not knowing was worse. Looters had broken into his house and taken everything when he had been out searching for them. He had nothing left to live for. He was a warrior without a cause. He had been a dangerous man once, but had been tamed and neutered and reduced to using his skills to train insolent children and slovenly adults. When he heard the leader of an unstoppable army was recruiting, he made his way to Hunt's Point and volunteered for the initiation bout. Every one of the gladiators had a story, and Liam had listened to most of them. There were ex-cons who tattooed their kills on their arms, bikers who had been brawling their whole lives, boxers from the sweaty gyms in the Bronx, cold-blooded killers who enjoyed inflicting pain, and bouncers who had practiced mixed martial arts. Like the world of wrestling before the fall, the combatants took on larger-than-life personas, had the trumpeter play their theme song, and happily waded into battle, each believing they were the best and would be the victor. Liam was a numbers man, and just like before the fall, if you did your research on the ponies or the fighters, you had a better chance at picking a winner. Liam's side hustle was figuring out the odds, taking the bets, and making a lot of profit for himself. If he kept it up, he would soon be able to have his own car and driver. Opponents were luck of the draw. No one knew in advance who would be fighting who, so bets placed with the bookie were a true lottery, but the payouts were better than private wagers. Liam smiled when the announcer called the second opponent to the field, and he heard groans from others. He was going to win a lot on this one. The little kung fu master would beat the snot out of the jester. Maybe with blades the fight would be even. The man who styled himself as a clown was skilled with knives, but they were fighting with blunt instruments. They were fighting with sticks. He had chosen an aluminum baseball bat and gave it a twirl to play to the crowd. They ate it up and cheered as he made his way across the ruts and dead men to meet in the middle. Liam had done his homework on him, too. He was a former security guard that claimed he'd killed a dozen prostitutes and gotten away with it. He'd been careful, too smart for the police to catch, but now he was living his best life. He was killing for Tico, and he enjoyed his job. There wasn't much challenge in it, though. It was too easy kicking in doors, slashing everyone inside the house, and loading up the loot. The arena evened the odds, and he had 3 wins under his belt. He didn't have his trusted edged weapon this bout, but that was okay. All he had to do was knock the gook on his ass and then break a few bones, make sure he couldn't move so fast. Then he could kill him slow, make a good show of it. He spun the bat again, then held it high in the air. Chapter 21. Hunt's Point. The Arena. Day 40. Jun Woo stood placidly, feet spread a comfortable distance, in the center of the field just behind a deep rut left by the spinning tires of the Studebaker. He held the bowstaff loosely and feigned indifference as the man in garish makeup and colorful clothes hammed it up for the audience. He was dressed like a cross between the Joker of Batman fame and a court jester, and swung his bat left and right, pointing out to the distance with it like Babe Ruth. Jun Woo wore a yellow jumpsuit with black stripes he'd had the tailor sew on. He balked at the idea at first, but Liam had convinced him. "Everyone loves a winner," he'd said, "but that can turn on you in a heartbeat. You made the first kill look so easy that people felt cheated. If you do it again, even though you're the champion, they might start booing and the game master could stack the odds against you. Most of these guys are street fighters and prison brawlers. You've got real skill. I think you can beat all of them, but you got to make people love you. Don't make the fight seem so easy. Maybe pretend like the other guy's winning for a bit. Also, get yourself a yellow jumpsuit, just like Bruce Lee." "He was Chinese. I'm Korean. Big difference."
"These people won't know that," Liam insisted. "All Asians look the same to them, and everyone loves Bruce Lee. If you're going to last in the ring, you've got to play the game. Ham it up a little. Make the kill interesting. That last guy you fought didn't even get one swing in. If you keep that up, they'll have you fighting against a swordsman with a pocket knife to even the odds. It's entertainment, June. You've got to entertain them. Don't make it look too easy." The jester stood on the other side of the rut, out of reach of the man with the staff, and raised his hands high. He turned to both sides of the field so the people in the bleachers could cheer him on. The crowd stomped and shouted, and June took a step, then poked him in the back with the end of his staff. He could have finished the fight with a blow to his ribs, could have broken them, then snapped his neck when he dropped his hands, but he heeded Liam's warning. He played to the crowd, too. The clown stumbled and whirled, swinging wildly. It missed by a foot, but June dove for the ground, pretending like it was a near miss, and rolled away as the jester ran after him and raised the bat high over his head to swing straight down. June deflected with the staff, let the bat slide down it to slam into the mud. He swung at the clown's knee, sent him reeling away, then did a kick-up to land on his feet. He planted the staff and used it as a pole to balance him as he kicked the jester in the face with both feet. Blood exploded from his shattered nose, and he swung the bat back and forth as he backed off, shaking his head to clear it. The crowd roared their approval at the sight of blood and shouted for more. June didn't push the advantage, didn't go in for a kill. It was too soon. He did a little shuffle like Bruce Lee did, took up a karate stance and thumbed his nose. He'd seen all the movies. He could act like the Jeet Kune Do master. He could ham it up.
Jester wiped his face, left a bright red smear across the white makeup, and twirled his bat as he took a few steps closer, wary of the staff and the little man's speed. He jabbed the slugger, and June easily parried, but the clown flung a handful of blood at his eyes. It was a quick move, caught June off guard, and he flinched away, unsure of what it was at first. Jester counted on the distraction and swung the bat toward the Asian man's hands. Not a killing blow, not even a debilitating hit, but one that knocked the deadly staff away. A second club slid out of his sleeve, a short little tire thumper like truck drivers used, and he swung it hard, aiming for the head. June ducked, caught it on his shoulder, and rolled with it, then let it glance away. The churned-up earth was soft, almost as good as the practice mats in his dojo, and he used it to his advantage, landing, rolling, and swinging the staff at the clown's ankles as he chased him. Jester's legs flew out from under him as June bounded to his feet and planted a well-aimed blow across the wrist holding the club. Jester howled in pain as it shattered, and the tire thumper flew from his limp fingers. He rolled away as the staff slammed into the ground beside him, missing by inches with each strike. June was careful not to hit him, but it wasn't easy. The guy was so slow. He was afraid it would look too fake. He raised the staff over his head, jumped high, and slammed it down with all his might. An unnecessarily showy move that had taken so long to wind up and swing that the clown had recovered and jumped to his feet. He only had one hand to grip the bat with, and he was starting to see what the crowd already saw. There was no way he was going to win. Not with one useless hand and only a ball bat. June spun the staff around his neck, then windmilled it as he approached, the air hissing from the speed. Jester ran to get to the other side of the spiky car, to put something between him and the Asian, and saw a machete dangling from the wrist strap of an initiate impaled on the bumper. He dropped the bat and grabbed it as he ran by. June made another showy move with the staff, then climbed up the spikes onto the roof of the car, his steps light and quick like a kung fu master, like Bruce Lee. Jester moved back, out of the range of the staff, and grinned a bloody smile. There weren't any rules about picking up weapons off the battlefield, and a blade in his hand felt so much better than a ball bat. The bleachers shook as the audience stomped and cheered. The fight had just gotten more interesting. June taunted him, but the clown wouldn't move any closer. The staff had a greater range, but the machete would do more damage. One good swipe, and if the clown was just a little bit lucky, he would hit something critical that bled a lot. June needed to end the fight. He could take a few blows from the ball bat as long as he protected his head, but he couldn't take a hit from the machete. The Jamaicans kept them razor sharp, and a good swing would cut an arm all the way to the bone. All the way through it, if the wielder had some power behind the blow. Jester bowed to the crowd, but kept an eye on the wily Bruce Lee. He needed him to get close, needed him to swing that long staff. He'd take a blow if he could get in a good slash. He'd survive a hit from a stick. The Asian wouldn't live long if he cut him deep. Using the staff like a vaulter's pole, June launched off the car, jabbed an end into a rut, and pivoted feet first toward the man with the glistening blade. It was a high-arcing leap that was slow and easy to avoid, and Jester sidestepped, then swung at his back as soon as he hit the ground. June had expected it, and was already tucking to roll away, his arm moving to keep the staff flat on the ground. Jester had swung for the stands, a huge haymaker that would have ended the fight instantly, if he had connected to anything other than air. June rolled into a crouch and tucked the end of his staff under his arm, then extended his hand to give it power and twisted his body, throwing all his power into a leg sweep. The wood connected at the ankles, and once again the clown's feet flew out from under him. He landed with a grunt and tried to roll over to get to his feet, but June struck again, a straight jab into his lower ribs. They cracked under the impact, and he gasped, ignored the pain, and lunged, swinging the machete wildly. June blocked the blow with the oak staff and instantly twisted to slam the side of Jester's head. His ears split open, and his scream of agony could be heard above the cheers and jeers of the crowd. June swung again, this time for the neck, and snapped it, cutting off the howl of pain in mid-cry. He was ruthless when he needed to be, but he wasn't cruel. He wouldn't prolong the man's suffering simply for the fun of it. He twirled the staff, flipped it around his waist, and planted it firmly into the ground. He faced Tico and bowed, turned to bow to the bleachers on the other side, then walked off the field. The outcome was unsurprising. Nobody thought the clown really had a chance, and by the time Jun-Woo had cleared the field, most of them had already forgotten about the body cooling on the cold ground. They were ready for the next match. There were 3 more bouts, each bloodier than the previous, and just as the sun was setting behind the buildings, the last warrior beheaded his opponent and held the steaming head high for all to see. There was tumultuous applause, then everyone hurried away. It was too cold to be sitting around outside.
"I think I should tell him,"
Liam asked as he and Alfonso made their way down the steps a respectful distance, behind Tico and his henchmen.
"About the hair?"
Al asked, keeping his voice down so he wouldn't be overheard.
"I don't know. It's a bit risky if you ask me. If he thinks it's important, then yeah, of course, but he's unpredictable. He might break a few fingers for not telling him sooner, or he might give you a great reward. Then again, he might break a few fingers for wasting his time. Who knows? It's up to you. But if it were me, I'd never voluntarily go see the man. I like my fingers just the way they are. I don't like doing a thing if it's dangerous, especially if I can't reliably predict the outcome."
"I have considered that,"
Liam said.
"but after seeing the Santa Muerte shrine in his office and learning a little more about the religion, I think he'd really be interested."
"Like I said, it's your call,"
Alfonso said, and took another pull from his flask, hoping more than just a few drops were left. Liam handed his over. It was still half full, and weighed the pros and cons again for the 100th time. Tico could be very generous with people that pleased him, and he'd already hitched his wagon to him. He knew Tico had the right plan, the right vision, and he had the manpower to make it happen. He was a benevolent dictator when he wanted to be, and ran his operation like a business, albeit one with killing and raping and stealing and war. It wasn't all that different from most governments, just more blatant. Liam wanted to move up that corporate ladder, and made his decision. Tico would be pleased to know about the holy relic. He was sure of it. It had been taken from a Catholic church, and Santa Muerte was a Catholic folk saint, so it should be of great interest to him. He hurried up to the leader as he was nearing his car, but was rebuffed by one of the men with a black tie.
"I have information I think Mr. Ticomonte will be interested in,"
Liam said, loud enough to be overheard, but not shouting it like a crazy person.
"Then make an appointment,"
the sharp-suited man said, and blocked his path while Tico climbed in the back of a Lincoln Zephyr limousine.
"And it better be important. Tico doesn't like bums wasting his time."
Before the door closed, Tico caught Liam's eye and stared at him until the tinted window blocked his view.
"What did he say?"
Alfonso asked as the car pulled away.
"I need to make an appointment,"
Liam said.
"You going to?"
"I don't know. Maybe it's a gobshite idea. I don't want to waste his time."
"Well, too late for that now. He knows you have something to tell him, so you better do it. Don't make him come looking for you."
Liam crammed his hands into his pockets, taking care with the bandaged one, and wished he'd never said anything. He'd been riding high, thinking about his winnings, and had probably been a little too enthusiastic. He should have thought it through. Now he had to face the man in his office again. What the hell had he been thinking? What if he didn't give a good rat's arse about a manky old hank of hair? He was going to wind up with more broken fingers.
"You can always tell him the good news of the roads being open all the way to Connecticut,"
Al said.
"I've had guys shoving cars out of the way for a week now. The path is clear, and we're ready to go whenever he is."
"He already knows all that,"
Liam said morosely.
"He'd probably break another finger for wasting more of his time."
"Well, aren't you a bundle of sunshine?" Alfonso said. "Come on, let's go collect your chits. You need a fresh bottle of tequila. Somebody bet some booze, didn't they?" Liam sat ramrod straight and forced himself not to fidget. He was in the waiting room again and waiting to see Tico. He didn't adjust his tie, he didn't squirm in his seat, and he tried not to sweat. The receptionist had given him an appointment immediately. He'd hoped she'd schedule him for next week or next month or maybe even next year, but she told him to have a seat. Tico would be with him shortly. He didn't know if that was good or bad. Maybe Tico was eager to hear the news, would be glad he'd come forward, even if he wasn't particularly interested in the hair. Doubtful, though. More likely he was in a bone-breaking mood this morning, and Liam was the first Egypt to give him the opportunity. The same two men that had taken him to get his suit the first time he was here were in the waiting room playing cards and smoking cigarettes. It was stuffy, the windows were closed, and there wasn't any airflow. No one seemed to mind but him, but he knew better than to say anything. He wasn't sure if the drivers were allowed to arbitrarily break a few fingers if someone annoyed them, but they probably were. They were part of Tico's personal security team. They wore black ties, and they could probably do whatever they wanted.
"He'll see you now,"
the Hispanic woman with the heels and tight black dress said.
"Follow me."
Liam did, past the same men playing pool, and the same men still going through the thousands of crates of household goods in the warehouse. "You have information?" Tico asked after the secretary had ushered him into the conference room and closed the door.
Yes, sir,"
Liam started.
"I think I do. I thought that you might be interested, Mr. Ticomonte. It's a little weird, I know, but I thought that just maybe you might find it intriguing, but I don't want to waste your time."
"You're wasting it now," he said, and sat back in his chair, rested his elbows on the armrest, and steepled his fingers. "Spit it out."
Yes, sir,"
Liam hurried on.
"It's about the reindeer people. On the day some of our group went over to Rikers, most of them marched to Roosevelt Island to get a holy relic. My former boss, read about it in the paper, so he went to get it. But one of the reindeer herders got to it first. A girl that went to school here. Anyway, she took it out of the church and is headed back to her people in Maine. I thought you might want to know. I thought you might have an interest in it. It's supposed to have power."
"A church relic," Tico said flatly, and frowned. He had no use for some saint's old shoe or fingernail clippings or other useless drivel. Liam saw the look and knew he'd made a mistake. His fingers were finally healing up, and he could already feel the pain thinking about what would happen next.
"I'm sorry to bother you,"
he said, and started backing out.
"I won't take up any more of your time."
Tico leaned forward in his chair and raised his hand to the call bell. Liam was frozen in dreaded apprehension when Tico stopped, cocked his head like he'd heard something, and glanced over his shoulder at the bony lady. His hand hovered over the bell. "What kind of relic?" he asked, after he turned back to Liam.
"The hair of John the Baptist,"
Liam said, and swallowed.
"The genuine hair."
Tico cocked an eyebrow and considered for a long moment, as Liam stood nervously and chewed his bottom lip. "And this Russian girl, she's taking it back to her people? The same ones we're going to visit?"
"Yes, sir," Liam said. "That's what I heard."
"Anything else?"
"No, sir, that's all I know. I thought it might be of interest to you."
"You've already said that 3 times."
"Sorry, sir,"
Liam said, and tried to swallow. His throat was dry, but he dared not try to clear it. Tico tapped the call bell once, and Liam nearly fainted, started steeling himself for the pain that was coming. But the dark-suited men didn't step inside. The receptionist did. "Give him a requisition," he said, then addressed Liam. "Go see the tailor. Get yourself some green ties." With the dismissal, he spun in his chair to face the skeletal saint in the corner, as Liam thanked him and hurried out. Tico studied the bony lady, considered the value of the story the cowering numbers man had told him, and pulled a straight razor from an inside pocket of his tailored jacket. She had whispered to him, told him to listen just as he was getting ready to call his men to break a few more of the self-important mobster's fingers. Real relics had power. He knew this, but he never experienced being near one. They were kept hidden away while the millions of fakes were everywhere. You could buy them off eBay, or at least you could before the solar flare. He had accomplished much in the short time since the lightning storms had changed the planet, had reset it, gotten rid of billions of useless eaters. To lead a great army to do great things, they had to believe in something more than themselves. He had nearly 2,000 men of questionable morals, the right kind of men that wouldn't be hampered by lofty ideas of equality and fair play. He had killers and rapists, thieves and liars, con men and muggers. He had the perfect foundation to build something great. Criminals are a superstitious and cowardly lot. They believe in luck and omens. They would follow him and do what he ordered, but they would do it fervently if they believed he was something more, if he had guidance from a higher power, if Santa Muerte whispered in his ear. He removed his jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, then slid the razor lengthwise down his wrist, slicing open skin and adding a new scar to the dozens of others. He pressed it against her yellow teeth and could almost feel her sucking at the warm liquid of life. He held it there, offering his blood as payment for her gift, for bringing the Irishman to him. When the bleeding slowed, he returned to his chair and covered the wound with a dressing, then wrapped it tightly with a roll of gauze. He'd done it many times before and had gotten good at bandaging himself. He had been sent to well-regarded schools to learn the art of business, groomed for a leadership position in the Carroza cartel hierarchy. He'd paid attention in history classes, too. They were mostly about the where and when of wars and who conquered who, but he was interested in how. How did leaders get their people to do reprehensible things, commit atrocities, and be cruel above and beyond anything that was necessary to win a battle? How did the Nazis get ordinary German citizens to turn a blind eye on their neighbors being dragged away to concentration camps? How did the Japanese so callously butcher 250,000 unarmed civilians in Nanking? How did the men willingly rape, then bayonet hundreds of thousands of women? How did the Aztec rulers have mothers and fathers eagerly sacrificing their sons and daughters on the altars? He studied these things so he could instill the same kind of blind obedience in his men, his soldiers. A month ago, his army consisted of a few hundred men spread out all along the eastern seaboard. They had to be careful not to get caught. They had to follow rules as they smuggled and distributed the drugs from El Salvador. Killings were avoided unless deemed necessary in the States, because that led to investigations and unwanted heat from the authorities. Fear had been the motivating factor then. Fear of getting caught. Fear of reprisal if they stole from the cartel. Fear of Ticamonte if they didn't produce. Things were different now. He was the only authority, the only law. There weren't any repercussions for killing, looting, or rape. He didn't have to spend time training his men to be ruthless and immoral, to gun down families or take everything they had and leave them to starve. They did it willingly, eagerly. They embraced the new religion because it let them do what they wanted. No rules, no penance, no guilt. Saint Death understood that man was inherently evil, and she didn't care. She smiled down on them with her benevolent smile. He had the greatest army on the continent, probably the world, and nothing was going to stop him from establishing a new nation, a new kingdom, a dynasty that would last 1,000 years. All he had to do was make it through the winter, and the Dark Lady had shown him a path. She had given him the information he needed to survive and thrive. He was almost ready to move north. He had enough vehicles, and so far the bad weather had held off. There was no telling what was happening up in Maine, but it was only early December. One of his guys was from Boston. He said the chances of heavy snow were slim this early in the year. Alfonso had managed to find nearly 100 old antique cars and trucks and said he'd meet the deadline. They'd be ready by the end of the week, and he was finished with the lead car, the special one Tico had ordered him to build. It carried a larger-than-life statue of the bony lady that was bolted together and would withstand the rigors of the journey. She was nearly 12 feet tall and glorious with her flowing black dress and swept-back wings. She would lead them to victory and prosperity. If he could infuse her with the power of the hair, make a wig of it, and attach it to her head, he might be creating something that was truly worth their worship. He'd had teams scouring neighborhoods for landscape trailers and had fitted them with bench seats and tarps for men to ride in. There would be losses, cars would break down, but the men could squeeze into the others. It would be tight, but they'd make it. If not, then he'd leave the weakest of them behind. The food they had was loaded, and it was a pitiful amount. It only filled one trailer, enough for about a week if they ate twice a day. Those reindeer better be there, or they'd be falling back to Plan B. It was 800 miles. They could be there in 2 days. By this time next week, they'd be feasting on fresh meat. He much preferred reindeer over human, but either way, his army wouldn't starve. The Dark Lady would provide. She smiled her bloody smile from beneath her black cloak, and he smiled back. Chapter 22. Maine, Day 42. There were only a few roads going the way he needed to go, and unless they wanted to trek through the woods and risk getting lost or coming across a river, they didn't have many choices. Connor pulled up in front of a billboard and checked the map again, but he already knew what it would show. No secret trail would miraculously appear on it, and he wouldn't discover a logging road that bypassed the town directly ahead of them. The last obstacle between him and his destination was only a few miles up the road, and there was no practical way to get around it. There was a mountain range on one side and a river on the other. There were 1,000 creeks and streams crisscrossing every which way, and even if they chanced going through the woods and didn't get lost, they would have to cross one eventually. Even a small one was dangerous in cold weather. They didn't have much of a choice except to keep going, and maybe with a little luck the town had been hit hard by the lightning storms. Maybe everyone had left and there was nothing but blackened foundations where it had been. He doubted it, though. The farther north they went, the less populous the area, the less damage was done. He'd seen plenty of evidence of fires, but the woods were thick, verdant, and green. They hadn't spread, and it was unusual to see more than a few acres scorched. Most of the electric lines were down, or melted on the poles, and houses had burn marks where the power entered them, but there were fewer heaps of ashes or burnt-out husks. A lot fewer houses with tin roofs, too, he noticed. These northerners even shingled their barns. He called for a halt and dismounted. They'd been riding for hours, and the horses needed a break. He dutifully checked the hooves. He didn't need Fiona carping at him about equine vulnerabilities. He would have done it anyway without her giving him the eye. He'd grown fond of his horse. She was a good one, and he wished he had more than a handful of corn to give her. He glanced up at the billboard, the third one they'd seen advertising the annual thru-hikers reunion and gathering scheduled for Halloween weekend. October was the end of the season for the Appalachian Trail hikers. The northern terminus of the 2,000-mile hike that started in Georgia was on Katahdin Peak, the top of the imposing mountain off to his left. The town just up the road had a big festival to celebrate and apparently drew thousands of visitors every year. They couldn't bypass it, not without backtracking for a day, and this gave him cause for concern. Although they'd seen plumes of smoke from chimneys as they plodded down the country roads, most of the little towns had been deserted, or the people hid when they rode through. Townspeople were different than the men and women living way out in the country. They were accustomed to a life of relative ease, and they were less self-sufficient. They were more dependent on weekly deliveries and electricity to heat their homes. Even those that used heating oil needed power to operate the furnace controls. Fewer houses had fireplaces, and those that did only used them for supplemental heat. They didn't have cords of seasoned wood stacked outside. Most of the townspeople had moved in with relatives out in the country to help with the myriad of things that they had to do for themselves once the trucks stopped running. They gathered at the base of the billboard and discussed what lay ahead. The town between them and Oxbow was different for a couple of reasons. It was the biggest one for miles around. It actually had a few side roads shown on the map, not just the main route going through a tiny dot. That meant it started out with a larger population than the other podunk places they'd ridden through, so it might have formed a militia of sorts who would vigorously defend their town from outsiders. The second reason was the festival. It had been scheduled just as the lightning storms hit. There would have been tons of food there awaiting the influx of thousands of visitors. They wouldn't be starving, so they wouldn't have a reason to leave. It would spoil, Halston said. No electricity, remember? Hamburgers or hot dogs wouldn't last. They ate good for a few days, but after that, what would they have left? Potato chips? Funnel cake batter? I bet the town's just as empty as all the rest we've seen.
Trail food, Willie said. You know there were vendors set up selling long-term storage food, stuff they could pack on their hikes. Civilian versions of MREs. There will be whole trailers of it. The rivers are icy cold, Connor added. They could have put the meat in there. It would keep. Give them enough time to smoke it or salt it anyway.
Then maybe we shouldn't be too worried about it, Fiona said. If they have plenty of their own, they certainly won't want anything we have.
They're a bunch of tree-hugging nature lovers, Mickey said dismissively. Probably don't even know which end of a gun is the business end. I say we just ride through like we don't have a care. We can be in and out in a few minutes.
We should tread light, Willie said. Go in slow. Don't be aggressive and act friendly. Let them know we're just travelers passing through and don't want trouble. I'm tired of losing friends. We can't afford another gunfight and don't have the numbers to be intimidating anyone. There's only 14 of us left.
We'll play it by ear, Connor said. I guess we'll see when we get there.
Maybe Fiona was right, he thought, as he pulled a piece of smoked horse meat from a pouch hanging on his saddle. Maybe he was getting soft. He looked over at his friends, the one he'd known since they were little kids, nicking candy from Old Man Barton's deli. There were only 3 of them left, the rest dead somewhere along the way. He didn't want to lose them, too. Hell, he didn't want to get himself shot. If being careful was being soft, then so be it. They were close to the end of their journey. It would suck to fail now. He chewed slowly, making it last. He had enough for a few more days, but they needed to find those reindeer soon. Snow had started falling from a gray sky, adding to the inch or so already on the ground. Big, fat flakes that melted quickly and made everything wet.
I'd trade this whole bag of shit for a good burger, Halston said, as he tore off another piece of the meat, and the boys standing around him agreed. Might be able to do some trading, Vincent said. We don't have much, but it's something different. They might want to try something new. I say if they've got all this food, then they can share, Halston said. If they won't, then we'll take it. We got guns. Just shoot a few and the others will scurry off. It's a bunch of smelly jerkwater hippies from some hick town we're talking about, not some gangbangers from the Bronx. In fact, why don't we just stay there? Those bitches will be coming this way. It's the only road to Oxbow, and this is the last town. I'd rather be indoors eating good food than camping out at some stupid crossroads hunting reindeer. Connor sighed deeply and held his tongue. The kid wanted to kill everybody and take everything. He didn't seem to care that it cost lives almost every time they got into a shooting match. He'd seen dozens of good men killed since this started. Some of them were close friends, guys he'd known for 40 years, and every loss hurt. He doubted the kid had even one friend. The boys that hung on his every word were sycophants and still considered him the captain of their team. Connor didn't see any leadership ability in him. He may have been a big shot on the hockey rink, but out here in the New World, all he did was complain, come up with grandiose and impossible schemes, and plot inventive revenge on the kids that had taken his eye. Soon, he told himself, soon he would be rid of the boy and his followers. There were 7 of the college kids, 7 guys with guns, double what was left of his own crew. He touched the case holding the splinter through his heavy jacket and told himself to be calm. He needed them for now. He'd put up with them for now. He knew the real reason they wanted to raid the town. They wanted to hit up the liquor store or pharmacy. They wanted more drugs. Most of Halston's crew had either been half drunk, high, or fuddled on pills since they left New York. It was how they coped with everything, how they became indifferent to the suffering of others. They were quick to prowl through the hastily abandoned carts on the side of the road to look for pill bottles, booze, or food. They didn't care if they were taken from a family. They didn't look at the small footprints disappearing into the woods. They ignored the child seat strapped to a wagon. Once they'd taken a case of baby formula, said it was loaded with vitamins, and they needed it more than some kid who was going to die anyway. Connor had almost shot him that day, and the kid had seen the way Eddie, Mickey, Billy, Jacob, and the rest of his crew had dropped their hands to their guns. The boys knew it was a line in the sand and backed down. Halston sent one of them back to toss it on the ground near the wagon. He'd been holding a grudge ever since, and Connor was pretty sure he'd told his boys to slow roll if they got into a firefight. They'd sure taken their time getting to the battle at the bridge. They hadn't killed his 2 men that night, but their ass-dragging to join the fight sure hadn't prevented it either. Fiona, Carla, and Carmen made their way back to the horses from the wood line. The guys didn't have the same modesty. They'd only walk off a few feet and turn their backs before taking a whiz. "Well, let's get it over with," Connor said, and swung into the saddle. "Vincent, take point and let us know if you spot anything with those binos." "Yes, sir," the kid said, and took his binoculars out of their case. Willie had let him know about the kids who were ready to switch sides, ride with Connor, so to speak, but he'd told them to stay put for now. Let things stay as they were. The 2 groups rode together, but usually separated as soon as a halt was called. Fiona and Carmen had no use for the college kids after they learned what they'd done to Carla. His men didn't either, but they needed each other, so there was a truce, and everyone tried to get along. He didn't want Halston to get any more paranoid than he already was, and if his followers started leaving, he'd probably start plotting to put a bullet in his back. The houses on the outskirts of town were empty, and there weren't any tracks in the snow, but they could see the smoke from chimneys past the roadblock. A colorful sign welcomed them to Patton, home of the annual Appalachian Trail Thru Hikers Festival. Population 212. Vincent had stopped at a jumble of cars blocking the snow-covered road at the edge of town. A hand-painted sign leaned against them. He slowly scanned the buildings a quarter-mile ahead with his binos. He waved to someone only he could see in a friendly gesture and went back to scanning as the others got closer. The sign, made out of a piece of plywood, had a spray-painted arrow pointing to a side road that skirted the town and bypassed Main Street. Fiona read out loud so the others spread out behind them could hear. "Strangers not welcome. Follow the arrows, keep moving, and go around. We have nothing to trade, and nothing worth dying for. If you enter the town, you will be shot." "Keep plenty of distance between the horses," Willie reminded them. "Could be a trap. What do you see, kid?" "They have sentries posted," Vincent said, as he glanced the town again. "They know we're here. I count 2 guys in upstairs windows, both of them watching us through scopes on rifles." "I guess that makes sense," Connor said, and looked in the direction the arrow pointed. "They don't want us in town. This is the only road going north and south for 50 miles. They probably got a lot of foot traffic at the beginning of all this, and it's easier to send strangers on their way if you don't have to look them in the face." "We could wait until night and sneak in," Halston said. "We could take this town, you know we could." "You going to lead the charge?" Willie asked. "Or we could keep moving and stick to Plan A," Connor said. "Willie, what do you think?" "Stay spread out," he answered. "Keep your guns out. Let them know we won't be an easy target if they get ideas about the horses. If they've got scoped rifles, they could have already picked us off. I say we keep going. We'll be at the crossroads by tomorrow if we do. Backtracking will set us back 4, maybe 5 days, and who's to say we won't run into another town doing the same thing?" "And those bitches might get ahead of us," Halston said, "if they aren't already." Connor turned his mare and set an easy pace, as everyone left ample room between them. The townspeople had posted plenty of signs with arrows pointing the way, and warnings not to deviate from the path. Connor watched for any indication of people moving to positions, any hint of an attack, but it all seemed pretty straightforward. Go around, don't get off the path, and get on down the road. He saw a church spire peeking above the houses, and figured the town was decent enough, but knew they couldn't feed everyone that came along. They would wind up starving themselves if they did. The entire route was lined with cars shoved in bumper to bumper on both sides of the road. It created a corridor that wasn't quick or easy to get over, not with horses anyway. It only took a few minutes to bypass the town, and he breathed a little easier once they were back out on the main road headed north. "Hold up for a minute, friend," someone shouted from the roadblock. A man with a thick winter parka stepped out and waved to him as the others joined up. "Spread out," Willie barked. "Don't bunch up like a bunch of damn sheep." "We mean you no harm," the man said, as the others trotted off, getting some distance between them in case shots started ringing out.
Just want to talk.
About what? Connor asked.
Maybe some trade,
the man said.
Maybe share some news. Everyone else was going south as fast as they could. You're the first group we've seen going north. Winter will be here any day now. You're going to get snowed in. Has something happened downstate?
Connor ignored his questions and eyed the town. He was looking for tracks in the snow from men going into the empty houses and setting up for an attack from upstairs windows. The man saw him searching and understood his concerns.
Seriously, bud, we mean you no harm. If we wanted to ambush you, it would have been on the bypass. We're not like that. We're not thieves, but we are interested in why you're going north. If there is some danger we need to be aware of, some nuclear plant or something spewing radioactive crap in the air.
You mentioned trade, Connor said. What will you trade for information? The man made a face and gave his head a small shake.
Used to be, when folks would gladly help each other, offer a little advice or warning if they were facing some trouble.
True enough, Connor said. But these signs telling desperate travelers you'll shoot them if they knock on your door asking for a little food tells me you aren't one of those folks.
We had to,
the man said defensively.
We would have been overwhelmed. Thousands of people came down that road, lots of Canadians, too. If you weren't fully stocked for winter with plenty of firewood and food already laid in, you'd freeze to death. Most folks don't prepare like that. They depend on the power to heat their house and keep the pipes from freezing. They depend on the trucks to plow the roads so they can get to the store. You can't survive up here if you aren't ready for it, and nobody was, so they went south. If we could have helped them, we would, but there would have been nothing left for us.
Connor knew he was being a hypocrite. He'd stockpiled a warehouse full of groceries, and he hadn't planned on giving any away to every starving waif that came along. He had the man on the defensive, though. He'd take the advantage. Hi, that may be, Connor said. But back to my original question. What do you have to trade?
We have grain for your horses, food for you, and we can offer shelter for the night,
a woman said, as she stepped around the roadblock and took over the conversation.
It will have a wood stove, be plenty warm, and the ladies can have a hot bath.
And what is it you want in return? Connor asked.
We'd like to negotiate for one of your horses, she said. You have 2 extra. It wouldn't be taking one away from a rider.
Connor looked back over his shoulder. His group was spread out wide. The 2 mounts that had been Simon's and Jacob's were tied behind Carmen's and Sam's horses. Take more than a hot bath and a good night's sleep, Connor said. What else you got? The woman smiled.
You didn't immediately say no, so I see shrewd negotiations are in order, she said. My name's Claire Delaney. Why don't you join us for dinner? Harry shot a moose yesterday. There's plenty to go around, and we can get out of this cold and get down to serious discussions.
Willie was riding back to join them. He'd gone past the roadblock to see what he could see of the town. Connor looked at him, raising his eyebrows in question. Willie shrugged and gave a nod. He hadn't seen anything that set his alarm bells ringing. You don't mind if my man rides through town and has a look around, do you? Connor asked. We've run into some rather unsavory people on our journey. You can't be too careful.
Don't mind at all, the woman said. We have nothing to hide. You wouldn't mind leaving your weapons, would you? You'll get them back when you go.
Connor laughed, and the woman did too.
Had to check, she said. But just know we're armed too. An armed society is a polite society, as they say. I think we can all be civil until we get to know each other a little and establish some trust.
The man with her pushed aside a gate between 2 trucks, and Willie rode in, checking the houses for guns at the windows. Connor and the woman made small talk while they waited, and he learned that she was one of the town's selectmen and had been chosen as the spokesperson if groups such as his came by. She was middle-aged with graying hair, was the proprietor of the Blue Caribou gift shop, and a full-time resident. Half of the town were snowbirds and had gone to their Florida homes back in September, as soon as the weather started getting chilly. It had been 12 days since they'd seen any travelers. Anyone going south had already gotten out before winter set in and trapped them. The town's guard had spotted them a half-mile away, and everyone was on alert. Once they saw they were on horseback and had dutifully followed the signs, tensions eased up. When they realized the group was just going to keep riding, They weren't there to steal or beg for anything. They'd quickly decided to try to trade them out of a horse. The northbound group was riding good animals. They weren't starving. There were women with them, and half of them were kids. They didn't look or act like bandits or raiders. They obviously had a plan and a place to go. In other words, they were equals, not beggars asking for a handout, not raiders ready to burn and plunder. The town could really use a good pack animal. The moose Harry had shot was over a mile away, and they could have saved a lot more of it if they had a horse to sled it back. By the time they returned for the second trip, the wolves had gotten to it and had nearly stripped it to the bone. If she couldn't talk them out of a horse, if they were decent people, she was going to do her best to get them to stay for a few days. Those animals and the young men could help them get a lot done. At 47, she was one of the youngest people left in the little town. Most of the year-round residents were old-timers, Mainers born and bred. A hardy lot, not afraid of Old Man Winter, but they hated the crowds, loud music, and traffic the festival brought. Most of them spent a week visiting family or vacationing away from Patton. For the locals, any place but Patton was the place to be when the tourists took over. As a result, when the lightning storms came, the town was nearly deserted. It took Willie a bit to ride through the town, and just as Connor was getting impatient, he came out of a side street and turned toward the gate. He rode up next to his boss and leaned close so he wouldn't be overheard. "There's not that many people here," he said quietly. "Only saw smoke from 7 different houses, and only a few shops on the main street have a lot of footprints around them. They've either killed off the whole town, or there wasn't anyone here to begin with. They've got snipers, but it's old men with hunting rifles. I saw maybe a dozen people, all of them old-timers and armed, but no one was aggressive. I think the town was abandoned near the beginning, and these people are the only ones that stayed. They've been putting up a hard front to keep from getting overrun, but I think it's safe." Connor nodded, and then addressed the woman. "Lead the way. Let's see if we can do some horse trading." Chapter 23. Maine, Day 44. The husky followed in the packed-down snow behind the horses, the piece of rope still trailing from his collar. He'd been outside the shelter when they packed up the next morning, but no amount of coaxing could bring him in close enough to remove the collar. They'd tossed him dried fish and smoked meat, but he only approached when they were a good distance away. He'd been following for days now, sometimes disappearing into the woods for hours, but always catching up. Sometimes he brought a gift, a much slobbered-on rabbit or chipmunk. He'd get near them and drop it, then back off. Natasha would retrieve it and spend a few minutes talking to him, thanking him, and they would clean, then cook it over the fire. It wasn't much, but it added to their quickly depleting supplies. The late afternoon sky was a dull iron gray. Snow was falling faster, and the wind had picked up, cutting through them despite the layers of clothes. It blew in gusts, sometimes so hard they could only see a few feet ahead of them, other times much slower, but it was constant. It never stopped completely. A storm was brewing, a nor'easter as the locals called it, and it could last for days. The horses were still doing okay, but they were working harder to trot through the foot of snow that had already accumulated on the road. The big huskies sensed the storm and stayed close, following in the hoofprints. They were on the home stretch. They were finally on Route 11, only a few days' ride from Oxbow. They were going to make it before Christmas. Andy was in the lead. They switched off frequently to give the horses breaking the path a rest. He pulled up near a long driveway and pointed to a small house and a big barn they could barely see in the blowing snow. "What do you think?" he yelled. "We need to get inside. Temperature's dropping fast. We can't leave the horses out tonight." "Patton, only 1 more mile," Natasha shouted over the wind. "Good place if we have to wait until storm is over." Tanya and Maria rode in close, and the horses turned their rumps against the wind, held their heads down. Ice had formed on their manes and frosted their coats. "What you think, Tanya?" Natasha asked. "Can horses make it, or is too much?" "They're doing fine," she answered. "But we need them inside before nightfall, that's for sure. Do you know this town? You think it'll be safe?" "My family does business there. I know many people. Natasha said.
We sell old reindeer antlers at Blue Caribou Tourist Store, and Miller's Supply has grain. Is where farmers go to buy cow and sheep food. I think it's a good place to stay.
A hard gust of wind blew, and they braced themselves as it whipped the horses' tails and flapped their parka hoods. Maria's teeth were chattering, and Tanya couldn't stop shivering. Andy looked miserable and hunched his shoulders.
Maybe it's better we get out of weather,
Natasha said, when the wind died down.
We can go to barn, build fire, get warmed up.
No, Tanya said, and the others agreed.
It's only a mile, right? We can stand another 10 minutes.
I don't think my fingers could light a match anyway, Andy said.
If you have friends there,
they'll already have a fire blazing.
Lead the way,
Maria said.
Let's get there before dark.
Jeffrey was bored. His mind wandered. It was hard to keep focused all the time, and the empty house was cold. He sat in the upstairs room and stared out the window at the road going south. They had been in the town for days. The old people had invited them to stay. They were helping winterize some of the buildings and using the horses to drag logs and cars to make the barricades better. They had resented the Irishmen ordering them around, making them help, but Halston had pulled his crew aside and explained things. "This is a sweet setup," he'd said. "They have tons of food here, and those old dudes know how to hunt. There's enough firewood from all the abandoned houses to keep us warm all winter, and those bitches are coming this way. You want to keep going and camp out in some empty house? This is a perfect spot to ride out the winter, and we didn't even have to fight. They invited us in. We'll take over after we get everything fixed up and all the defenses are in place. Be friendly, do what they say, get them to trust us. For now, just play along."
"Doyle won't let you take over anything,"
Winston said. "I got plans for him and his goons," Halston replied. "I'm tired of him telling us what to do. There are no rules anymore. We're out of the city. We don't need the extra guns. We've managed to whittle them down. They've taken heavy losses, and we're all still here."
"Once he's gone, I want a piece of that hot little redhead," Chance said, and rubbed his hands.
"I'll call dibs on the Mexican girl," Brad said. "She's saucy."
"She's also old enough to be your mom,"
Sam said. "So she's a MILF. They need loving, too." "There will be plenty of muff to go around once we get those bitches," Halston said. "If you add those old biddies from town, you never have to bang the same girl twice for weeks."
"They'd probably love some young meat,"
Jeffrey grinned.
"Me? I want to break that Russian hoe," Winston said. "I bet she's a tiger in the sack."
"Yeah, we'll save some for Tanya," Halston said. "I want a train run on her every day until I get bored. Then the real fun begins. That bitch is going to get broken so hard she's going to wish she'd never been born. The first thing I'm going to do is gouge out one of her eyes."
"Cool story, bro," Sam said. "But how do you plan on doing all this? They're armed too. They're probably better shots than we are."
"Don't worry about it," Halston said. "I've got a plan. It's simple, and it'll work. For now, be good little boys and follow orders. Make friends with the locals, determine which ones we need to keep alive and which ones we can get rid of. This is going to be our town, and we're going to run it like we want." Jeffrey smiled at the memory of their discussion and the plans he had for the town's women. He had a thing for old ladies. He'd kept his porn-watching habits a secret before the storm, but now he wasn't embarrassed by them. There was no judgment, and they frequently fantasized about all the nasty things they were going to do once they were free of Connor and his men. Once they were in charge and had their own private harem. Hooking up with Grandma was the least of the kinks some of the guys had. He was pulled out of his daydream when he thought he saw a movement on the road. He swiped his sleeve across the condensation on the window and squinted to try to see through the blowing snow. 4 riders materialized out of the twilight gloom and approached the barrier. The horses were covered in snow, their manes icy. The riders were heavily bundled with parkas and face masks, but he recognized the coal-black horse. It was them. They had finally found them. Author's note: they are so close, almost home. A month of hard living and hard traveling, setbacks and delays, meeting new friends and making new enemies, and they're only a day's ride, maybe 2, away from safety and family. The 4 have been through much, but it's almost over. Or so they think. Halston and his crew are getting worse by the day. The lack of authority and consequences has gone to their heads. They are young, strong, and healthy in a new world where they can do anything they want, and there is no one to stop them. Or so they think. Connor Doyle and his crew, what's left of them, seem to be losing their hard edge, their no-holds-barred gangster ways. Are they good men that have done bad things, or are they bad men that have done good things? They're going to make their improvised plan work somehow. He's going to get the braid, and with its power, its help, they are going to start a new life on the reindeer farm. They're going to survive the winter, and things will be better in the spring. Or so they think. And then there's Tico with his army, with plans of their own. They are too big to stop. Their violence is swift and brutal, and there is no one who can oppose them. They are going to convoy up to Maine, take what they want, and live richly off the labor of others. Antonio Ticamonte will be the ruler of a new kind of nation, with guidance from the dark, bony lady. Nothing can stand in their way. Or so they think. Some will win, some will lose. Find out who